This is Audible.
A Family for Christmas by J. Northcote. Read by Mark Steadman. To my 3 amazing sisters, for making me laugh, for brightening my world, and for loving me unconditionally. Chapter 1. 19th of December. Rudy's attention was wandering again. He used to be the sort of person who could focus no matter what was going on around him. If anything, he erred on the side of hyper-focusing. When he was in the zone, nothing could tear his attention away from the task at hand. The building could be burning around him, and he wouldn't notice. But 4 weeks ago, everything changed. The day the new guy, Zach, walked through the office door, with a tense smile on his face, Rudy's concentration had been shot to pieces and had never entirely returned. Rudy knew his obsession with Zach was borderline creepy, but he couldn't help himself. At first, he'd indulged it, hoping it would go away once he got to know Zach and realized he wasn't the perfect dream guy of Rudy's fantasies. But after 4 weeks, Rudy was still gazing furtively at Zach across the office at Rainbow Futures, like a lovesick fool, and nothing he'd seen of Zach had helped to diffuse his epic crush. Zach's dark head was bent over his screen as his fingers flew over the keyboard, and a small smile quirked his lips. Rudy wondered what had amused him, but he was far too shy to ask. Zach, the new social media and PR manager for Rainbow Futures, wore an invisible keep-out shield like armor. Cool, self-contained, and utterly professional, he never engaged in office small talk, and Rudy didn't have the confidence to try and break through that barrier. Rudy shook his head and sighed, reluctantly forcing his gaze back to the code on his computer screen. He was adding new content to the website and needed it finished, proofed, and live before the office closed on Friday for the Christmas weekend. Rainbow Futures was a small, rapidly expanding charity that focused on LGBTQ youth and education. Rudy had worked there doing web design and copywriting since he graduated 2.5 years ago. Today, he was adding to the page on the outreach work they did in Bristol, uploading descriptions of the gender identity workshops they ran in secondary schools. He scrolled through some images, choosing one where Eric, one of their outreach workers, was with a group of teenagers who were designing posters for their school. The kids looked engaged and excited about the task, and Eric was smiling. It was perfect. Rudy resized it and fiddled with the contrast a little, then saved it to add to the site. Back on task, he managed to forget about Zach for a while, and the morning flew by. "Earth calling Rudy!" Rudy blinked as the office came back into focus after hours of staring at his screen. He adjusted his glasses and gazed at Takara's grinning face. "Oh, sorry, hi." He ran a hand through his hair and shook his head to clear it. "Me and Eric are heading out to get some lunch. Do you want to join us? Or we can bring something back for you instead." Rudy's stomach growled at the thought of food, and his back ached from being hunched over a screen all morning. "I'll come. I could use some fresh air." He stood, stretching his arms over his head for a moment. Then he hitched his jeans up where they'd slipped low on his skinny hips. "Are you sure you don't want anything, Zach?" Takara asked. "Nah, I'm good, thanks." Zach looked up for a moment and gave a polite smile. "See you later." Zach invariably brought a packed lunch and never accompanied the others if they went to a cafe on their lunch break, but Takara kept asking, and Rudy kept hoping that one day he might say yes. The 3 of them put on their coats and made their way down from their first-floor office. "He's the most antisocial social media manager I've ever met," Takara huffed. "He's been here a month now, and I still haven't managed an actual conversation with him." She sounded disappointed, as if this were a failure on her part, as well as Zach's. Eric held the street door open for her. "Don't take it personally. He's probably just shy." Rudy was shy, and he still talked to me. I didn't get much choice in the matter, if I recall, Rudy said with a grin. He'd been grateful for Takara's brand of insistent friendliness when he was new. Even though it was a little intimidating at first, it had been exactly what he'd needed to get him out of his shell and integrated with his colleagues. "But you engaged with me," Takara frowned. "You were hard work at first, but it was obvious you were just awkward. I don't get shy from Zack. It's more like he just doesn't want to be friendly." "Well, maybe he doesn't," Eric shrugged. "He's here to do a job, not be our best mate. Not everyone likes to socialize with colleagues." "I suppose." Takara let it drop for now, but Rudy knew she wouldn't give up on Zack. It wasn't in her nature. He was so glad he'd managed to keep his crush a secret. If she knew he fancied Zack, he'd never hear the end of it. In the cafe, Takara and Rudy ordered toasted sandwiches while Eric got a chicken and quinoa salad. "Are you still eating low-carb?" Takara asked. "Not so much low-carb as high-protein. I want to give the testosterone all the help I can. If I gain some muscle, I'll look better in a suit for my wedding in the summer." After 6 months of HRT, Eric's body was already changing to look more masculine, but he was impatient. "You'll look awesome. Seriously, you'll totally rock a suit by then," Rudy said, and he meant it. Eric was rapidly turning into a good-looking man. It was like watching a butterfly emerge from the chrysalis of potential. Tall and blonde, thanks to his Scandinavian heritage, Eric had no trouble passing as male, now his voice had broken. Eric grinned. "Thanks, man." They found a small table near the window and squeezed around it. The glass was steamed up from the heat inside the cafe compared to the December chill outside. The sky was slate grey, and crowds of shoppers hurried through the streets, intent on their missions to find last-minute Christmas gifts. The cafe was decorated with strings of white fairy lights on some automatic setting that made them flash on and off. Christmas pop songs blared through hidden speakers, and a miniature fibre-optic Christmas tree sat on the counter by the tills, changing through an endless sequence of all the colours of the rainbow. A warm bubble spread in Rudy's chest. He loved Christmas. It was one of his favourite times of year. Even now, at 24 years old, he felt a ripple of anticipation, a faint echo of the excitement of childhood Christmases when he and his siblings had been unable to sleep on Christmas Eve. A smile spread over his face at the thought of his family. Only a few days until he got to go home and spend time with them. He couldn't wait. Takara mentioning Zack pulled Rudy's attention back to the conversation. "I'll have a quiet word with Gina," she was saying. "Maybe she can lean on him to come out for a drink after work on Thursday night. I think it would be good for him. No man is an island, or whatever. It's good for office morale if we socialise out of work occasionally." "Yeah, I guess," Eric sounded unconvinced. "He doesn't have to stay out for hours, just one drink after work. It's not much to ask. Nobody's trying to kiss him under the mistletoe or anything. A drink, a little conversation. It would be nice to feel we're not working alongside a total stranger when we come back after Christmas." Takara's tone brooked no argument. Rudy shrugged. "Yeah, it would be nice to get to know him." His cheeks prickled with heat, and he hoped the others would attribute it to the warmth of the cafe. The idea of spending time with Zack was thrilling and terrifying all at once. If only Zack would agree to it. With a mug of coffee in his hand, Zack walked back from the break room to his desk. They'd run out of the ground stuff, so he had shitty instant. If he'd known, he would have asked Takara to bring him back a decent cup. This stuff was crap, but it would see him through the afternoon. He was tired today, because Muffin, his landlady's cat, had woken him at 5 in the morning by bringing him an early Christmas gift of a live mouse. By the time Zack had managed to catch the damn thing, he'd been wide awake, and getting back to sleep wasn't an option. Muffin, on the other hand, had curled up next to him and was still asleep when he left for work. Bloody cat. He should really shut her out of his room at night, but he enjoyed her company too much. She was really affectionate and chilled out when she wasn't busy laying waste to the local mouse population. Just as Zack got himself settled back at his desk, the office doors opened, and the others came in. He raised his head to give them a nod of greeting. Rudy smiled shyly at him before looking away. His cheeks were flushed. It must be cold outside. "Hi, Zack," Eric said. Takara grinned. "Good lunch break. I hope you left your desk at some point. That's why it's called a break." "Yeah, well, with flexi-time I can leave early, can't I?" It was what Zack did most days. He rarely took an hour for lunch. "True. Have you got plans, then?" Zack tried to curb his irritation. He knew Takara was trying to be friendly, but she wouldn't take a hint. She hadn't let up since his first day, despite Zack fobbing her off constantly. He didn't want friends. He just wanted to do his job. "No, just going to the gym like always." "Man, I wish I had your dedication," Eric said admiringly. "I can't manage more than 3 times a week. I don't know how you fit it in." Not having a social life or a relationship helps. Zack didn't say the words out loud. They sounded self-pitying, and they weren't. Just a fact, and he liked it that way. Work out, eat, sleep. His weekday routine was comforting and predictable, and it suited him perfectly. He gave a self-deprecating shrug. "Yeah, well, it keeps me sane." That was a fact, too. Takara was watching him thoughtfully, and he felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny. He turned his attention back to the computer and effectively shut the conversation down. Wrapped up in drafting a blog post and some press releases, he was barely aware of the other people in his office for the rest of the afternoon. Takara passed his desk a couple of times on her way in and out of Gina's office, but Zack kept his head down, not wanting to engage in unwelcome conversation again. When he finished his task for the day, he checked his watch. Time to clock off. He emailed the draft to Gina, and then went over and tapped on her office door. "Come in. Zack, just the person I needed to see." "I just emailed the press releases to you. I came to let you know." "Thanks, but it's not about that. Close the door and sit down for a moment." Uneasy, Zack complied. Gina smiled kindly at him. "Don't look so scared. I won't bite." Zack huffed a small laugh. She wasn't really scary. Imposing and assertive, yes, but kindness radiated from her like sunshine. "Is there a problem?" He'd worked his arse off since getting the job here. He knew he hadn't interviewed particularly well. That wasn't his strong point. But his samples of work and references from his college tutor had won her over. She'd seen his potential despite his inability to sell himself. Gina smiled. "Not at all. I just wanted to check in with you after your first month here. How are you finding Rainbow Futures?" "It's great. I'm enjoying the work, and I think I'm doing a decent job with it so far." "Oh, definitely," Gina said reassuringly. "I've been very happy with everything you've produced, and the number of follows and interactions on social media have really improved since you've been handling it. Well done." Her dark brown eyes pinned him. Zack knew there was more to this conversation, but he couldn't quite read the subtext. "Thanks." "When we go out for office drinks on Thursday, the first round will be on me to celebrate us passing 5,000 Twitter followers. You're coming, I hope?" Her friendly smile was back, but there was a glint in her eye that made Zack suspect that his presence on Thursday wasn't entirely optional. "It's important to connect out of the office occasionally, I think. I see Rainbow Futures as a community, not just a workplace." She waited expectantly. Yeah, sure. I'll be there." "Fantastic." Gina's smile widened, and she sounded genuinely pleased. "Okay, Zack. I'll see you tomorrow." Dismissed, he left with a quick, "Bye then." As he packed up his bag to go home, he gave himself a pep talk. One night of missing the gym wouldn't kill him. He could just have a couple of drinks and then make his excuses and escape. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 2. Rudy spent a ridiculous amount of time obsessing over Zach in the run-up to Thursday. When Takara badgered Zach about it on Tuesday, he'd confirmed he was coming out for drinks, and it had thrown Rudy into a tailspin of nervous anticipation. This was the perfect opportunity to try and get to know Zach a little better, but what on earth would he talk to him about? Their only common link was work, and it was lame to talk shop on a night out. Most of Rudy's waking hours were spent having imaginary conversations that somehow miraculously ended with them kissing, or Zach asking him out on a date, or letting Rudy blow him. Rudy wasn't very confident about blowing guys, which was tragic, given that he was 24 years old, but he reckoned he could wing it based on porn and his previous, very limited experience. When Thursday evening came around, they all left the office en masse and made their way to a large Wetherspoons pub a couple of streets away. Rudy tried to fall into step beside Zach, but Takara beat him to it. Instead, Rudy walked behind them, admiring the width of Zach's shoulders and the curve of his arse. Zach was a few inches shorter than Rudy, who was tall and gangly where Zach was compact power. It must be all that time in the gym. Rudy hadn't seen the inside of a gym since school. He found them intimidating. His idea of exercise was turning the page of a book, and he was only kept from being totally unfit by his half-hour walk to and from work every day. Takara smiled up at Zach and laughed at something he said. Rudy felt a twinge of jealousy as Zach smiled back at her. Maybe Rudy was wasting his time. Just because most of the people who worked at Rainbow Futures were some shade of the LGBTQ rainbow, it didn't mean Zach was gay. He could be bi. He could even be straight. Rudy sighed and shoved his hands deeper in his pockets. If only he had the confidence to flirt. Hell, even the confidence to start a conversation with Zach would be something. Maybe alcohol would help. His mother had always called it social lubricant. Rudy wasn't normally much of a drinker, but perhaps it would give him the courage he needed. It was worth a shot. And shots were exactly what happened when they got to the pub. It was all Luke's fault, or maybe it was the fault of whoever had chosen the playlist currently blasting through the pub speakers, but the distinctive da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da of tequila had Luke, their fundraising assistant, shimmying his hips and insisting that they started with a round of tequila shots. Gina raised her eyebrows. Really, Luke? Remember what happened last time we had tequila on a work night out? Luke waved his hand dismissively. I'm sure that table leg was already weak, and the bar manager was really nice about it. Eric laughed. After you'd paid him for the damage and given him an extra tip. Rudy noticed Zach narrowing his eyes, trying to piece together the details. He was dancing on the table, he explained. The table didn't survive. Zach's lips curved in amusement. Damn, that must have been quite a night out. Rudy grinned at the memory. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Well, no dancing on the tables this time, Gina said firmly. Does everyone want one? There was a chorus of assent, nobody saying no. Okay then. Gina muscled her way through to the bar and didn't have to wait too long to get served. While the barman was pouring out the shots, she took orders for other drinks. Go on, you might as well, while I'm ordering. The whole point of shots is that they're gone in seconds. I'm getting a pint as well. By the time all the drinks were ready, Luke and Takara had managed to get a table big enough for their group. Rudy bagged the seat beside Zach, hopefully without making it look too obvious. He put his coat on the back of the chair before going back to the bar to help carry the drinks over. It took a while to sort out slices of lime for the tequila and get all the drinks to the table. When they sat down, they passed the salt shaker around. Oh, do I have to have salt? Zach grumbled. It's not worth arguing with Luke about it, Rudy said. Yes, the salt is an essential part of the experience, Luke said firmly. Zach rolled his eyes, but tipped a small amount of salt onto the web between his thumb and forefinger. Okay, are we all ready? Luke asked. Right then. Gina raised her glass. Happy Christmas, guys. Here's to another great year at Rainbow Futures. All together, Luke said. 3, 2, 1, go! Rudy grimaced as he licked the salt off his hand and then knocked back the clear liquid in the shot glass. Holy shit! It burned like fire on the way down. He'd only ever had tequila in a cocktail before, so he wasn't prepared for it. He gasped, eyes watering. Lime, quick, Zack prompted him. It'll help, honestly. Rudy sank his teeth into the lime, and although the sourness made him wrinkle his nose, it was a definite improvement over the tequila. He looked around the table at the varying expressions of his colleagues. Some were making faces like he was, but Luke and Gina seemed completely unmoved. Luke wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Ah, that hit the spot. Perfect. You can take the lime out now. Zack's voice in Rudy's ear was warm with amusement. Oh! Rudy flushed as he realized he still had the lime clamped between his teeth, no doubt making a goofy green smile. He spat it out and put the peel on a napkin. Ugh! Zack's lips quirked. Not fun, then? Not really. But the bitter tequila felt warm in Rudy's belly. The alcohol was spreading through his system like a power surge, lighting him up and filling him with confidence. I quite like the effects, though. Cheers! He raised his second drink, a bottle of beer, and clinked it with Zack's matching one. Cheers. Desperate to hold Zack's attention, Rudy scrabbled around for a conversation opener. While it was lame to talk about work, it was the obvious choice, the one thing they had in common. So, how have you found your first month at Rainbow Futures? Pretty good, thanks. How long have you been working there? A little over 2 years, ever since I graduated. The conversation flowed as they drank their beer, but every time Rudy tried to find out more about him, Zack asked Rudy another question that kept him talking and Zack listening. When their glasses were empty, Rudy still felt like Zack was a stranger, a pleasant stranger with beautiful eyes. They were so dark, you could hardly see where his irises ended and his pupils began. When Rudy realized he was staring, he blinked and looked away quickly. He picked up his bottle to drain it, but it was already empty, so he put it back down awkwardly on the table. With perfect timing, Luke got to his feet. Who wants more tequila? Some of them declined, but Eric, Takara, and Zack all accepted. Oh, go on then. Rudy gave Luke a thumbs up. It might taste horrible, but he felt lighter than usual, chattier and more confident. The buzz in his veins had banished his shyness. Zack was beside him, talking to him, or at least asking Rudy about himself. Their knees were almost touching under the table, and Rudy was aware of that inch of space between them, as if it were an invisible force field. He wanted to touch Zack so badly. A couple more tequilas later, and Rudy's verbal filter was non-existent. Zack was telling Rudy about how he'd left school at 16, but had gone back to college later. Rudy wasn't really following the details, he was too busy gazing at Zack's face. You have beautiful eyes, he said dreamily. Zack chuckled. You're drunk, but thank you. Rudy frowned, considering. Yes, I think I am, but your eyes are beautiful, even when I'm sober. I noticed them the first time I saw you. I just never said it before. Zack full-on grinned at him, and Rudy's heart skipped a beat. He'd barely seen Zack smile before, and the power of that 1,000-watt grin hit him like a punch in the chest. Zack leaned closer to him, and their knees brushed, sending sparks through Rudy's veins. I'm a little drunk too, Zack said conspiratorially. You're sweet, and you have beautiful lips. Really? Rudy's hand flew to his mouth, as though unconnected to the brain. He traced the shape of his lips with a fingertip, and Zack watched the movement. His eyes seemed to grow even darker. Yeah, really. They're a pretty shape for a guy, and very pink. Rudy licked the lips in question nervously. Wow. He shifted in his seat and noticed that his dick was hard. When had that happened? Zack let his gaze slide down to Rudy's lap before meeting his eyes again, and Rudy knew that Zack knew he had a boner. Rudy was hard just because Zack had told him his lips were pretty, and how embarrassing was that? But Zack didn't seem to mind. Instead he asked, "Do you want another tequila shot?" Rudy suspected that he'd reached the point where more alcohol was unwise, but his decision-making was clearly as impaired as his verbal filter because he nodded. "Yes, please." The group had given up on buying rounds now because everyone was drinking different things at different speeds, so Zack went to get shots for just the two of them. Once he'd gone, Rudy decided he needed a piss. He stood and swayed slightly. Oops. Luckily, the door to the men's toilets wasn't too far away. He weaved his way through the crowded bar and pushed the door a little too hard. It crashed back against the wall. Oops again. At the urinals, his dick was still a little hard, so it took him a while to piss. The cooler air in the bathroom cleared his head slightly. His mouth was dry from the booze, so when he'd finished washing his hands, he drank a few mouthfuls of water. As he wiped his lips on the back of his hand, he caught sight of himself in the mirror. He tried to see himself, as Zack might see him. Tall and gangly, too skinny, with floppy, annoyingly wavy hair that wasn't blonde enough to be interesting. He wrinkled his nose at himself. Apparently he had beautiful lips, though. He made a duck face at himself in the mirror, then snorted. Zack must be drunker than he'd thought. Rudy was a little steadier on his way back to the table. Zack was already back from the bar and waiting for him with 2 shots, 2 slices of lime, and a smile that made Rudy's knees weak. This time, Rudy ignored the burn as he swallowed. Tequila was awesome. Everything was awesome. He loved his colleagues, and this was the best night out ever. Lost in the blur of conversation and laughter, he barely noticed time passing. He accepted more drinks from various people, a couple of pints that went down easily. Why did alcohol make you so thirsty? Zack was there, a constant presence beside him, sometimes part of Rudy's conversations, sometimes not, but Rudy was aware of him all the time, and a low current of excitement buzzed under his skin. Some people in their group started to make their excuses and leave. Gina and Kaz, another outreach worker, were the first to go, followed shortly by a yawning Eric. Takara and Sam, the young guy who did the general office admin, were the last, apart from Rudy and Zack. They were deep in conversation on the other side of the table, and Rudy noticed that Takara kept touching Sam's knee. Sam was flushed and oblivious to anything apart from her. Rudy turned his attention back to Zack, who was talking about Sherlock. "I really believe the writers are going to go there. They're going to make Sherlock and Watson have a relationship. There's so much subtext. They've been leading up to it forever. It has to happen." His voice was intense, and he waved his hands for emphasis. Rudy had never seen Zack so animated. It was fascinating to see this aspect of him. He didn't have much to add to the conversation, because he hadn't watched Sherlock yet, so he listened instead and watched Zack's hands and eyes and everything. God, he was gorgeous. When Zack paused to sip his drink, which looked like Coke, Rudy dragged his attention back to the table. The other chairs were empty, and Takara's coat had gone. "Where did they go?" Rudy asked. "Oh, they left about 10 minutes ago, holding hands." Zack grinned. Rudy would never get tired of seeing him smile. "Huh, I thought Sam was gay. He normally has boyfriends. I thought Takara was a lesbian." "No, she's bi. Well, I guess Sam's more sexually flexible than you thought." Rudy remembered the way Sam had been gazing at Takara earlier, and he flushed when it occurred to him that he'd probably been looking equally smitten with Zack all evening. "I suppose." Zack straightened up and stretched, yawning. Rudy admired the width of his shoulders and the curve of his biceps as he flexed. "I'm tired."
I guess we should call it a night, seeing as we have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Rudy tried to quell his disappointment. He didn't want this night to end. The room tilted as he stood. He wobbled.
You okay there?
Zack put a hand on his arm and held him steady. Yeah, I'm fine. Rudy pulled himself together and got his coat on. He could do this. The fresh air outside would soon sober him up. Zack kept a hand in the small of Rudy's back as they fought their way through the bar full of people. Rudy felt a thrill of the possessive gesture, even though he knew it wasn't really that kind of touch. Zack was just keeping him upright. But the thought that other people might see it and assume they were a couple was exciting. Outside, the air was chill and crisp, and it only emphasized the blurriness in Rudy's brain. They walked towards the street corner, but Rudy swayed slightly and stopped to lean against the wall. He looked up at the sky, where a few stars were visible, despite the orange haze from Bristol's streetlights. A surge of longing hit him like a tidal wave. I wish.
What are you doing, Rudy?
Zack's voice was close, and when Rudy tilted his head back down, Zack was standing right in front of him. I really like you, Rudy said seriously. I mean, I don't just like you, I like you. Zack's eyes were dark and unreadable in the dim light.
You don't know me?
I'd like to get to know you. He smiled then.
You're cute.
I'm older than you. You can't call me cute. Rudy might have pouted a little.
Only by a couple of years, and yes I can, because it's true.
Rudy snorted. I think you're drunk.
Not as drunk as you. Zack smirked.
True. There was a long pause, and Rudy could feel each thud of his heart as it sped up. Words tumbled out in a tangled rush. I really want to kiss you. Another pause. Rudy teetered on a knife edge of hope and fear until Zack stepped closer.
This is a bad idea.
Zack said the words quietly, but he was right up in Rudy's space now, so Rudy had no trouble hearing them. I don't care. He reached for Zack, putting clumsy hands on his hips to tug him closer still. Zack sighed, a warm wash of lime-scented breath, before their lips met. Rudy was tentative, but Zack was sure. He put a hand on Rudy's cheek and tilted his head until their mouths aligned perfectly. Zack's lips were soft, but there was nothing soft about the kiss. It was hot and insistent, and everything that Rudy had dreamed kissing Zack would be. He felt the kiss in every nerve ending of his body. His toes curled, his hands clutched Zack more tightly, in a reflex he couldn't control, and a surge of tingling warmth swept through him, like a cake rising in an oven. Arousal, yes, but more than that, a lightness of being, and an overwhelming burst of excitement and happiness that made his head spin. Rudy surprised himself by making a small sound of pleasure and deepening the kiss. But suddenly, his head was spinning out of control, and the wonderful feeling turned into something quite different and far less pleasant. He pushed Zack away, briefly registering the surprise and hurt on Zack's features. "Fuck, I'm sorry," was all Rudy could get out, before he turned and threw up all over the pavement, and maybe a little on his shoes too. In his gut-emptying misery, Rudy didn't notice Zack's hand at first, but as the wave of nausea passed, and he stopped retching, he became aware of a gentle pat on his back, then a series of soothing strokes. "Are you done?" Zack's voice was kind. Rudy managed a sound somewhere between a groan and a whimper. "I think so," he croaked. "God, I'm sorry. I can't believe I just did that." He straightened up and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "It's okay. Happens to the best of us. I'm guessing you're not a regular tequila drinker." "No," Rudy hung his head.
unwilling to meet Zach's eyes. "Are we getting home?" "Walking. I only live about 20 minutes away." Zach studied him for a moment. "You look like shit," he said flatly. "I'll walk you home." "There's no need, really." Rudy was already mortified enough, and the last thing he needed was for Zach to have to look after him. "I'll be fine." But Zach took his arm. "No arguments. Which way?" It felt nice having Zach touch him again, and he was still feeling pretty wobbly, to be honest. Maybe it was for the best. And he could pay for Zach to get a taxi home afterwards. "That way," he pointed. "Come on, then." They walked in silence for a while, Rudy replaying the kiss in his head. It had been so perfect, until it wasn't. Damn you, tequila. It had ruined everything, but then, without the tequila, he'd never have been brave enough to come on to Zach in the first place, and without the tequila, Zach would probably never have wanted to kiss him anyway. Rudy blew out a heavy sigh. "I'm sorry," he said again. "I feel like such an idiot." "It's fine, really." Zach's tone was a little curt, and Rudy felt another stab of shame. The magic of the earlier part of the evening was well and truly over. Chapter 3. Zach felt sorry for Rudy. He really did, but he didn't know what else to say to make him feel better. He didn't care that Rudy had puked. To be honest, he was almost grateful it had happened, because it put a stop to something that was definitely a bad idea. Zach was already regretting the impulse that made him respond to Rudy's clumsy overtures. Rudy was sweet, but Zach should never have kissed him. They worked together. It was a bad idea. Zach wasn't looking for a relationship, and he didn't believe in shitting on his own doorstep. He had a hunch that Rudy was the sort who'd want more if they hooked up, and Zach didn't have any more to give. They walked in awkward silence to Rudy's house. The waves of misery emanating from Rudy were almost palpable, and Zach felt guilty. That was why he didn't hook up with people he knew, and definitely not his colleagues. Fucking tequila. He scowled and clenched his fists more tightly in his pockets. The sooner he got Rudy home and made his escape, the better. Then tomorrow they could pretend this had never happened. As Rudy led him up a well-maintained path to a neatly painted front door, Zach asked, "This your place?" He'd expected a grotty bedsit like his own, or at least a tatty shared house like much of the student accommodation in the city. "Are you a lodger or something?" "It belongs to my aunt, but she lives with my parents now." Rudy turned the key in the lock with a soft click. "You've got a whole house to yourself." Zach was impressed, and more than a little envious. "It's a ground floor flat, but yeah, I live here alone." Rudy flipped a switch and flooded the small hallway with light. "Nice." Zach could hear the bitter edge in his own voice, and didn't try to quell it. Rudy shot him a look that told Zach he'd noticed his tone. "I do pay rent." He sounded defensive. "And I used to have a flatmate, but she moved in with her boyfriend." Zach shrugged. It wasn't his business. He followed Rudy into a cosy living room with the dilapidated but comfortable-looking two-seater sofa and an armchair, both covered in old-fashioned floral fabric. Rudy dumped his coat on the back of the chair. "I'm going to brush my teeth and clean up. I feel disgusting. Thanks for walking me home." The flush on his cheeks was clearly visible. He looked as though he wanted the ground to open up and swallow him. Zach felt a stab of guilt. "It's fine, honestly." He tried to make his voice soft. It felt unnatural. Zach was used to projecting hard edges as a shield. "If you're sure you're okay now, I'll call a taxi for me." "What's your address?" 26 Mill Road, and I'm paying for your taxi," Rudy said firmly. Zach decided he'd let Rudy reclaim some dignity. "Okay, cheers." Once Rudy had left him alone, Zach pulled up a taxi number on his phone and hit call. When he spoke to the operator, she told him that it would be an hour before they could send a car. "Ugh. Okay, thanks. I'll try somewhere else." The second place said 50 minutes. The third place also said an hour. It would take a similar time to walk home from here, But it was midnight and Zack was knackered. He'd run out of numbers on his phone, so he Googled for more. Rudy shuffled back into the room, carrying 2 glasses of water. He'd changed into plaid pyjama bottoms, which hung on his skinny hips, and an ancient Superman t-shirt. The irony of that on his skinny frame wasn't lost on Zack, and the fact that he felt himself thinking of descriptors like cute and adorable had him wanting to flee for the hills. He remembered calling Rudy cute earlier. He really should have stuck to beer. Rudy passed Zack one of the glasses. "Any luck?" "They're all going to take about an hour, so I might as well walk home." Rudy looked stricken. "Oh, shit, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Look, why don't you stay here?" "I don't think—" "Please! I feel awful about everything that happened tonight. It's already bad enough. Don't give me another thing to feel terrible about." Rudy gave a hopeful grin, and Zack's defences crumbled. Keeping here would definitely be preferable to an hour's walk in the middle of the night. So what if he had to show up to work in the same clothes he'd worn yesterday? He could live with that. "Okay," Zack agreed. Rudy's grin widened. "You've got a spare room, yeah?" "Oh, The smile on Rudy's face melted into concern. "Fuck, I do, but there's no bed in it. I got rid of the old single in there because my flatmate wanted to bring her double when she moved in. It's okay, though. You can have my bed and I'll keep on the sofa. It's the least I can do." Zack looked at the 2-seater sofa and then at Rudy. He raised his eyebrows. "Unless you like to sleep curled up like a cat, there's no way that's going to work, man. I should take it. I'm shorter than you." Zack had slept in much worse places in his time. Frankly, he'd be happy on the floor with a blanket. "No," Rudy frowned stubbornly. "I've inconvenienced you enough for one night. You're having my bed, and that's final." Zack blinked. Determined Rudy was new, but Zack could be determined too. "Then we'll share it. If it's a double." Rudy nodded. His cheeks were pink again, and there was a hopeful expression that Zack didn't miss. Deciding it was better to be clear, he added, "Purely platonic bed-sharing, though. Can we just blame the kissing on the tequila and move on?" "Oh, yes, of course."
Rudy was an open book. The blatant disappointment on his face made Zack feel like he'd kicked a puppy. He ignored the guilt and the even more worrying urge to back down. He wanted to kiss Rudy again, now he smelled of toothpaste instead of puke, and was looking almost sober. It had been a good kiss, and he could still hear the needy little moan Rudy had made before it had all gone wrong. He'd like to hear that again, and see what other sounds he could coax out of Rudy with his lips and tongue.
Zack pushed the urges away and locked them down. The way Rudy got under his skin made him uncomfortable. "I'm tired," he said. "Can I use your bathroom? I'm ready to crash." Rudy showed Zack where the bedroom was, and then directed him to the bathroom at the end of the hallway. He didn't have a spare toothbrush, so Zack did the best he could with his fingers and some vigorous rinsing. When he returned to Rudy's bedroom, Rudy was already in the bed. The Superman t-shirt was showing where his arms were out of the covers, but his pyjama bottoms were on the floor. Good. Zack didn't want to sleep in his jeans. Stripping out of his clothes, Zack was aware of Rudy watching him. He didn't mind. He worked hard to look good, and was proud of his body. Always self-conscious about his height, Zack had packed on a decent amount of muscle to compensate. He straightened up from taking off his jeans, naked apart from the boxers. "Can I borrow a t-shirt to sleep in?" Rudy stared at Zack's groin and grinned. "We're matching." Zack looked down and huffed out a laugh. "Ha, yeah, I'd forgotten I was wearing these." Snug, royal blue fabric hugged his junk, with the unmistakable Superman symbol emblazoned on the front. Rudy's gaze on him made his cock tingle, but now wasn't the time for it to show any interest, when Zack was trying his best to shut this whole thing down. "T-shirt?" he asked again. "Oh, yeah, sorry. Second drawer down. Help yourself." Rudy pointed at the chest of drawers. A pile of superhero comics lay on top of it. As Zack turned and bent down to open the drawer, he was sure that Rudy would be checking out his arse. He picked a plain grey t-shirt, and was glad to find that, when he pulled it on, it covered the bulge in his boxer briefs. Still, he climbed quickly into the bed, just in case he gave himself away. Once Zack was in, Rudy leaned over and switched off the lamp, plunging them into darkness. Zack settled on his back, with Rudy beside him. They weren't touching, but he could feel the heat from Rudy's body. Normally, Zack hated sharing a bed. He liked his personal space, and found it hard to relax on the rare occasions he let her hook up, fall asleep in his bed. But as he lay there with Rudy beside him, it felt weirdly okay. Maybe he could blame that on the tequila too. He was starting to feel sleepy when Rudy broke the silence. "Are you still awake?" "Yeah." Rudy sighed. "I should be tired. I don't know why I'm not falling asleep. I have 101 things going through my head, mostly about all the Christmas shopping I need to do on Saturday morning." Zack wasn't sure how to respond because he couldn't really identify. That was one of the good things about not having any family, he supposed. Zack didn't buy presents for anyone except himself. He'd already treated himself to some new workout clothes and a DVD box set of Community. Those were his Christmas gifts. He couldn't imagine what it was like to have a family to buy for, but it must be a pain in the arse, and expensive too. "Have you got lots of people to buy for, then?" he asked, curious about Rudy's family setup, even though he didn't like the turn the conversation was taking. "I guess. Mum, Dad, Grandad, Auntie Ro, Natalie, my older sister, and my 2 younger brothers, Sid and Jamie, and Natalie's boyfriend, Raj, is coming over with her this year, so I need to get something for him too." "Blimey. I don't have to spend too much, though. We have a pact to keep it under a tenner per person, except Mum and Dad, who are exempt because they always cheat, and we've given up trying to stop them. Mum can't help herself." There was gentle humour and affection in Rudy's tone, and Zack felt envy like the stab of an icicle in his heart. "Are your family local?" "Local-ish. They live down in Devon, so I'm going home on Christmas Eve and staying till Boxing Day." Then Rudy asked the question Zack had been dreading. "So, what are your plans for Christmas?" "Nothing much." Zack tried to make his voice sound light and unconcerned. "I'm just staying in Bristol and chilling." "With friends? Or do you have family here?" Zack swallowed down this stupid, treacherous lump in his throat. Damn Rudy for making him care. He'd been fine about spending Christmas alone. He was still fine. Nothing had changed. "Nah, just hanging out on my own. I like it that way. I'm not the most sociable person in the world, in case you hadn't noticed." In the ensuing pause, Zack could almost hear the cogs turning in Rudy's brain as he silently begged, "Back off, drop it, please." He lay in tense silence. But of course, Rudy didn't drop it. He was oddly persistent for someone who was usually so shy. "Don't your family mind that they don't get to see you? My mum would flip out if I didn't come home, unless I had a good reason." Zack gritted his teeth and drew in a careful breath. "I don't have a family." He hated that his voice came out hoarse. The silence was deafening. Then Rudy said, "What, like, none at all?" "No." That icicle was back in Zack's heart, twisting deeper. Maybe Rudy sensed the fuck-off vibes emanating from Zack, because he finally, mercifully, stopped interrogating him. The unasked questions hung in the air over them, a stifling blanket that stole Zack's breath. Rudy was quiet for so long that Zack thought he'd fallen asleep. So he was totally unprepared when Rudy blurted out, "You should come home with me, just as a friend, of course. My parents won't mind. They love having extra people at Christmas, and there's always far too much food." Zack was about to refuse outright, but he couldn't get a word in before Rudy carried on, tripping over his words in his excitement. "The house is kind of a mess, but as long as you don't mind that— oh, but they have a dog, and cats too, so if you're allergic, that might be a problem." "Rudy!" Zack cut him off. He'd really intended to say no, but somehow he couldn't form the words. Maybe it was the promise of the family Christmas he'd never had, Or maybe it was the lure of pets. He'd never had those either, and he loved animals, especially cats. Perhaps the tequila was still lingering in his veins and impairing his judgment. Or maybe it was just Rudy, who seemed to have a knack for breaking through Zach's defences. Whatever it was, he surprised himself by saying, "Okay." As soon as the word was out, he wished he could take it back. "Oh my God! Seriously?" Rudy sounded so surprised, it was comical, but he sounded excited too. Pleased, even. Zach sighed in capitulation. "Yeah, I'll come." Rudy gave a happy sigh. "That's awesome. I'll phone my mum and tell her tomorrow." With that, Rudy rolled onto his side, away from Zach, and within minutes his breathing had softened into the rhythm of sleep. Zach lay and listened to the sound for what felt like hours, while he wondered what the fuck had just happened.
Chapter 4. The shrill beep, beep, beep of Rudy's alarm clock dragged him into reluctant wakefulness the next morning. He stuck his arm out from under the warm duvet and flailed around until he hit the snooze button. 5 more minutes.
His head hurt, and his stomach felt unpleasantly acidic. What the fuck had he been drinking last night? He snuggled back under the covers, then yelped as his knees bumped another body, eliciting a grunt of protest. Shit. Rudy cranked his eyes open and saw a dark head on the pillow beside him. Zach was in his bed. Rudy thought back, slowly piecing together his fractured memories of the night before. The tequila, and the terrible flirting, and the kiss, and, oh God, the vomiting incident. Rudy's face flamed. He was such a fucking idiot. No wonder he was always single. Zach would probably want nothing more to do with him. "Sorry," Rudy muttered, not sure whether he was apologizing for the knee bump or the night before. Zach grunted again. Rudy lay in physical and mental misery for another 5 minutes, wishing he could sleep more, but too embarrassed and uncomfortable to drift off. When his alarm went for the second time, he sat up to stop it, and then reluctantly heaved his carcass out of bed. Zach pulled the duvet higher and curled up tighter. "Zach," Rudy said softly, then a little louder. "Zach, it's 7:30. We need to get up for work." Another grunt. Rudy was pretty sure he'd had more to drink than Zach had, so Zach obviously just wasn't a morning person. "Do you like tea or coffee in the morning?" "Coffee," came the reply from under the duvet, and then a belated, "Please." Rudy pulled on his pyjama bottoms, used the bathroom, and then stumbled into the kitchen, like a zombie looking for brains. He normally drank tea in the morning, but the extra caffeine hit of coffee sounded like a good idea today. He put the kettle on and got out the cafetiere and mugs while he waited for it to boil. He also put a couple of slices of bread in the toaster. The thought of food wasn't very appealing, but it would probably help his hangover. While the coffee was brewing, he went back to the bedroom. "I'm making toast. Do you want some? And if so, what do you like on it? I've got jam, Marmite, or peanut butter." "Ew, anything other than Marmite. Can I have peanut butter and jam?" Zach's voice was husky, but at least he could string a sentence together now. Finally he rolled over and looked blearily at Rudy. He looked hot even when he was half asleep. It was most unfair. "Sure." Rudy tried not to wrinkle his nose in judgment at Zach's food choices. Marmite was awesome. The guy clearly had terrible taste. Ugh. Zach sat up in bed and ran his hands through his hair, making it stick up in wayward spikes. Rudy's old grey t-shirt stretched tight across Zach's torso, showing off the bulge of his pecs. "I need a piss." He threw off the covers, and as he climbed out of bed, Rudy couldn't help noticing the substantial bulge in the Superman boxers. Hello, morning boner. Maybe if Rudy hadn't been such a hopeless case last night, he'd have got to actually touch Zach's dick. He sighed at the lost opportunity and turned away quickly to head back to the kitchen. The toast had popped, and when Rudy went to get the butter out of the fridge, he automatically straightened the photo of his family in his magnetic frame, a shot of them from last Christmas at the dinner table, all wearing paper hats and raising their glasses at the camera. He froze, staring at their smiling faces, as another memory from last night came back to him. Oh my God. Had he really invited Zack home for Christmas, or was that a dream? Nope, Rudy was pretty sure it was real, now the details were coming back to him. But the weirdest part was that Zack had said yes. Maybe he had just said yes to shut Rudy up, and was hoping he wouldn't remember. You all right there? Zack's voice made him jump guiltily. Yeah, sorry. Miles away. I'm in a bit of a daze this morning. He got the butter out and put it on the kitchen table. On autopilot, he gathered plates, knives, spreads, and the coffee. Zack was still standing awkwardly in the doorway. Have a seat. As they poured, spread, ate, and drank, the silence between them grew until Rudy wanted to hack through it with the butter knife. He had no idea where to begin, but they needed to leave for work in half an hour, and he couldn't leave things like this. Rudy had to know what was going on. Was Zack seriously planning on coming home with him for Christmas? Rudy didn't regret issuing the invitation, other than how hopelessly needy and overeager it made him look. He liked Zack. Okay, he fancied him too, but that wasn't the point. And he didn't like the idea of Zack spending Christmas alone. Nobody should spend Christmas alone, unless they really wanted to, and Rudy had got the feeling that Zack didn't. Zack's excuses about being antisocial hadn't rung true after how he opened up last night, and his defensiveness had come off as protesting too much. Rudy began tentatively. So, about this Christmas plan. Look, it's okay. You were drunk. I'm sure you didn't really mean to invite me home with you for Christmas. Don't worry about it. No, that's not what I meant. Rudy drew in a breath to give him the courage to be honest. I did mean it. Okay, yes, I was drunk, and I wouldn't have had the guts to ask you otherwise, but I'd really like it if you came. He met Zack's dark eyes and willed him to believe him. It would be cool to get to know you better, and my family would be totally fine with it. I don't like to think about you being on your own on Christmas Day, unless you really want to be. Zack shrugged, his shoulders tense and eyes wary. It wouldn't be the first time. A wave of pity swept over Rudy, but he instinctively knew that if he let that show, it would be a mistake. Instead, he shrugged. Well, the offer's there. It's your call. Zack took another bite of his toast and chewed slowly, while Rudy waited. He could almost hear the gears turning in Zack's head as he weighed his options. Finally, he nodded. I'll come. Happiness flooded Rudy, and he couldn't stop a huge grin from spreading over his face. Brilliant! I'll phone Mum later. They stared at each other for a moment, and then Zack smiled too, a little uncertainly, but Rudy would take what he could get from Zack. His gaze dropped to Zack's lips, and something twisted in his chest as he thought about kissing him last night. They really ought to talk about that too, but Rudy was afraid that if he brought it up, Zack would insist it was a drunken mistake. As long as the kiss went unmentioned, Rudy's hopes could live on. We'd better get going or we'll be late for work, Rudy said. Do you want to borrow anything clean to wear? Nah, I think your work shirts would be too tight on my shoulders. I'll just have to do the walk of shame. That will cause all sorts of gossip. Rudy flushed at the thought of the assumption their colleagues would probably make. Well, it wouldn't be completely inaccurate, would it? Zack's lips quirked in amusement, and the warmth in his eyes fueled that little nugget of optimism in Rudy's chest. I guess not. Eric raised his eyebrows and smiled questioningly at Rudy as he and Zack arrived together. Rudy wasn't ready for a grilling, so he looked away and went straight to his desk to turn on his computer. His head still ached, but he was a little less fuzzy after coffee and the brisk walk to work. He opened the web page he'd been working on yesterday. Takara had proofed it before they finished for the day, and it was ready to go live. He just wanted to give it one final read-through before he hit publish. Intent on reading, he barely noticed the office fill up around him until someone put some Christmas music on and All I Want for Christmas Is You started blaring through the speakers. Distracted, Rudy finally looked up and paid attention to what was going on in the rest of the office. As it turned out, Zack wasn't the only one wearing the same clothes he'd gone out in last night. Takara had obviously not made it home either. As Rudy looked, he saw her and Sam exchange a not very secret smile, and a spike of jealousy pricked at him. Their evening had obviously ended more successfully than his. Just then, his phone pinged with a WhatsApp message from Takara. "Did Zack go home with you last night?"
Rudy glanced over at her, and she smirked. With a sigh at the inevitability of this conversation, Rudy replied, "Yes."
"OMG! Tell me everything!" "There isn't much to tell." "I don't believe you." "It's true. I was drunk. He walked me home, then stayed because he couldn't get a taxi." "And?" A quick glance at her told Rudy that his burning cheeks had given him away. "Okay, we kissed, but that was it, and I don't think it meant anything. What about you and Sam?" He sat back, aware of her fingers flying over her phone screen on the other side of the office. Hopefully the subject change would distract her from bugging him about Zack. Her reply came in 3 chunks. "God, he's adorable. I really like him. Yes, we fucked, before you ask, and I think we are very sexually compatible. He likes to bottom, so—" Rudy let out a surprised snort of laughter at the last message. "Holy TMI, Batman," he replied. "I'm not sorry. We're seeing each other again tonight." Rudy couldn't help a wistful sigh as he sent, "I'm happy for you." Takara replied with a grinning face and a heart, then added, "Someday your prince will come. Or maybe C-U-M." That earned an eye-roll emoticon. Then Rudy added, "I have work to do. Stop distracting me with news of your conquests." But he smiled at her across the office. She had that happy, excited glow of someone in the first flush of a new romance, and he wondered when it was going to be his turn. At lunchtime, Takara, Sam, Eric, and Kaz went to the cafe. Rudy decided to stay in the office to wrap up the loose ends on the website. He wanted to work through lunch so he could leave work early and try to do a bit of Christmas shopping on the way home. The less he had to do tomorrow, the better. "Do you want me to get you anything?" Takara asked. "Yeah, a bacon sandwich would be great, thanks." His body was crying out for salt and carbs. Sugar and caffeine wouldn't go amiss either. "And a Coke." "That bad, huh?" She smirked. Rudy never normally asked for Coke. He flipped her off. Yeah, just because my body's normally a temple, I blame Luke for everything." "He's not looking too chipper either, if it's any consolation. He's ordered a triple shot latte." Rudy looked over to where Luke sat at his desk, chin in his hand, staring at his computer screen with a glazed expression, and looking distinctly pale, with dark shadows under his eyes. Good to know Rudy wasn't the only tequila casualty. When the others left, Rudy let his gaze drift over to Zack's side of the office. Zack looked far too healthy today. It was quite unfair. He was typing something, his fingers moving rapidly, his brow furrowed in concentration. Rudy felt weak, with longing, perhaps? Or maybe just low blood sugar and a hangover. It was hard to tell, but he suspected some of the wobbly feeling in his stomach was due to Zack. The memory of Zack kissing him last night, or that intensity focused on him, just for a fleeting moment, sent a jolt of want through him. Ugh, fuck you, tequila. Zack sat back in his chair, finished with whatever he'd been typing, and Rudy looked away quickly in case Zack caught him staring like a lovesick fool. A little later, the sound of someone clearing their throat pulled Rudy out of what he was doing. Intent on the screen again, He hadn't noticed Zack approaching. Zack stood beside Rudy's desk, looking uncharacteristically awkward. "So, I thought we should swap phone numbers, so we can sort out the whole—" he waved his hand vaguely, "going away for Christmas thing." A quick glance around told Rudy that the office was empty, apart from them, but even so, Zack kept his voice low, like he was afraid of someone overhearing. "Oh, yes, good idea." Rudy should have thought of that this morning. They swapped phones and tapped in numbers. As they swapped back, the brush of Zack's fingers sparked excitement in Rudy's belly again. "Down, boy. You've already blown it, or rather, you haven't, and you probably never will now." He suppressed the urge to laugh miserably at the thought. "When are you travelling? And how far is it?" God, he really hadn't told Zack anything useful, had he? The poor guy had no idea what he'd agreed to. "Tomorrow afternoon. I get the train, but I haven't booked a ticket yet, so we can travel together. It will be hellishly busy, of course. It's only about an hour on the train. They're not far from Exeter. It's an old farmhouse, and the heating is pretty dodgy, so make sure you bring layers." "Okay." Zack hesitated, a small frown on his face. "Should I bring presents for your family?" "Oh, God, no. There's far too many of them. They'd never expect that, but maybe something to share would be nice, like chocolates and wine. My family like both of those. A little too much in some cases." He grinned and was glad to see a small smile on Zack's face in return. "Cool. Thanks for the suggestion." Rudy made a mental note to find something for Zack as a gift, just in case Zack got something for him. Just then, the sound of voices in the corridor indicated the other's return. Zack hurried back to his desk, and Rudy tried to quell the paranoia that Zack didn't want to be seen with him. He was so hard to read. Rudy had no idea what was going on in his head. Later that afternoon, Rudy was washing his hands after using the urinals when Eric came out of a cubicle. He joined Rudy at the sinks. "So I hear Zack went home with you last night," he said. It wasn't a question, so Rudy didn't think it needed confirmation. Takara had obviously told him. "It wasn't like that." He focused on his hands, rinsing away the last soap suds before shaking the water off and taking a paper towel to dry them. "But you wish it was, am I right?" Rudy sighed. "Seriously, Eric, didn't anyone ever tell you guys don't talk about their feelings? Especially not in the bathroom." "Fuck that gender stereotyping, dude," Eric said good-naturedly as he dried his hands. "This guy talks about feelings, but if you don't want to, that's cool. I figured you'd rather I asked you about it here instead of at your desk." Yeah, you do know I was joking, right?" Rudy didn't really buy into the bullshit that guys didn't talk about feelings. He wasn't the best at it because he was shy and awkward and felt uncomfortable admitting when he liked someone, but that didn't mean he was some closed-off, emotionless rock. Zack popped into his mind then, because that was definitely the vibe he gave off. Rudy didn't believe it was real, though. He'd caught a glimpse of Zack's vulnerability when he'd admitted to having no family, and he suspected Zack's formidable exterior was born of defensiveness. He wondered what Zack's story was, and what he'd been through. "I should think so, too." Eric squared his shoulders, frowning at his reflection. Rudy turned and leaned back against the sinks, so he could look Eric in the eye. "And yeah, I wish it was. Like that, I mean. I really like him," he confessed, "but I think I messed up the first chance I got." "Maybe you'll get another chance." "Maybe." Excitement swelled, and the secret he'd been keeping in all day burst out of him. "Don't tell anyone else, because this is kind of weird. And especially don't tell Takara, because she'll make a huge thing of it, and it's really not. But Zack's coming to stay with me and my family for Christmas." Eric's eyebrows shot up. "Seriously? That's cool, but pretty intense, no? It sounds like a big deal." "We're just friends." Even using the word friend to describe Zack seemed a little premature, to be honest, but it was the closest word he had. Rudy was pretty sure they were something. He just didn't know what. I think he just wants to be friends anyway. "Well, being together for a few days might help you work it out." Eric adjusted the binder he wore under his shirt and grimaced. Ugh, my shoulders hurt. Yeah? That wasn't something that had ever occurred to Rudy. Yeah, this pulls on them. I don't know. Thank fuck I won't need it too much longer. With a bit of luck, these things on my chest will be gone before the summer. I can't wait. Eric smiled, optimism shining out of him. I bet. That's awesome. Rudy admired him. Eric knew exactly what he wanted, and he went out and made it happen. Rudy could use a little of that determination and certainty. Eric nodded towards the door. Back to work? Yeah. They walked back into the office together, and if anyone noticed they'd been a little longer in the bathroom than usual, they didn't mention it. Gina came out of her office at 3:30 and announced that they could head home any time they wanted. The work can wait, she said. I know you'll all have last-minute shopping to do and presents to wrap, or am I the only disorganized one? There was a chorus of response that indicated most of the office was similarly last-minute with their Christmas preparations. Glad it's not just me, then, she smiled. Anyway, I wanted to say Merry Christmas, have a good break, and I'll see you all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed on the 27th. Rudy and most of his colleagues started to pack up, ready to leave. Zach was still sitting at his desk when Rudy was ready to go, so he approached him tentatively. He couldn't leave without making contact again. Hey, Zach looked up. So I guess I'll see you tomorrow. I'll probably be ready to head to the station around 12:30 or 1, if that suits you. Sure. Zach gave a small nod. Text me if that changes, otherwise I'll see you there. Okay. The small smile Zach gave Rudy felt like an early Christmas gift. Rudy hoped he could coax more smiles out of him over the next few days. After Christmas shopping, Rudy called his mum as soon as he got home. He knew he wasn't giving his parents much warning, but they were super chilled as a rule. Plus, his mum was a giant softie. If he explained Zach's situation, there would be no way she'd have a problem with Rudy issuing a last-minute invitation. Hi, Mum. Oh, Rudy! Hello, darling. Are you okay? Yes, Mum, I'm fine. Looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Oh, us too. It'll be lovely to have the whole family together again. Rudy could hear the warmth in her voice and imagined the smile that must go with it. So, Mum, I know this is really short notice, but there's someone I'd like to bring home with me. He's a friend from work. Is that okay? Oh! She sounded a little taken aback, but her tone was enthusiastic as she rallied. Yes, love. Yes, of course, that's fine. Only he doesn't have family to go home to, Rudy added. So he thought you could share yours? She chuckled. You have plenty to go around. What's his name? Zach. Well, it will be lovely to meet this friend of yours, and he's more than welcome, although we don't have much space with Grandad staying over and Ro living here now. She sounded worried. Well, Zach can sleep in my room, if that's okay. When he was younger, they always used to put up a camp bed in his room for sleepovers. Rudy could take that and let Zach have his bed, as he was the guest. He was sure Zach wouldn't mind. Oh. There was a short pause, and then his mum added brightly, Of course, dear, that's absolutely fine. Natalie will have Raj in with her too. What time shall we expect you tomorrow? We're going to try for the 1:20 train, but I'll text to let you know, once we're actually on it. Can we get a lift from the station? Of course. I'll send Sid. He's always keen for more chances to drive, now he's passed his test. Sid was the elder of Rudy's two little brothers. At 17, he was in his final year at school and desperate to be independent. Brilliant. Thanks, Mum. I'll see you tomorrow then. Yes. Safe travels. Bye for now. Love you. Love you too. Bye. Rudy ended the call with a smile on his face. He was looking forward to seeing his parents tomorrow. A lot of his mates grumbled about their families, but Rudy genuinely adored his. They might be a little eccentric, but they loved him unconditionally, and he loved them back.
Chapter 5. Zach went to the gym after work. It was his routine to go every day after work, and again on Sunday morning. Today, he was full of pent-up energy and anxiety about the prospect of going home with Rudy for Christmas. He didn't regret accepting, not exactly, but he was scared at the thought of what it would involve. He wasn't good with people, he knew that, and he had very little experience of being in a family setting. As he walked to the gym, with his bag slung over his shoulder, Zach's worries grew louder in his head. Rudy was quite well-spoken, and if his family lived in some big fuck-off farmhouse in the countryside, they were probably posh. Zach was the complete opposite of posh, dragged up in a series of foster homes and care homes. After being abandoned like a kid in some Disney movie, Zach had spent his life surviving by being intimidating. He'd run away at 15 and lied about his age to get cash-in-hand work on building sites while living in a series of squats. When he was 17, a charity in London, one much like Rainbow Futures, had turned his life around, helped him get some decent accommodation, and encouraged him back into education. If Rudy learned about Zach's past, he probably wouldn't want anything to do with him. Now at his local sports centre, Zach pushed through the entry doors a little harder than he needed, surprising a man coming in the other direction. "Sorry," Zach muttered. He changed quickly and shoved his bag into a locker, itching to get into the gym and work out his frustrations with some weights and cardio. Starting with 10 minutes on the treadmill, he gradually increased the speed until his heart was pumping hard and his breath came in harsh gasps. He welcomed the burn in his legs and the exhilaration that came from working his body. It emptied his mind and let him focus on the physical. As he slowed the treadmill, walking to let his breathing settle, his thoughts returned to Rudy. That kiss had been replaying in his head all day, despite his best efforts to relegate it to a box labelled drunken mistakes. Rudy was too easy to like, and now Zach had developed a chink in his armour. Rudy was worming his way in. He was so naive, seeming younger than Zach, even though he wasn't. Zach wondered if Rudy had much experience with guys. He didn't come across as someone who hooked up often. There was an innocence about him that was refreshing. Maybe Zach was just jaded. Recently he preferred his own hand to grinder hookups. It was less hassle, and satisfaction was guaranteed. The treadmill came to a stop, and he went to hit the weights. He worked out hard, squeezing out extra reps until he was panting and shaking with exertion. His muscles gave out on his last bench press, and he let the weight come crashing down into the cradle. "Shit, dude, you're killing it today." Zach raised his head off the bench to see a cute, blonde guy watching him. Chris, was it? Zach had hooked up with him once, and the guy had hung around hopefully ever since. Zach was pretty sure he was called Chris. He grunted in response. "Bad day at work?" Chris asked sympathetically. Zach sat up and shrugged. Not really. He was being an arsehole, but he didn't want to make conversation. Chris didn't take the hint. "Well, if you need another way to work off that tension—" He raised his eyebrows suggestively. Zach considered the offer for a moment. Chris was hot and willing, and pretty good at sucking dick, if Zach recalled correctly. But then Rudy's face popped into Zach's head again, his shy smile and the way he blushed pretty much constantly around Zach. Chris was too knowing, too sure of himself, and suddenly that was a massive turn-off, when it had never been before. "No, sorry, man." Zach forced himself to say it nicely rather than tell him to fuck off. It wasn't Chris's fault that Zach was in a shitty mood. That was all his own doing. "Got other things to do tonight." Chris's grin slipped a little. "That's too bad. Well, have a good night anyway. See you around." "Yeah." No doubt he would. Chris was another regular at the gym, and hard to avoid. Zach jogged home and let himself into the dilapidated Victorian townhouse where he rented a room. The smell of cabbage permeated the air. His landlady, Mrs. Burgess, was a serial and unsuccessful dieter currently doing the cabbage soup diet. She'd explained it to him in great detail the other day. Zach had preferred it when she'd done Slim Fast, which didn't make the whole building stink. Mrs. Burgess's fat grey tabby cat, Muffin the mouse catcher, was waiting by the door to his bedsit. She mewed and came to greet him, winding her portly form around his ankles as he unlocked his room. Once the door opened, she trotted inside as though she owned the place. Since Zack moved in, she'd spent nearly every night on his bed, unless she was out hunting. Mrs. Burgess had apologised until Zack had assured her that he loved cats and was quite happy with the arrangement, early morning gifts of live, dead, or partially disemboweled mice notwithstanding. After he drank a protein shake, he showered in the poky little bathroom down the hall. Back in his room, dressed in sweats and a t-shirt, he looked at the contents of his fridge and tried to work out what looked edible. The facilities were very limited in his one-room bedsit. He had a small sink, a mini-fridge, a microwave, and a 2-ring electric hob. Technically, he was allowed to use the main kitchen on the ground floor, but that would involve chatting to Mrs. Burgess. On the few occasions he had cooked something downstairs, she'd appeared as if by magic and insisted on talking to him the entire time. Even worse, she tried to make him talk about himself. When that hadn't been successful, she'd filled the silence by rambling about random things that were completely uninteresting to him. She seemed like a nice enough woman, and maybe she was lonely. She lived alone apart from Zack and Muffin, but it was too much. Zack needed headspace after spending a day at work surrounded by people, and he couldn't deal with simply nodding politely. Zack had eggs, mushrooms, and some cheese in the fridge, and there was half a bag of salad that still looked edible, left from the other day. So he made himself an omelette, and had that with the salad and a couple of slices of bread and butter. He ate it sitting on his bed, with Muffin watching him hopefully at the foot. "It's vegetarian today," he told her. "No good scraps for you. Anyway, I'm hungry, so I'm going to eat it all." She mewed in response. When he'd finished, Zack put the plate on the floor by the bed. Suddenly struck with exhaustion after the late night and his workout, he couldn't even be bothered to walk the short distance to put it by the sink. Muffin hopped down to inspect it, gave him a reproachful look when she ascertained it was empty, and jumped back onto the bed. Zack shuffled down into a lying position and reached for his book, a thriller. Of course, as soon as he started reading, Muffin insisted on lying on his chest between his face and the book. She kneaded him with her paws, tiny pinpricks through his t-shirt. Then she got her claws hooked. "You stupid cat," he said affectionately, putting the book down so he could unhook her claws. He stroked her until she settled, curled up on his chest, purring loudly. Zack picked up his book again and held it awkwardly off to one side so he wouldn't disturb her. Bloody entitled creature. But he carried on stroking her with his free hand, and smiled. On Saturday morning, Zack woke early, refreshed after his early night. He considered hitting the gym again, but his muscles were still fatigued from yesterday. Instead, he got up, had some cereal for breakfast, and then started packing to go away with Rudy in the afternoon. All his anxiety and insecurities came rushing back. If he knew Rudy better, he'd text him to ask what sort of clothes he would need. Did they dress up for Christmas dinner? What would a family like Rudy's expect of him? But he didn't want to show that uncertainty and reveal himself as an uncultured idiot. Instead, he erred on the side of taking far too much stuff, packing some smarter clothes as well as his more usual, casual stuff. A little later, he got the bus into the city centre. It was a grey morning, so the Christmas lights lent cheer to the streets. A choir was performing in the shopping centre, and a crowd had gathered to watch. It was busy and bustling, and full of people with shopping bags and smiles and Starbucks cups in their hands. As always, Zack's gaze found the people on the edges, the ones who weren't part of the seasonal celebration. A man sat against the wall between two shops, with a bowl in front of him and a battered cardboard sign that read, "Hungry and homeless, please help." It was impossible to tell how old he was. Life on the streets wore lines into young faces before their time. This man's eyes were bleak and hopeless. As Zack watched, one or two people stopped to put a few coins in the man's bowl, but they were the minority. The rest passed him by, without a second glance, as though he were invisible. As always, Zack threw up a thanks to the universe that this wasn't where he'd ended up. He'd come close after leaving his last foster home, and some of the squats he'd stayed in hadn't been much better than the streets. He approached the man and gave him a tenner, making a point of handing it to him rather than putting it in the bowl. The gesture sparked life in the man's pale blue eyes, which stood out in stark contrast to his grimy, bearded face. "Thank you, mate. God bless you. Thank you," he said. "You're welcome. Take care." Zack walked away quickly, an uncomfortable well of emotion opening up inside him. He wished he could do more. Hurrying away, he darted into a department store. The ground floor held an overwhelming range of random gift ideas. He remembered the man outside and felt slightly queasy in the face of all this crap that people spent their money on, half of which probably wouldn't even be appreciated by the recipients. He had to buy something for Rudy's family, though. It would be rude to turn up empty-handed. Remembering Rudy's suggestions, he chose a huge box of fancy-looking chocolates and added a tin of festive biscuits for good measure. Next, he selected a couple of bottles of wine that he hoped would be good. He knew fuck all about wine, but at 10 quid a bottle, they'd better be decent. It was only when he was paying for the stuff that he realised he probably ought to buy something for Rudy, too. Would Rudy buy him a present? Maybe not, but Zack didn't want to be caught out with nothing if he did. If Rudy hadn't got him something, then Zack could always keep it and not say anything to avoid the awkwardness of a non-reciprocal gift situation. He sighed in exasperation. God, Christmas was complicated when you didn't spend it on your own. "Had enough of Christmas shopping already?" the woman at the till asked with a smile. "Yeah, something like that." He put his debit card in the machine and waited for it to ask for his PIN. "Have you got much more to do?" Her voice was relentlessly cheerful. Not really. He didn't see that it was any of her business. "I can't believe it's Christmas Eve already. It seems to have come around so fast this year. Are you doing anything nice later?" Jesus, what customer service genius decided it was a good idea to train people to ask intrusive questions of shoppers? It was enough to send Zack fleeing. Not much, just having a quiet evening. Apart from anything else, his Christmas plans were far too complicated to explain in the time it took for the transaction to go through. She packed his purchases into a bag and put the receipt in with them. "Well, I hope you have a lovely Christmas." He forced a polite smile and gave the expected, "Thanks, you too," before making his escape. After that, he wandered aimlessly around the other floors in the shop, hoping for inspiration. He ended up in the men's clothing section. A rack of T-shirts with superhero designs caught his interest. He pictured Rudy in his Superman T-shirt and a pile of comics on his chest of drawers and smiled. Perfect. He rifled through the designs and ended up settling on a Captain America one in navy blue, with the distinctive red and white star logo on the front. Zack wore a medium, so he took a guess that Rudy would wear a small. He held the small-sized T-shirt up against himself and decided it was easily long enough for Rudy's extra few inches of height. Mercifully, the shop assistant at the till was less chatty this time. Please and thank you, and have a good Christmas. Zack could cope with that level of interaction. Bags in hand, he made his way out into the streets to catch the bus back up to Horfield. He needed to hurry and get packed up in time to meet Rudy at the station later. Chapter 6. By the time he needed to leave for the station, Rudy was insanely nervous. What the hell had he been thinking inviting Zack home for Christmas? They hardly knew each other. What if it was a disaster? Rudy loved his family, but he was biased and was also used to their eccentricities. Zack kept himself to himself in the office and wasn't accustomed to big family gatherings. He might find the whole thing awful. Rudy's family weren't exactly quiet and unobtrusive. They would try and drag Zack out of his shell, whether he liked it or not. It was too late now, though. The invitation had been made and accepted. Rudy just had to hope Zack would make the best of it. They'd agreed to meet at 1 o'clock, but Rudy got to Bristol Temple Mead station early. He queued for the ticket machines, among the crowds of people travelling home for the holidays. Once he'd got his ticket, he waited at the entrance to the platforms and texted Zack to let him know where he was. He got no reply, and more worries started to fill the spaces in his head. Maybe Zack had changed his mind. What if Zack didn't show? Surely Zack would at least text if he'd decided to pull out at the last minute. Then he spotted Zack picking his way through the throngs of people. He had a rucksack on his back, and his head raised as he scanned the crowds. When his gaze lit on Rudy, he gave a nod and altered course to meet him. "Hi," Rudy managed, past the knot of nerves in his throat. "Hey." Zack's cheeks had flushed from the winter chill outside, and his eyes were bright. "All right?" Rudy asked, trying to sound casual. "Yep." They stared at each other for an uncomfortable moment. God, this is weird. Spending a few days in each other's company was going to be painful if they couldn't manage a conversation without the help of alcohol. Mind you, there would be no shortage of alcohol at his house. Maybe they'd just have to spend the entire holiday period pissed. His liver quailed at the thought. Zack cleared his throat. "So, I'd better go and get a ticket. Can I leave my bag with you?" "Yeah, of course." "And where am I going again?" "Tiverton." "Okay, back in a few. I'll leave this here." Zack hefted the battered old rucksack off his shoulders and left it propped up against the wall beside Rudy. Rudy watched as he walked away, all small and perfectly formed with his broad shoulders and slim hips. Here, in the cold light of day, it was hard to believe the kiss had ever happened. Zack was a million miles out of Rudy's league. Longing clenched in his gut. Spending Christmas with someone he had a massive, unrequited crush on was going to be so much fun. Not. When the train arrived, it was already ridiculously full. A few people got off at Bristol, but far more people were getting on. Rudy and Zack picked a random coach, crammed their bags into the overfull luggage compartment, and started moving down the aisle, looking for free seats that weren't reserved. They managed to find one next to an elderly woman who was in an aisle seat. "Do you want that one?" Rudy asked. Zack shrugged. "You have it. I can stand." "I'm getting off at Taunton, dear," the lady said, "so you can sit next to your friend then." "Thank you." Zack gave her a genuine smile, the first one Rudy had seen from him in a while. It made him realize how much Zack was holding back in their interactions. "I'll stand at the end of the carriage for now. See you in a bit, Rudy." The lady stood to let Rudy squeeze in. "Thanks," he said, as she took her seat again. "It's mad at this time of year, isn't it?" she said cheerfully. "Such a crush." Once the train started moving, she opened her book and went back to reading. Rudy texted his mum to let her know what time they'd get in, then put his headphones in and lost himself in Massive Attack. He closed his eyes and let the rhythm of the train lull him into not exactly a doze, but almost. He was barely aware of time passing until the train began to slow, and his neighbour tucked her book away and put her coat on. "Have a lovely Christmas," she said. "You too." "I'll send your friend down to get the seat before the next lot of passengers get on." He watched her walk carefully down the aisle and exchange a few words with Zack. Zack lifted a case down for her before making his way back to claim the seat. Rudy quickly took out his headphones, not wanting to seem unwilling to make conversation. "Hey," he said as Zack sat. "Hey. God, that's better." Zack stretched out his legs. It was like being in a cattle truck over there. The dude in front of me definitely needed more deodorant, and he kept treading on my toes. Rudy snorted. "Lovely." There was a silence. Rudy scrambled around for something else to say, but Zack beat him to it. "So, tell me about your family again. I know you told me their names the other night, but I didn't take it all in. Do you have any photos of them on your phone? Then I can get a head start at remembering their names." "Yes, good idea." Rudy unlocked his phone and started to scroll, relieved to have a focus. "So, my mum's called Rose, and my dad's Jack. This is what they look like." He showed Zack a photo of them smiling in the sunshine on a walk they'd taken during one of Rudy's previous visits home earlier that year. His mum's curly, greying blonde hair was windblown, and his dad's bald head was covered with a flat cap. "Cool. Your dad's kind of a hipster." Rudy laughed in surprise. He hadn't thought of his dad like that before, and tried to imagine what he looked like through Zack's eyes. "I'm not sure I can see it myself." "With that beard?" "Yeah." "I guess." The beard was a newish addition. Rudy supposed that in combination with the tweed cap it did make him look pretty rakish. He scrolled through until he found his brothers. "This is Sid. He's the moody teen, and the little one is Jamie." Sid was glaring at the camera as though it had personally offended him, while Jamie was giving a huge cheesy grin. The contrast had amused Rudy at the time. "Jamie's hair is awesome," Zach remarked. It was white blonde, thick, and poker straight, totally unlike Rudy's light brown mop. "Yeah, he gets the colour from my mum, but didn't get her curls. Okay, let me go back a bit further and find one of my sister." He scrolled more. "This is Natalie. She's a couple of years older than me. Her fiancé, Raj, is going to be there too, but I don't have a photo of him." "She looks like you." "Yeah?" Rudy supposed they were quite alike. Natalie was pretty, though. Everyone thought so. Rudy was just boring looking. Maybe their genetics were more suited to women than men. "I guess." "She has your mouth." Rudy flushed hot from his scalp to his toes, remembering Zach's words from the other night. "You have beautiful lips." He shifted in his seat. "Yeah?" he said again, and his voice squeaked like a pubescent boy's. Zach cleared his throat. "Definitely." His voice was rough, and when Rudy stole a sideways glance, Zach was blushing too. Zach changed the subject quickly. "So, is that everyone? I think I can remember the names so far." He checked them off on his fingers. "Rose, Jack, Sid, Jamie, Natalie, and... don't tell me... Raj?" "Yes, well done," Rudy grinned. "Then there's also my aunt, Ro. She lives with Mum and Dad now, and Grandad will be there too. He lives quite close by, but will be staying for a couple of nights so that nobody has to drive him anywhere. His name's Alan." Zach went through the names again, finishing with the new ones. "Alan and... Ro?" "Short for Rowena, but nobody ever calls her that." "So, that's 10 people staying in your parents' house for Christmas? Wow, they must have a big place." "It is pretty big, but it'll be cramped. We'll have to share a room. I hope that's okay?" It occurred to Rudy that perhaps he should have made that clear before. "I'll cope," Zach deadpanned, but when Rudy glanced at him, he grinned. "Seriously, it's fine." The note of the train's engines changed, and Rudy felt the drag as it began to slow. "This is us," he said. His heart suddenly pounded at the thought of introducing Zach to his family. Even though he and Zach were nothing more than colleagues, he really wanted him to like his family and for them to like Zach. They got up, relinquishing their seats to a couple of grateful standing passengers. It took a while to rescue their luggage from the crammed luggage rack, and by the time Zach had his bag and Rudy had his case, the train was pulling into the station. They spilled out onto the platform when the doors opened, carried along towards the exit by the flow of hurrying people. "Rudy, over here." Sid was standing next to their mum's silver Ford Fiesta, waving. Rudy approached him with a grin. "Look at you! Congrats on passing your test." He pulled his brother into a hug. "Thanks, bro." Sid thumped him on the back. His smile was huge when he pulled back. "First time as well, unlike some people." Yeah. It was a sore point that Rudy had failed twice before finally passing his driving test. Reverse parking was hard. "Sid, this is Zach." "Hi, man. Good to meet you." Sid offered Zach a hand to shake, and Rudy hid his smile. It was weird seeing his little brother being all grown up and confident. It didn't seem like so long ago that Sid was an awkward, emo teen who hid behind his hair and communicated only in the form of grunts. "Hi," Zach replied. Sid opened his car boot so they could put their bags in. Then Zach got in the back, so Rudy took the passenger seat beside his brother. "Are you sure this is safe?" Rudy teased. "Totally sure." Sid started the engine. "It's not like this thing has enough power for me to get too fast anyway. And honestly, I'm really careful. One of the blokes in my year at school ended up wrapping his car around a tree the week after he passed his test. He was in hospital for a week with concussion, and the car was a write-off. I'm not in a hurry to follow his example." "Glad to hear it." As Sid drove out of town and joined the winding country road that led towards home, Rudy had to admit that he was a good driver. He slowed down for every bend and didn't get fazed when they met a bus coming in the other direction along a rather narrow bit of road, and Sid had to reverse into a passing place.
"Nice work," Rudy said. "Yeah, you get plenty of practice at reversing in these parts. A bit different to driving in a city, I imagine."
I wouldn't know. Rudy hadn't bothered buying a car after graduation. Living in Bristol, he was able to walk to work or use public transport, so it seemed like a waste of money. It was about 20 minutes from the station to Rudy's family home. His nerves ratcheted up again as they got closer. Zack was silent in the back, and Rudy felt shy about trying to engage him in conversation with Sid there. Sid was too busy concentrating on driving to chat much. Rudy looked out of the window at the familiar countryside. He liked living in the city, but he loved coming home to the green fields and wooded valleys. It was particularly beautiful today, the winter afternoon sun low in the sky.
"Here we are,"
Rudy said, as they finally turned into the drive that led away from the road. The farmhouse was set back a little behind a row of trees. The car bumped and jolted over the uneven track before, with a crunch of tyres, it finally came to a halt on the gravel drive.
"Thanks, Sid,"
Rudy said.
"You're welcome."
As they got out of the car, the sound of barking came from the house. The front door opened, and Rudy's mum hurried out with a smile on her face and a smudge of flour on her nose. Churchill, the family's black lab, burst past her, wagging his tail so hard that his entire hindquarters were swaying. Churchill got to Rudy first and jumped up, his face an expression of doggy delight as he tried to lick Rudy's face. Rudy crouched to pet him, encouraging him to get all 4 feet back on the ground.
"There we go. Good boy. I missed you too."
"Stop hogging him, Churchill," Rudy's mum said. "I want to hug my son." Rudy straightened up and blinked at his mother. She was wearing an apron featuring the thighs and torso of a muscular man clad only in hot pink briefs, with real tassels attached to his nipples that moved as she did. Rudy's gaze dropped to the tassels, and he shook his head in disbelief. She approached him, arms outstretched.
"Darling, it's so lovely to see you. Jesus Christ, why can't my family be normal? Mum, what the hell are you wearing?"
His words were muffled as she drew him into a huge hug. Zack made a weird, snorting sound, then covered it with a cough.
"Oh, this!" she laughed. "It was a Secret Santa gift at the office do, and then someone hid my usual one, so I had to wear it. I suspect Jamie is the culprit."
Rudy disengaged himself from the hug, his cheeks pink, as he turned to Zack.
"Mum, this is Zack. Zack, this is my mother, Rose." "Zack!" She took his hand, beaming. "It's so lovely to meet you."
Zack returned her smile and valiantly kept his gaze up.
"You too, Rose. Thank you for letting me visit." "Oh, it's fine. It's so nice that Rudy has someone he wanted to bring home."
Rudy felt a jolt of unease at her choice of words, but she carried on, speaking to Sid before Rudy had time to work out what she meant.
"Oh, Sid, before I forget, will you be okay to go and fetch Grandad later too? He's coming for dinner, so could you pick him up around 5?
"Sure." Sid jingled the car keys.
"Always happy to do more driving."
"Thanks, dear." To Rudy and Zack she said,
"Come on in then, you two. I'll put the kettle on, and I have a batch of mince pies just cooling, so they'll be perfect in about 10 minutes. Rudy, why don't you show Zack up to your room, then come to the kitchen to meet everyone else? Would you prefer tea or coffee?"
"Tea, please, Mum." "Yes, tea would be great, thanks," Zack said. Churchill had turned his attention to Zack, sniffing his crotch with great interest. Lucky dog. Rudy wished it were socially acceptable for him to try that. They got their bags out of the car, and Rudy led Zack up the creaky stairs to the house.
"Careful, some of the steps are a bit uneven."
"How old is this house?" Zack asked.
"The main part is about 350 years old, but the annex was added in Victorian times. That's where Ro lives."
"It's very cool."
"Yeah, I guess it is," Rudy shrugged. "I suppose I take it for granted because I was brought up here. Okay, this is my room."
The door was ajar. He pushed it open, and it made the exact same squeak it had done all his life, no matter how many times they oiled the hinges.
"Oh!"
Rudy blinked in surprise. Where he'd expected to see a camp bed made up, there was empty space instead, just the oak floorboards covered with the threadbare rug that had been there since his childhood. His bed, a double, was made up. Someone, his mum presumably, had left 2 sets of towels on it. Rudy put his case down and turned to Zack.
This is awkward. I thought they'd have set up the camp bed for me."
He thought back to his mum's comment about it being so nice that Rudy had someone he wanted to bring home. Surely he'd made it clear that Zack was just a friend?
"I can ask Mum where it is, and we can set it up later."
Zack shrugged. "I don't mind, unless you do. I don't want to cause any extra hassle for your family. It won't be the first time we've shared a bed, after all."
Rudy groaned. "Don't remind me. I'm still embarrassed about that night."
"Seriously, though, this is fine."
"Okay."
Rudy still felt uneasy. He needed to try and speak to his mum alone as soon as possible, to make sure she hadn't got the wrong idea about Zack and him. Chapter 7. Zack watched the flush in Rudy's cheeks subside slowly as they unpacked their bags into some empty drawers and hung up their shirts and trousers in the wardrobe. Sharing a bed with Rudy wasn't ideal. Zack would have preferred his own bed, but they'd manage. At least he already knew Rudy didn't snore and wasn't a flailer. Rudy gave a small smile.
"Are you ready to head back down? Meet some of the clan?"
Zack felt a flare of anxiety at meeting more of Rudy's family, but Sid and Rose had been nice so far.
"Sure."
He followed Rudy back downstairs. He couldn't believe Rudy had grown up in a place like this. Zack remembered going to a museum on a school trip once, where they had lots of old buildings that had been dismantled, moved and rebuilt on the site. Rudy's house was like one of those buildings. It had an actual honest-to-God thatched roof, and was all uneven floors, low beams, and weird little nooks and crannies. It was seriously cool. They followed the sound of conversation and laughter to the back of the house, and down a step into a large kitchen with a flagstone floor, where lots of people sat around a sturdy wooden table. A ginger tabby sat on the windowsill, and a black and white cat lay curled up on a cat bed on the floor next to the Aga. This place was like the stuff of all Zack's lonely childhood fantasies. He pasted a nervous smile onto his face, ready for more introductions.
"Hello, boys,"
Rose greeted them cheerily.
"Come and sit down. The tea's brewed, and the mince pies are cool enough now."
Rudy offered a chair to Zack, and took the one beside him.
"So, everyone, this is Zack."
There was a chorus of highs and hellos.
"Zack, this is my dad, Jack."
Jack stood up and leaned over the table to offer Zack a firm handshake.
"And Jamie."
The blonde boy from the photo gave a shy nod.
"And Ro."
Ro had dyed red hair and dangly earrings shaped like crescent moons. She gave Zack a warm smile, but didn't get up to shake. Zack noticed crutches leaning against the arm of the chair.
"Hi, Zack. Good to meet you."
"You too." Maybe Zack was paranoid, but he felt as though everyone at the table was assessing him. He wondered what their first impressions were, and hoped he measured up. A touch against his leg made him jump, and look down to see Churchill, gazing hopefully up at him.
"He's scrounging,"
Rudy said.
"Push him away if you don't want him bothering you."
"No, it's fine," Zack smiled, and stroked the sleek black head. Churchill huffed and sat down with his head on Zack's thigh. Introductions over, tea and coffee were poured, and plates were distributed. Rose brought a tray to the table, piled high with mince pies. The scent of pastry and spiced fruit made Zack's mouth water. He accepted a mince pie when it was offered, and, conscious of his table manners, ignored Churchill's mournful gaze and bit into the pie, carefully making sure he didn't drop crumbs everywhere. He needn't have worried. Sid ate his mince pie whole, cheeks bulging and flakes of pastry drifting onto his chin.
"Sid," his mother said reproachfully.
"What?" Sid grabbed a second pie.
"You shouldn't make them so delicious, and so that when you eat them whole, you get the perfect pastry to mincemeat ratio in every mouthful."
Zack's gaze dropped to Rose's apron again. He wondered whether she'd forgotten she was still wearing it. The tassels were rather distracting. He hid a smile behind the chipped, rose-patterned mug and took a sip of tea. Rudy's family were unexpected. Not that Zack had known what to expect, really, but he certainly hadn't expected male stripper aprons. "What time are Natalie and Raj getting here?" Rudy asked. Jack took another mince pie. "I'm not sure. She had to work this morning, but they said they'd be here in time for dinner." The conversation buzzed around the table. Roe asked Rudy about his job, and Rudy got carried away talking about the work they were doing at Rainbow Futures. Zack had never seen him so animated and confident. In the workplace, Rudy was one of the quietest of their colleagues, rarely offering opinions unless he was asked to, and in meetings he tended to keep his head down and take notes. With his family, though, he was much more forthcoming and passionate. "I'm just happy to be doing something that makes a difference, you know?" he was saying. "It's a great place to work, and it's easy to stay motivated when it feels like you're doing something that matters." He waved a hand for emphasis, and his blue eyes were intense. Zack felt a jolt of attraction. He liked this version of Rudy. Just then, as though he could hear Zack's thoughts, Rudy caught his gaze and flushed. Their eyes locked for a moment. Rudy's face gave him away. He was an open book, and incapable of hiding his interest. Zack knew that Rudy was his for the taking if he so much as crooked a finger. That knowledge made him excited and nervous at once. While sleeping together, it would be tempting to act on this mutual attraction, but that wouldn't be fair on Rudy. Not when his crush was so obvious and Zack would only be in it for a hookup. When they'd finished with the mince pies, Jamie disappeared off somewhere and Sid made his excuses too. "He's probably off to FaceTime with his girlfriend again," Rose said, with an indulgent smile. "First love, it's so sweet. They've been inseparable for weeks now." Her gaze flicked over to Rudy, but Rudy kept his head down. "So, you two know each other from work, then?" Jack asked, addressing Zack. Yeah." Zack cleared his throat. "Yes, I started there about a month ago." Rose smiled. "That's nice. There's nothing like a good office romance." Zack flushed in confusion, unsure how to respond. What had Rudy told them exactly? He glanced sideways at him for help, but Rudy was tracing his finger along a scratch on the worn tabletop and studiously avoiding his gaze. "I'm writing one of those at the moment," Rose said. Zack took the chance to change the subject. "You're an author?" "Yes," she smiled. "Well, I'm working on it. I still think of myself as a writer rather than an author because I haven't had anything published yet." "Of course you're an author. She's got a contract," Rose chipped in. "Your first book's out in March, isn't it, Ro?" "That's brilliant. Congratulations," Zack said. "Thanks." There was an awkward pause, interrupted when Churchill came out from under the table and stretched. "He needs to go out," Rose said. "He hasn't had a decent walk today." "Shall I take him?" Rudy offered. He gave Zack a tentative smile. "I could show you around, and I haven't even shown you the house yet." "Yeah, that sounds good." "Okay, thanks, love." Rose beamed at them both. "That will be great." They went back upstairs to put on some extra layers, and on the way, Rudy gave Zack a quick tour of the house. Downstairs, there was a large living room with a huge old stone fireplace, a rather drafty dining room, and a room that Rudy called the study. It looked more like a library to Zack, with bookshelves lining every wall. There were 2 desks, one immaculate, with a single neat pile of books and a pot of pens, the other covered with teetering piles of papers and assorted books with a myriad of post-its sticking out of their pages. "Who's the neat freak and who's the one who prefers chaos?" Zack asked, amused. Rudy chuckled. "My dad's the neat freak, and don't let Mum hear you call it chaos. She claims there's a very definite system. It seems to work for her as long as nobody tries to tidy it up." The last room downstairs was a bathroom that didn't look as if it had been decorated in 50 years, with a large bathtub, a wash basin, and a toilet. "The upstairs bathroom is a shower," Rudy said, "and it's a bit more modern. This one is really cold in the winter, especially the floor." Zack looked down at the terracotta tiles and shivered as he imagined them on his bare feet. It wasn't warm in here. As Rudy had warned him, the house was generally chilly apart from the kitchen and the living room. Upstairs in Rudy's room, they put on extra layers, along with hats and gloves. By the time they got back down, Churchill was waiting for them at the bottom of the stairs, with an expectant look on his face.
"He knows," Zack grinned.
"He always knows. Come on then, Churchy. Walkies!"
"No lead.
He's a good boy. He doesn't need one as long as we stay away from the road. He might bugger off for a bit if he smells a rabbit, but he'll come back when I call." They let themselves out of the front door and crunched across the gravel drive. Churchill led the way along a wall that must enclose the back garden. He seemed very sure of where they were going. It was almost 4 o'clock, and the sky was dimming fast, now the sun had dropped below the horizon. The chill in the air intensified. "I think there's going to be frost tonight." Rudy's breath made a cloud of vapour as he spoke.
"I wish it would snow," Zack said wistfully. "I'd love a proper white Christmas, out here in the countryside. It would be amazing."
"It's beautiful, sure, but we could be stuck for days if there is more than an inch of snow. The roads are bad around here if it drifts, and they don't get gritted until you get to the main road, 5 miles away."
Zack could think of worse things than being stuck in such idyllic surroundings. Hills rolled gently in the distance, and the only sound was the last bird-song of the day before night fell. Although it might be uncomfortable to be stuck with Rudy and his family for so long, they seemed nice so far, though. The path led to a gate, which creaked as Rudy opened it. Churchill took off at a run into what looked like an orchard. The grass was thick and wet underfoot, soaking through Zack's trainers. Rows of trees stretched ahead of them, looking almost magical in the twilight, a motley selection of shapes and sizes, with bare, twisting branches silhouetted starkly against the deepening blue of the sky.
"What sort of trees are they?" Zack asked. "Apples, mostly. There's a damson somewhere, and a couple of pear trees, but the rest are apples. Mainly cider apples, plus a couple of eaters and cookers."
"Do you actually make cider with them?"
"Yeah, well, sort of. My mum and dad will sell them to a farm down the road that makes the cider. We get to have a few gallons back as part of the deal."
Silence fell between them as they wended their way between the trees. Churchill ran ahead, sniffing and wagging, peeing on as many things as he could manage. A question was forming in Zack's mind. He felt weird about asking, but he needed to know.
"Rudy?"
Something in Zack's tone made Rudy stop and look at him inquiringly.
"Yeah?"
"Your mum said something earlier that made me wonder. Did they think we're a couple?"
Rudy ducked his head and scuffed a foot in the long grass. "I'm honestly not sure, but I think maybe they do. I promise I didn't say anything to make them think that. I reckon Mum has just jumped to the wrong conclusion. I'll talk to her later and make it clear we're just friends."
Just friends? Was that what they were? A few days ago, they weren't even that, but already Zack felt a tug of affection for Rudy, and that kiss the other night had been more than just friendly. He stared at Rudy in the twilight, his cheeks pink from the cold, and probably embarrassment, his gaze open and honest. The urge to kiss him again hit Zack like a thump in the chest, but he resisted. He didn't want to make things complicated. "Okay," he said. Rudy's shoulders slumped a little. He turned and started walking again. Zack fell into step beside him, his thoughts tangled and confused. He was drawn to Rudy in a way that made him uneasy. He suspected that if he gave in to the desire that crackled between them, it would be difficult to keep his emotions out of the equation. He didn't want to feel like this. Wanting things only led to disappointments, because people always let you down. Chapter 8. When they got back to the house, Natalie and Raj had just arrived, so it was all noisy chaos and hugs and kisses. Rudy's mum introduced Zack as Rudy's friend, with a definite emphasis on the word that backed up Rudy's suspicions that she'd put 2 and 2 together and made 5. Or 500, knowing her.
"Hi, Rudy."
Natalie gave him a huge hug, then shook Zack's hand and smiled.
"You must be Zack. Hello."
Raj shook her hands. "Good to meet you, Zack." Rose looked at her watch.
"Oh, Sid, don't forget you need to go and get Grandad soon. He's expecting you at 5.
"Okay." Sid picked up the car keys from the plate on the hall table and shrugged into his coat.
"I'll go now."
Natalie and Raj, take your stuff up to Natalie's room, and I'll go and put the kettle on. Tea? Coffee?
Tea, please, Natalie said, and Raj nodded his agreement.
Jamie, please can you go and put more wood on the fire in the living room? I'll bring the tea through and some more mince pies.
Rose bustled off.
Do you need any help with your bags? Rudy asked Natalie. Yes, maybe. I've overpacked as usual, haven't I, darling?
She grinned at Raj, who smiled back. Just a tad. Rudy and Zack helped Natalie and Raj carry their bags upstairs, and then they all went back down to the sitting room. Jamie had a roaring fire going. The faint smell of wood smoke, along with the sight of the Christmas tree dressed in the same decorations from his childhood Christmases, gave Rudy a fierce pang of nostalgia. Fairy lights hung over the stone mantelpiece, and someone, probably his dad, had cut holly branches and strands of ivy and draped them over the tops of the pictures on the walls. It was haphazard and beautiful, and Rudy was so glad to be home, with all the people he loved best in the world. A warm glow of happiness spread through him. He glanced at Zack, who'd taken a seat next to Natalie, and was already deep in conversation. Nat was a people person and had a knack for making others relax. Zack smiled as Rudy watched him, and a surge of something wistful tempered Rudy's contentment. If only. He didn't let himself completely form the thought. It was dangerous to wish for things. Everyone knew that wishes never came true. I'll go and see if Mum needs any help. Rudy slipped out of the room, hoping to catch her alone. He was in luck. She was pouring water into the teapot when he came in. She looked up and smiled. Hello, darling. Can you get the mince pies out of the top of the Aga? They should have warmed through by now. Rudy put the oven gloves on and lifted out the tray of pies. Mum, about me and Zack. He hesitated, trying to find the right words. Oh, he's lovely, she gushed. It's so nice to see you with such a charming young man. The way you look at him, well, I know you hate it when I use words like cute and adorable, so I won't, but you make it very difficult not to. Rudy flushed to the tips of his ears, unable to form a coherent sentence. Sorry to embarrass you, darling, but it's lovely to meet a boyfriend of yours at last. I was thrilled when you asked if you could bring him home. I've always worried about you, you know. You never seemed to show any interest in dating anyone, and I hated to think of you being lonely. I'm just so glad you have someone now. Are you happy? Rudy opened his mouth, but nothing came out. A thick wave of discomfort wiped out the happiness he'd felt just minutes before. Yes, he finally croaked. Yes, he's great. The lie clogged his throat, but his mum didn't seem to notice, as she set out mugs and sugar and the milk jug on a tray. Can you carry this through, dear? It's heavy. I'll bring the mince pies and come back for the Christmas cake. When Rudy walked back into the living room, bearing the tray, he couldn't meet Zack's eyes. What the fuck did I just do? He wanted to turn back time and start that conversation with his mother again, but it was too late. Why the hell had he done that? And what the fuck was he going to do now? Perhaps if he kept quiet about it, Zack would think he'd spoken to his mum and fixed her misconception, rather than ending up doing the precise opposite. Rudy took the tea someone passed him and wrapped his hands around the mug. The warmth seeped into his palms. Yeah, maybe Zack didn't need to know. And it didn't really matter if people had the wrong idea, did it? He sat beside Jamie, watching over his shoulder as he played on his DS. It was a good distraction, and by the time Sid arrived home with Grandad, Rudy was feeling a little calmer. Dad! Rudy's mum got up to greet Grandad. She hugged and kissed him before everyone else took their turn. Grandad gave Rudy a firm hug. Considering how tiny and frail he looked these days, his hugs still packed some fierce affection. Good to see you, Rudy. Grandad patted his shoulder when he released him. They'd always been close when Rudy was small. Grandad had taught him to play chess and backgammon, and they used to do jigsaws together. Mum had Zack's arm and was guiding him forward. Dad, this is Zack, Rudy's boyfriend. She beamed. Zack, this is my dad, Alan. To his credit, Zack didn't flinch. He gave a smooth smile and shook Grandad's hand. Alan, he nodded. Good to meet you. Grandad took Zack's hand in both of his and patted it. His eyes were bright, as he glanced at Rudy.
"Zack, how lovely to meet you. Welcome to the family."
Rudy's cheeks flamed, and he hung his head. Was it possible to burn to a crisp from embarrassment? Maybe that was what caused the alleged cases of spontaneous human combustion that perpetuated on the internet. Death by mortification. After they'd got Grandad installed in an armchair, and everyone sat back down, Rudy avoided Zack's gaze. He sat in misery, cursing himself and his stupidity. Rudy finally got to talk to Zack alone again when they went upstairs to change before the evening meal. The family didn't dress formally for dinner, but Rudy wanted to put a shirt on instead of his t-shirt and hoodie. When he made his excuses, Zack came too.
"Fuck, I'm really sorry about my mum,"
Rudy said as soon as they shut the door. He sat on the edge of the bed and stroked Hardy, the ginger tabby, who was curled up on top of the duvet.
"I tried to explain it to her, honestly."
Zack raised a disbelieving eyebrow.
"It's not that hard to explain. We're just friends, would have fixed it, or actually, he's not my boyfriend."
He folded his arms and waited. Rudy sighed unhappily. Hardy stretched and purred under his hand, oblivious to his misery.
"I was going to tell her, but then she started saying how lovely you are and how happy she was to see me with someone. She's just so delighted because she thinks I've got a boyfriend at last, and I didn't want to disappoint her, especially not at Christmas."
He stroked Hardy again, watching the movement of his hand rather than facing Zack.
"You've never had a boyfriend before?"
Zack sounded surprised.
"No."
Rudy cringed.
God, he was pathetic. "I know it's ridiculous. I mean, I'm 24 years old, but I'm shy and crap at flirting, and when I have crushes on guys, they never like me back." "You weren't bad at flirting once you got some tequila inside you the other night."
Rudy looked up to see Zack's lips curved in a smile. A little flicker of relief sparked in his stomach. Zack didn't seem too pissed off with him, thank God. He chuckled.
"Well, maybe, but I think we can both remember how well that evening ended up. It wasn't exactly what anyone would call a success."
He realized they'd gone off topic.
"But anyway, I'm totally sorry for not being honest with my mum. She just blindsided me with her gushing and I couldn't fess up. I'll try again later, I promise."
They stared at each other for a moment. Rudy stood pinned by Zack's dark gaze. A small frown marred Zack's brow, and he seemed to be thinking very hard about something. Finally he said,
"You don't have to."
"I don't have to what?"
"You don't have to tell her that we're not boyfriends, I mean."
Rudy swallowed, unsure where this was going. Hope lurched and fluttered like a flock of butterflies in his gut.
I don't understand."
"I don't mind if they think that. We can fake it for a couple of days if you want." Disappointment doused Rudy's hopes with the word fake.
Of course Zack wasn't really interested in him. He was an idiot for imagining he could be. "You mean pretend to be boyfriends?"
Zack shrugged.
"Yeah, I mean, it makes no difference to me what they think, and this way you can keep your mum happy and don't have to have an awkward conversation with her at Christmas." "I suppose, maybe?"
Rudy wasn't sure. The idea was tempting. It wasn't that Rudy's mum hassled him about dating, but occasionally she did ask him whether he was seeing anyone. He could always hear the disappointment in her tone when he told her no.
"I can just tell them we broke up in January. Then nobody will be any the wiser."
"Exactly."
"Are you sure, though? I don't get what's in it for you."
Zack shrugged nonchalantly.
"I don't want to disappoint your parents either. It's really nice of them to let me stay at such short notice. Now the misunderstanding has happened, I don't want to rock the boat. It won't be a hardship pretending we're boyfriends. You're cute, and it's not like we'll need to do much to fool them. We don't need to be all public displays of affection. You can just not deny it."
Rudy blushed at the compliment. Zack thought he was cute. He wasn't sure he felt comfortable lying to his family, but it wasn't really lying, was it? They'd assumed, and he simply wasn't going to correct them. Anything for a quiet life. Plus, he had kissed Zack, so it wasn't as though there was no interest there. If Zack had truly wanted to be Rudy's boyfriend, Rudy would jump at the chance to date him. It was a shame that being his pretend boyfriend was as far as Rudy was going to get. He squashed his disappointment. Things weren't all bad. Zack thought he was cute, and he was here for Christmas. And now Rudy's family wouldn't think he was a sad case who couldn't get a boyfriend.
"Okay, then," he said finally. "I won't bother to have that conversation with my mum. We'll let them carry on assuming."
Once they'd changed, they went back downstairs. The sound of conversation came from both the living room and the kitchen.
"Where do you want to go?" Rudy asked. "We can help in the kitchen or stay out of the way in the living room."
"I'm happy to help if there are things to do."
"There's always things to do. Mum's cooking tonight, and she isn't the most organised. She always appreciates extra hands."
Natalie, Raj and Ro were sitting at the kitchen table with glasses of wine in front of them. Raj was peeling carrots, and Natalie was chopping them. Rudy's mum was still wearing her bizarre male stripper apron. With a large glass of red wine in one hand, she was stirring a casserole with the other. The tassels on the apron guy jiggled disturbingly as she moved.
"Oh, hello, boys," she said as they came in. "Help yourselves to drinks, will you? There's red open on the side, and white and beer in the fridge." "What do you want, Zack?" Rudy asked.
"Beer, please." Rudy got beers for both of them. It was bottled, so he didn't bother to pour it into glasses.
"Here you go."
"Thanks." Zack took the proffered drink. Rudy went to look over his mum's shoulder. The stuff in the casserole smelled great.
"Is there anything we can do, Mum? Open the oven door for me, so I can put this back in. It needs another hour. Then there are potatoes to peel."
Rudy stooped, opened the oven door, and blinked against the blast of dry heat from inside. Once the casserole was in, his mum got out a huge bag of potatoes and put them on the kitchen table, along with some peelers.
"There you go. That should keep you busy."
Rudy and Zack sat at the table and got to work. Ro picked up a peeler and helped too. Occasionally, Zack's knee nudged Rudy's under the table, and once or twice their hands brushed as they reached for potatoes. Every time they touched, it gave Rudy a little thrill. Dinner was a noisy, chaotic affair, as Rudy's family dinners always were. They squeezed around the kitchen table, which was just long enough to seat all 10 of them. Rudy happily squashed in next to Zack, with a table leg positioned so that he had no option but to have his thigh pressed against Zack's.
"Mum, haven't you forgotten something?"
Natalie asked, eyeing the jiggling nipple tassels on the apron as their mum sat down.
"Oh, I always forget that. Sorry."
She undid it and balled it up, tossing it onto the kitchen surface behind her. The meal was a hearty lamb casserole with mashed potato, veg, and crusty bread. Everything was laid out on the table, and people helped themselves or passed their plates along for the things they couldn't reach. Everyone was drinking wine with the meal, apart from Jamie, and the noise levels went up exponentially as more was consumed. Zack was quieter than the rest, replying when spoken to, but not volunteering much. His presence beside Rudy felt good. It was easy to imagine Zack was his boyfriend, and Rudy wished it was actually true. By the time the first course was over, the faces around the table were flushed and smiling. Everyone helped with stacking plates and clearing away.
"Natalie, can you get the trifle?" Rose asked. "It's in the fridge in the utility room. Your dad made it yesterday."
Natalie came back, bearing a giant bowl. Jack's trifle was legendary, mainly because the ingredients included ridiculous amounts of sherry.
"Mum, did you know there's a bunch of mistletoe on the side through there? Is that supposed to be up somewhere?" "Oh, of course. I only bought it this morning and totally forgot. Jack, can you put it up now? Over the archway, as always."
"Of course, dear." Jack got up and came back with the mistletoe and some string. The cooking area of the kitchen was separated from the eating part by an open-plan archway. Someone had already hung up fairy lights and pinned strands of ivy to decorate it, but the hook in the middle was bare, and that was where Jack strung up the mistletoe, in pride of place. It had a red ribbon tied around the stems, and was beautiful, all pale green leaves and glossy white berries.
"Come on, then."
Jack waited, hands on hips, as he closed his eyes and pursed his lips. Rose laughed and hurried over. She took his face in her hands and planted a kiss on his lips. When she tried to draw back, Jack grabbed her and kissed her more thoroughly.
"Merry Christmas, darling," he said, when he finally let go of Rose, who was flushed and giggling. They all passed their bowls along so Jack could help them to trifle. What he lacked in presentation, he made up for in portion size. "I hope you like trifle," Rudy grinned as he put a bowl in front of Zack. "I love it," Zack assured him. "I've never had it homemade before, though. Only the supermarket version." Rose gasped. "Oh, that's just not the same at all. For a start, they use jelly rather than real raspberries." "I thought trifle was supposed to have jelly in it," Raj asked. There was a chorus of groans and laughter from around the table. "Don't get him started," Natalie said. "My family can argue for hours about the perfect trifle recipe. Just know that in this family, trifle definitely doesn't contain jelly. Now, dig in." Zack took a spoonful. The sound of appreciation he made had Rudy squirming in his chair. "Wow! Jelly or no jelly, this is amazing." It was the first time Zack had said anything so confidently to the table as a whole. "Well, thank you." Jack raised his glass to Zack and gave him a warm smile. "Just telling the truth." Zack spooned up another dollop. Rudy couldn't help watching the bob of Zack's throat as he swallowed. He dragged his gaze away and saw Natalie grinning at him knowingly. Cheeks flushing, Rudy turned his attention back to his own dessert. When they'd finished eating, the younger generation took charge of clearing up, led by Natalie. She dispatched Rose and Jack, now off duty because they'd cooked, to the living room with more wine, along with Grandad and Ro. While they were carrying things back and forth from table to dishwasher, Natalie caught Raj under the mistletoe and kissed him, winding her arms around his neck, till he lifted her off her feet and spun her around. Sid wolf-whistled, and Jamie shouted, "Get a room!" Natalie laughed. "We've got one, but it's a bit early to go to bed." To Raj, she said, "You can put me down now." She untangled herself from him and went back to tidying up. Once the kitchen was neat, they took their drinks and went to join the others. As Zack and Rudy passed under the archway, Natalie clapped her hands. "Give him a kiss, Rudy. It's bad luck if you don't." Rudy froze. He looked up at the mistletoe, then back at his sister, who had her hands on her hips. "It's not bad luck if you don't kiss under mistletoe. You're making it up." "Whatever, it's tradition. Don't be a spoilsport." "Yeah, come on, Rudy," Zack said lightly. "Anyone would think you don't want to kiss me." Rudy stared into Zack's brown eyes and swallowed. He wanted to kiss him so badly, but he'd rather do it without all his siblings watching. But there was no way he could decline now. Stepping closer, he leaned in, planning on giving Zack a quick peck. But as their lips met, Zack brought his hand up and curled it around Rudy's nape. The kiss was still chaste, but it was soft and sweet too. Zack held Rudy, keeping him there for a few endless seconds, while Rudy's heart fluttered against his ribs like a panicked bird. When Zack let him go, Rudy was sure his cheeks were as scarlet as the ribbon around the mistletoe. "Aw," said Natalie, and Sid whistled again. "You guys are all gross," Jamie said. "I don't get why people want to snog each other anyway." "You'll understand when puberty hits." Sid ruffled his little brother's hair. Jamie ducked away, making puking noises. "No, never. Gross, gross, gross. Now stop with all this kissing and let's go and play some games." "Games?" Zack asked as they crossed the hall to the living room. "Yeah, it's a Christmas Eve family tradition. Didn't Rudy warn you?" Natalie said. "No, he didn't." Zack frowned. "Sorry." Rudy grinned apologetically. "You'll be fine," Natalie said. "It won't be anything too awful. If Grandad's here, we won't play Cards Against Humanity, so that's something."
Chapter 9. "What sort of games?" Zack grabbed Rudy's arm, holding him back in the hallway as the others went into the living room.
"Oh, just stuff like Pictionary, maybe Give Us a Clue, and sometimes the kids play Murder in the Dark or Sardines or something."
Rudy looked sheepish.
"Don't worry, it's fun, honestly."
Zack huffed. It was hard to be annoyed with Rudy, though, and if the beer and wine had lowered Zack's inhibitions enough to kiss Rudy under the mistletoe, then he was sure he'd cope with whatever family games they had planned. His mind lingered on the kiss. Rudy was so damn sweet. The way he'd looked at Zack from under his lashes and blushed afterwards was way too appealing. Don't let things get complicated. Somehow, Zack kept hold of Rudy's arm as they walked into the living room, and he only realized he was doing it when Rose's gaze slid to where they were touching. She caught Zack's eye and gave him a small, private smile. Zack was flooded with mixed emotions. Happiness that she accepted him so easily, guilt that they were deceiving her. He let go of Rudy quickly, but took a seat beside him on one of the sofas. Jamie was kneeling on the floor, bouncing impatiently. "What are we going to play then? Anyone up for Twister?" "God, no!" Natalie groaned. "Not after dinner. Maybe tomorrow," she added, when Jamie's face fell. "Anyway, Ro and Grandad can't play Twister," Rose said. "What about give us a clue? We can all join in with that." "OK, I'll go and get paper and pens." Jamie scampered off. They organised themselves into 2 teams, and Rudy explained the rules to Zack. "You act out whatever's on the piece of paper. It will be a film, TV show, or book. Use your fingers to show how many words, then your fingers on your arm like this to show how many syllables in a word. You can break it up and use sounds like and stuff. Yeah?" "OK." Zack had played something similar at a party once, but it had been a while ago. When they started playing, Zack found that Rudy's family were very varied in their acting skills. Natalie and Sid were really good at it, but Jack kept repeating the same action over and over, and he got frustrated when people didn't understand what he was trying to do. He drew a circle in the air and then made a gesture that looked like rain falling. His team, which Rudy and Zack were part of, weren't getting anywhere. Sid suggested, "Try doing it a different way, Dad. Or is there a sounds like you can do?" Jack huffed and shook his head. "Time's up," Natalie said, as the timer on her phone chimed. "It was The Shining," Jack said, exasperated. "How did you not get that? I was doing The Sun." "Sorry, Dad," Rudy shrugged. When it was Zack's turn to act, his piece of paper said Moby Dick in handwriting that made him suspect Jamie. And Jamie was on the other team, so that wouldn't help their own team get it quickly. Zack tried to think of a way to act it out while avoiding the obvious and smutty option. "Ready, steady, go," Natalie said. Zack sighed and went through the actions for book, film, 2 words. He tried miming the action for the whole thing, but it was really hard to act like a giant whale. Lying on the floor and flopping around made everyone laugh, but it didn't really help. Then he got up and started miming harpoons and spears. He was a little hazy on whale hunting details. Jamie was pissing himself laughing, so Zack knew that at least one person knew exactly what he was doing. Finally, when time was running out, he rolled his eyes, did the action for 2nd word, and pointed at his groin. His entire team, including both of Rudy's parents, yelled, "Moby Dick!" and everyone fell about laughing. Rose laughed so much that tears leaked out of the corners of her eyes. She wiped them away. "Oh, Zack, bless you! Why on earth didn't you do that right from the start?" Zack shrugged and gave a sheepish smile. That was trying to be polite. He took his seat next to Rudy again. Rudy snorted. "I think you've seen enough of my family to realize that politeness is in short supply." "Yeah." Zack looked around the room at their grinning faces. "I guess so." As Raj took his turn, Zack and Rudy were sitting close. Rudy's proximity and the easy acceptance of his family made a dangerous swell of emotion rise in Zack's chest until it felt tight with wanting this to be real. Being Rudy's boyfriend would be fun, and being accepted by this weird, awesome family would be amazing. It made him wish for things he never normally let himself dream about. Zack wasn't used to letting himself like people. He didn't trust anyone. But there, in the noisy, good-natured chaos of Rudy's family on Christmas Eve, he wondered whether he should try something different. Perhaps it was time to let people in and give them a chance. Maybe he should give Rudy a chance. He glanced sidelong at him, and as though Rudy felt Zack's gaze on him, he turned and gave Zack a shy smile. On an impulse he didn't try to quell, Zack reached for Rudy's hand and took it. Rudy's eyes flew open in surprise, and his cheeks pinked, but he let Zack hold his hand and thread their fingers together. And when Zack squeezed, Rudy squeezed back. After that first casual touch, something shifted. Zack relaxed into his role of Rudy's boyfriend. Simmering tension built between them as they exchanged secret glances and touched each other in small ways. The press of a knee here, a brush of hands there, or a touch on the thigh as Rudy pushed himself up to take his turn in the game. When Rudy sat back down, Zack put his arm around him, because it was more comfortable that way on the crowded sofa. Natalie and Raj were sitting like that too. Nobody batted an eyelid at Zack and Rudy. Everyone was still drinking wine, albeit more slowly now, and the warm buzz of the alcohol flowed through Zack. It made him feel reckless and confident in a way he rarely was with other people. When the game was over, Jamie suggested they play sardines next. "Well, I'll duck out of that one," Rose said, tapping her crutches. "You don't want me stumbling around the house in the dark. It will end in tears." "I'll keep you company in here," Grandad said. "I'm too old for that, but the rest of you go ahead." Rose chuckled. "I'm pretty sure Jack and I are too old for that too, but we'll play anyway." "Awesome," Jamie beamed. "It's better with more people." "How do you play sardines?" Zack asked. "You've never played?" Jamie's face was aghast. "Sardines is brilliant. It's like hide and seek, only you have one person hiding and everyone else seeks. Then, when you find the person hiding, you hide with them. So you end up all squashed in together like a tin of sardines. And you do it in the dark, so all the lights will be off," Natalie added. "That should be interesting, given that I barely know my way around your house with the lights on," Raj said. "Nor does Zack." Rose waved her hands, as though such details didn't matter. "You'll manage." Jamie went to turn off all the lights, apart from the ones in the living room. He returned a few minutes later, out of breath and grinning. "Okay, we're ready. Bags I hide first. Give me a minute, then come and look." When the minute was up, they all left the light and warmth of the living room. When the door closed behind them, darkness folded around them like cool, black velvet. Zack blinked, waiting for his eyes to adjust as he listened to the sounds of the others moving away from him. "Oh my God, I can't see a thing," he said. The barest hint of shapes emerged, but the darkness was still thick. Out in the countryside, there were no street lamps, and this hallway had only one small window that let in a sliver of moonlight. "Here," Rudy's voice was close by. Warm fingers curled around Zack's hand. "Stick with me." Rudy led him to the stairs and whispered, "Let's try up. Most of the good hiding places are in the bedrooms." "Why are you whispering?" Zack squeezed Rudy's hand tighter. It was weirdly spooky as the stairs creaked under their feet. "I don't know, it just feels right." Zack tried to orient himself as they crept along the landing. They heard a few muffled thumps and giggles coming from other rooms, and then Rose apologizing loudly. "Oh God, I'm so sorry! Did I just tread on your foot?" "Yes," Raj replied, sounding a little pained, "but it's fine." Rudy led Zack into a bedroom and dropped to all fours to look under the bed. "Nope." He tried a wardrobe next. Zack's eyes had adjusted enough, but he could just see enough not to walk into any furniture. "This is Mum and Dad's room. Let's try their bathroom," Rudy whispered. Zack followed him and waited as he checked the corner by the shower. Still no luck. The next bedroom they tried was empty too, but in the third one there was a rustle and a giggle and a shh. "Ha!" Rudy tugged Zack towards the sound. The curtains drawn across the bay window bulged suspiciously. Rudy poked them, and someone squeaked. "Let us in," Rudy said. They burrowed behind the curtains, giggling and trying not to elbow the people already hiding there. "Who's still left to find us?" Jamie asked in a whisper. "Just Dad and Sid, I think," came Natalie's reply. "Shh! I hear someone coming," Rudy hissed. Zack held his breath as floorboards creaked. Rudy pressed closer to him, and Zack felt warm breath on his cheek, sweet from wine. Rudy's slim body felt good against him. Zach slipped an arm around him, and Rudy's breath stuttered. Then he yelped, "That's my arse!" It took Zach a moment to realize that Rudy was talking to the person on the other side of the curtain, rather than him. "Sorry," Jack's voice. "You guys are so loud. I could hear you from downstairs." That was Sid. "Well, you were still last," Jamie crowed. "Right, Nat found me first, so it's her turn to hide." They disentangled themselves and came out from behind the curtain while Natalie went off to find a hiding place. This time, Zach went off alone. His eyes had adjusted enough that he wouldn't kill himself falling downstairs or anything. He quickly realized part of the thrill of the game was creeping around alone in the dark. It was oddly spooky, feeling your way around unfamiliar places. Zach struck lucky in a built-in wardrobe in someone's bedroom, but he still jumped out of his skin when he touched a solid body rather than hanging clothes. "Natalie? Yes, you're first. Squeeze in and shut the door." Zach shuffled in next to her and pulled the door closed as best he could. It was still warm and slightly musty. The hangers rattled as he slid things along to make more space. Jamie found them next and crouched by Natalie's feet. Then came Sid. By the time Jack found them, they were running out of space. Zach was glad he wasn't claustrophobic, as body after body crammed into the small space. There was a lot of giggling now, and the last few people all arrived together, following the noise, and Zach breathed a sigh of relief as they stumbled out of the wardrobe in a tangle. "It's Zach's turn," Natalie said. She set the minute timer on her phone, and Zach hurried away. He crept down the stairs as quietly as he could, wanting to put some distance between himself and the people seeking. He didn't have a plan, but in the hallway, his hand touched a door handle, so he opened it. It was pitch black inside. A quick feel of the space told him it was a large walk-in cupboard used for storing coats and boots. He felt his way right into the back corner and pulled a coat over him, so he'd been even harder to find, and he settled in to wait. He waited for what felt like an age. The darkness was intense, and in the silence he could only hear the thud of his own pulse in his ears. Then the door handle rattled, and his heart beat faster, tension knotting his muscles as he waited to be discovered. Someone poked the coat covering him, and then poked harder. "Zach?" Zach let out the breath that he was holding at the sound of Rudy's voice. "Yeah." He grabbed Rudy's arm and tugged him into the corner. "The others are all still upstairs, I think." Rudy's whisper was right by his ear, warm and ticklish. It sent a thrill down Zach's spine that settled in a pool of heat in his groin. Impulsively, he slipped his arms around Rudy and held him close. Rudy was tense and uncertain at first, but then he relaxed into it. Zach drew his head back a little, wishing he could see Rudy's expression. Their noses bumped, and Rudy drew in a sharp breath. "Can I kiss you?" Zach whispered, pulse racing with the need for something, anything. Rudy's answer was a soft press of his mouth to Zach's. Zach parted his lips, and so did Rudy. Their tongues touched and sent a lightning jolt of desire arrowing down to Zach's groin. He tightened his grip on Rudy, moulding their bodies together as Rudy's thigh slipped between Zach's to give firm pressure on his rapidly hardening cock. The rattle of the door handle made them freeze. Zach held his breath as they stood like one statue, a modern version of Rodin's Kiss. He knew he should pull away, but if they were quiet, maybe they wouldn't be found. He didn't want the mood broken. Someone shuffled in quietly and patted a few of the coats, but then tripped on a shoe and cursed. It sounded like Raj. "No luck," Natalie whispered from out in the hallway. "Can't feel anyone." Rudy's lips curved into a smile against Zach's, and his body shook with silent laughter. The door closed, and Raj was gone. Alone once more, Zach kissed Rudy again, hard and demanding this time. Rudy responded enthusiastically, curling his fingers into Zach's shirt and fisting the material. He made a little whimper and ground against Zach's hip. Rudy was hard too, and the knowledge ramped Zach's arousal higher. He wanted to drop to his knees among the boots and shoes and swallow Rudy's cock until he choked on it. He wanted to make Rudy come down his throat right there in the darkness, where anyone could walk in. He rocked against Rudy's thigh and kissed him deeper, thrusting his tongue into Rudy's mouth and tangling a hand in his hair. They kissed until time had no meaning. Zach lost himself in it. The total darkness heightened his other senses. Rudy's scent and touch surrounded him. Rudy was all he could think about as the rest of the world receded. They were almost silent. Only the occasional gasp or wet sound of lips and tongue escaped. Then, without warning, Rudy stiffened, gave a little sob, and tensed as he arched and shuddered. "Fuck!" he gasped, trying to break away from Zach's embrace. "Oh, shit!" Zach captured his face in both hands, not letting him go. "Did you just come?" he whispered. He felt Rudy's nod as he muttered, "I'm sorry. Fuck. I'm so bad at this." "Shh." Zach kissed him again. "You're not. You're awesome, and that's so fucking hot." "Yeah, right. No, it is." Zach wasn't lying. His own cock was throbbing at the thought of Rudy coming in his pants. Honestly, it wouldn't take much to have him doing the same. "It's really hot, and so are you." "God, Rudy, feel how hard I am." Rudy reached down a tentative hand and cupped Zach through his jeans. "I'm wet too. I might not have come yet, but I'm really sticky, and that's all because of you." Just then, the door opened. Rudy whipped his hand away from Zach's dick as though it was on fire. They held their breath. "They must be in here," Sid said. "We've looked everywhere else." "Raj checked." "Well, I'm trying again. Maybe he was crouching down or something. It's easy to miss people with all the crap that's stored in here." They stood like statues as Sid came into the cupboard, systematically feeling around until his hand patted Zach on the shoulder. "Ha! I knew it! They are here!" "Stop yelling or everyone will find us," Rudy hissed. "Everyone else is in the hall anyway. It took so long that we all ended up back here because we'd nearly given up on you. We thought you'd sneaked off somewhere." Zach felt his cheeks flush, and heat was rolling off Rudy in waves. He was grateful for the musty smell in the cupboard. Hopefully it would mask any scent of sex. The hall light went on. "I'm done," Jack announced. "I need a cup of decaf to help me sober up, or I'll be drunk in charge of a turkey tomorrow morning." Zach blinked in the light and glanced at Rudy, whose lips were pink and his hair rumpled. Zach disentangled himself and dropped his gaze to the front of Rudy's jeans. Nothing was visible, thank God, but Rudy quickly tugged his shirt down anyway. Luckily, it was long enough to hide any evidence. Zach adjusted himself before turning to face the others. His cock was still rock hard despite the interruption. He wasn't sure whether that was better or worse than having pants full of jizz. Neither situation was ideal when they had to go back and look innocent around Rudy's family. A sudden, inappropriate bubble of laughter threatened to burst out of him, and he forced it down, biting his lip to suppress it. Bloody hell. This was proving to be an eventful Christmas so far. Definitely more fun than staying at home alone. Chapter 10. Rudy winced as his softening cock stuck to the inside of his underwear. "I'm just going for a pee." He excused himself and tried not to limp to the downstairs bathroom. He wiped up what he could with loo roll, grimacing at the mess, and washed his hands. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," he muttered as he stared at himself in the mirror. He splashed ice-cold water on his flushed cheeks and tried to breathe calmly to slow the pounding of his heart. Exhilaration mingled with residual embarrassment. God, he'd come in his pants like an overeager teen, but Zach hadn't minded. He'd even been turned on by it. Rudy's cock tingled again despite his recent release. Poor Zach must have blue balls. Once he'd calmed himself down, he went back into the living room where everyone else had congregated. There was a space next to Zack on the sofa, and Rudy took it, avoiding Zack's eyes as he sat. Jamie put another log on the fire. "Last one for tonight, I think, Jamie," Rose said. "We should let it burn down now." Rudy glanced at the antique wooden clock on the mantelpiece. If it was right, it was almost 11. Back in the warmth of the living room, heaviness rolled over him, making him yawn. Zack nudged him. "Tired?" "Yeah." Rudy gave an apologetic smile. "You too?" Zack nodded. "We might turn in soon," Rudy said to the room at large. Using "we" for him and Zack gave him a small thrill. They might not be boyfriends, but after what happened in the cupboard, they were definitely more than friends. Friends with benefits, perhaps? Whatever, Rudy would take what he could get. Sorry to be antisocial. He was tired, but more than that, he wanted to get Zack alone so they could talk about what just happened. "That's fine, dear. Go whenever you're ready. Have you got everything you need in your room? There are hot water bottles in the kitchen drawer if you need them." "Okay, thanks." Rudy stood and offered his hand to Zack. Zack took it without hesitation, and Rudy pulled him up. The warm connection of their palms and fingers simultaneously soothed Rudy's anxiety and gave him a small thrill of possession. Being able to touch Zack like this was amazing. "Do you want to use the bathroom first?" Rudy asked when they got upstairs. "I think your need is greater." Zack grinned. Rudy ducked his head, embarrassed. "Yeah." He picked up a towel and got a clean pair of boxers, a t-shirt, and pyjama bottoms, and escaped down the landing to the bathroom. He had a lightning-fast shower to deal with his sticky problem, and then brushed his teeth before going back to their room. When Rudy got back, Zack was sitting on the bed, scrolling on his phone. "It's all yours." Rudy put an extra blanket on the bed, and then got under the covers while Zack gathered what he needed and took his turn in the bathroom. Zack came back in sweatpants and a baggy old t-shirt. He flipped off the overhead light and got into bed beside Rudy. Rudy tensed, unsure what to do now. They should probably talk, but would Zack want to pick up where they'd left off? He felt bad that he'd come and Zack hadn't, but maybe Zack had jerked off in the bathroom. He might have got carried away in the heat of the moment earlier and not want to do anything else now. "I can hear you overthinking from here. Stop it." Zack rolled onto his side and put an arm across Rudy's stomach, sliding closer. "Is this okay?" "Yes." Rudy turned to face him, moving into his embrace. Zack kissed him slowly and deliberately, a soft dance of minty lips and the scratch of the day's stubble on their chins. The bed warmed around them as their breathing became ragged. "What do you want, Rudy?" Zack asked when he pulled away. Rudy frowned. "What, like, in general? Or now specifically?" Zack stroked Rudy's jaw with his fingertips, as if Rudy was something precious. "Let's start with now." Rudy felt his cheeks heat, but he held Zack's gaze as he replied in a husky whisper, "I want to suck your cock." Zack's pupils flared, and he licked his lips. "Sounds good to me." His voice came out as rough as Rudy's. Rudy hesitated, and then blurted, "You should probably know I'm not very experienced. I mean, I have done it before, but not very often, and I'm not sure I'm very good at it." Zack's face softened, and he slid a hand around the back of Rudy's neck and gripped it reassuringly. "It will be good, because you want to do it, and that's sexy. And I can tell you what I like." The thought of Zack telling him how to suck him off made Rudy's dick throb. "Yeah." It came out sounding breathless and eager. "Do that." "Okay, well, let's start by taking some clothes off. I'm not warm in here, but I think you sucking me will get me hot. Can we get naked? I want to see you." "I'm not very impressive." Rudy sat up and took off his shirt, trying not to cringe. "I don't have muscles like you do." "I like how you are," Zack assured him, and the way his hungry gaze moved over Rudy's chest and nipples reassured him that Zack was telling the truth. When they were both naked, Zack lay back on the bed, with Rudy kneeling over him. Rudy looked at Zack spread out and waiting for his hands and mouth. "I can't believe I get to have this." "Well, it is Christmas after all," Zack teased. Rudy chuckled. "Yeah,
Fuck, I feel like all my Christmases have come at once. I'm sure there's a pun there, but I'm too impatient to have my dick sucked to work it out. Come on, Rudy. Zack wrapped a hand around his dick and pumped it, putting on a show. I want your mouth. Rudy leaned down to kiss him first. He tried to make it dirty, keeping it slow, and Zack seemed into it. He was still jerking himself off, bumping Rudy's hard cock with his fist as he stroked. When Rudy finally left Zack's mouth, he licked and sucked his way down Zack's neck and over his chest. He stopped to give Zack's nipples some attention until Zack lost patience and growled, "Get on with it!" Zack put his hands on Rudy's head and guided him lower. Fuck, that was hot. Rudy went willingly. He paused with his lips barely an inch from Zack's cock and flicked his gaze up to Zack, waiting for instructions. "Lick me first. Make me wet," Zack said. Rudy obliged, flattening his tongue against Zack's shaft and licking him from the root to the tip with slow, dragging strokes. "Fuck, that's good," Zack gasped. "Suck me now. Just the tip, though." Rudy licked the head of Zack's cock. He dipped his tongue in the slit, catching Zack's pre-cum, and then closed his lips around him and sucked lightly. Zack threaded his fingers into Rudy's hair. "So good," he muttered. Rudy was glad he remembered to be quiet. With Zack's cock in his mouth, it was hard to keep in mind that they were in a house full of people. Rudy carried on sucking, just on the head of Zack's dick, until Zack seemed to remember that Rudy wanted instructions. "Harder," he said. "Take me deeper." Rudy did what Zack said, swallowing all of him, and making a little choked sound as Zack bumped the back of his throat. "Easy," Zack warned him. "Don't do it if it doesn't feel good for you too." "No," Rudy pulled off just long enough to reassure him. "I like it. Fuck my mouth." He took Zack deep again, one hand bracing himself on the bed, the other cupping and squeezing Zack's balls. Zack groaned. "Jesus, Rudy, you're killing me." He lifted his hips, pushing deeper. Rudy made encouraging sounds as Zack thrust into his throat. It felt so good being used like this, having Zack lose control. "Gotta come soon," Zack gasped, tugging on Rudy's hair. But Rudy just hummed and slid his fingers behind Zack's balls, pressing and stroking in a way that tipped Zack over the edge. Fuck! Zack's whole body tensed and bucked as he released into Rudy's willing throat. Rudy tried and failed to swallow, so he pulled off before he choked, replacing his mouth with his hand as he grinned down at Zack. "Better now?" "Much," Zack smiled. "Get up here." Rudy crawled over him for another kiss, wondering whether Zack could taste himself on Rudy's tongue. Zack reached for Rudy's cock, where it stood hard and eager, prodding Zack in the thigh. "You want to come again?" Yeah." Rudy was hardly going to say no to that. Zack chuckled. "I suppose that's a stupid question." He pushed Rudy onto his back and slid down the bed to return the favour with his mouth on Rudy's dick. Rudy watched him, trying not to be loud, but he couldn't stop the desperate little sounds that escaped. It was so fucking hot seeing Zack with his lips around his cock. Zack held him down with an arm across his hips, so he couldn't thrust, and he took his time, driving Rudy crazy, and then backing off just when he got close. "Zack, come on," Rudy whined. Zack pulled off. "Shh, someone will hear." "Fuck," Rudy whispered. "Sorry." Zack grinned and went back to sucking him while Rudy clamped his mouth shut and bit down on his lower lip, hard enough to hurt. When he finally came in a series of dizzying spurts, the only sound he made was the catch of his breath as his body tensed and shook. Zack swallowed around him and slid back up the bed, bringing the covers with him. He folded Rudy into his arms and held him until Rudy's breathing slowed and his heart rate returned to normal. Rudy didn't realize Zack had fallen asleep until he heard a scratching at the bedroom door. "That'll be one of the cats. Do you mind if I let it in?" There was no response,
Rudy lifted his head. Zach's eyes were closed, his lashes dark where they lay on his cheeks, his lips parted softly. Rudy felt a twist of something complicated in his chest. The scratching came again. Rudy knew it would keep him awake if he tried to ignore it. He disentangled himself from Zach and crept to the door, shivering in the chill outside the warm cocoon of the covers. It was not one cat, but two, Hardy and Hemingway. They jumped straight onto the bed and curled up at the foot. Rudy stood uncertainly, considering putting some clothes back on, but Zach was still naked, and might be embarrassed if he woke to find Rudy back in pyjamas. Decision made, he slid back under the duvet and blankets. Zach was warm, and so Rudy snuggled up against him. Zach stirred and rolled onto his side, but he didn't move away. Rudy turned off the light and spooned up behind him, with an arm around him. "We can talk in the morning." Blissfully warm, with two cats purring by his feet, and Zach in his arms, Rudy soon drifted into sleep. They must have slept like the dead, because the next thing Rudy knew, Jamie was pounding on his bedroom door. Rudy squinted. The clock on the dresser read 9 in the morning. Jamie yelled through the door, "Get up! Mum and Dad are making breakfast, and you need to put your presents under the tree for after." Ugh. Family tradition meant breakfast always came before the gift exchange, and Jamie still found it very hard to wait. Jamie opened the door and stuck his head around it. "Are you awake?" "Yes, sod off, Jamie. We'll be up soon. Just give us a few minutes. Jesus." Rudy clutched the covers, suddenly remembering they were both naked. Zach groaned and opened his eyes, sleepily wincing as Jamie turned on the overhead light. "There, that'll wake you up." "You little shit, turn it off!" Rudy yelled. But Jamie had already gone, slamming the door shut behind him. Rudy sat up, the covers pooling around his waist. The cat glared at him balefully, as though he were responsible for all the noise and brightness. He sighed. "We better get up, otherwise he'll be back." They obviously weren't going to get any time to talk about things now. "Yeah, okay." Zach sat up too. He yawned and stretched. They both got up and pulled their discarded sleep clothes back on. "Rudy?" Zach came to stand in front of him. "Happy Christmas, by the way." He leaned in and gave Rudy a soft kiss on the lips. "You too." Rudy smiled, uncertain, and wishing he knew what was going on in Zach's head. He didn't want to read too much into a kiss. "I need to get my presents." He turned away and busied himself with getting the bag of wrapped gifts to take downstairs. "Me too." There was a rustling as Zach got things out of his rucksack. They walked downstairs through the hallway, where there was a tantalizing smell of bacon drifting out of the kitchen, and into the living room, where the fire was burning and the Christmas tree lights were blazing. Jamie was there, sorting gifts into piles, his eyes bright with excitement. "Here you go." Rudy gave Jamie his bag. "Mine are for sharing with everyone in your family," Zach said, putting down his bag of gifts, "apart from this one for Rudy." Rudy caught his eyes and smiled. He was glad he'd got something for Zach, too. 2 things, actually, but one of them he didn't want Zach to open in front of his family, so it was still safely tucked away in his suitcase. "Breakfast's ready!" Jack's voice bellowed in the hallway. "Come and get it!" Rudy and Zach took their seats at the kitchen table as the rest of the family gradually gathered. The table held dishes containing bacon, scrambled eggs, beans, sausages, and mushrooms, along with a huge platter of buttered bread and toast. "This looks amazing," Zach said. "We don't do things by halves in this family," Zach grinned. "Help yourself." "Thanks." Zach dug in enthusiastically, and Rudy loaded his plate too. His parents made a great cooked breakfast, and Rudy knew from experience that Christmas lunch probably wouldn't be ready till around 2 in the afternoon, so it was worth filling up now. Sid was the last to appear, still yawning, and rumpled from sleep. He took the seat opposite Zach, and promptly let his head flop forward to rest on his folded arms. "Good morning, darling," Rose said brightly, then added to Zach in a mock whisper, "He's not a morning person." Sid grunted. As they ate, Rudy was constantly aware of Zack beside him. Their knees were touching, and once Zack put a hand lightly on Rudy's thigh to get his attention when he wanted him to pass the milk. That simple touch left Rudy's skin tingling. He was second-guessing everything. Was Zack trying to fake a relationship as they'd agreed? Or was this real after last night, and not pretend anymore? Rudy couldn't stand not knowing. He had to get Zack alone to ask him. Chapter 11. Zack would have liked some time and privacy to talk to Rudy after what had happened last night, but it didn't look as though they were going to get a chance for that till later in the day. After breakfast, they went straight into opening presents, taking their coffee and tea through to the living room. Jamie was the official distributor of gifts, delivering them to the adults as they sat around the room. Zack wasn't expecting to get anything from anybody apart from Rudy, so he was surprised to find that Jamie gave him a few things to open, as well as one that read, "To Zack, from Rudy." There were also small parcels from Jack and Rose and Ro. Everyone else was already opening their gifts and exchanging smiles and thank yous. Zack opened the one from Jack and Rose first, and found a bar of chocolate, a pair of thermal socks, and a copy of a thriller currently on the bestseller list. "Thank you, that's really kind of you," he said. "I'm sorry it's a bit unoriginal, but as Rudy didn't give us much notice, I had to make do with last-minute gifts from the supermarket. No, this is great. People always need socks and chocolate, and I like thrillers and haven't read this one yet, so it's perfect." Rose beamed. "Good." The parcel from Ro contained a knitted beanie in soft charcoal-coloured wool. It had no label on it, so Zack guessed it must be handmade. "This is lovely. Thanks, Ro." "You're welcome. I just had time to knock it up yesterday, as I didn't know your taste. I thought grey was a safe option." "Seriously?" Zack studied the neat rows of stitches. "You did all this yesterday? That's amazing. I'm pretty fast." She grinned. "Zack, thank you," Rose called across from the other side of the room. She'd just opened the small hamper he'd put together for the family. "Look, Jack, there's some lovely wine, chocolates and biscuits, and oh, that's so sweet." She pulled out a hide bone for Churchill and some bags of cat treats. "Rudy told me about the pets, so—" Zack shrugged. "That's lovely of you." She came over and gave him a hug. He patted her awkwardly on the back, smelling her perfume and thinking how lucky Rudy was to have a mum like her, how lucky he was to have a family like this. Emotion came out of nowhere, tightening his throat and making his eyes prickle. Damn it. Zack had spent years learning not to want things he couldn't have. Why was longing and loneliness suddenly twisting a knife in his gut? He blinked as she pulled away, and he ducked his head so nobody would notice. But Rudy noticed. "You okay?" he asked quietly, leaning closer and frowning. "Yeah, fine," Zack managed, trying to sound bright. "Just got something in my eye." He picked up the last present in his pile, the one from Rudy. "It's nothing much. Don't get excited," Rudy warned him. "Oh, these are cool!" Zack's smile was genuine, his moment of angst passing like a cloud from over the sun as he looked down at the two pairs of superhero socks in the wrapping, Superman and Batman. "I seem to recall you had a thing for Superman." Rudy gave Zack a knowing smile, and Zack remembered the underwear he'd been wearing the night he'd walked Rudy home from the pub. Rudy picked up the gift Zack had bought for him, and Zack fought back a grin as Rudy opened it. "I'm not sure if we're both really unoriginal or whether we both have excellent taste," Zack said, as Rudy held up the Captain America t-shirt Zack had chosen. Rudy laughed. "Let's go with the second one. Superheroes are awesome." Natalie looked to see what they were laughing about. "Oh, you two are so cute together," she said when they showed her what they'd bought each other. Zack felt a flush of pleasure, quickly doused by the jolt of disappointment as he reminded himself that he and Rudy weren't a real couple. He glanced sidelong at Rudy, who was blushing again and looking ridiculously pleased with himself. It would be so fucking easy to fall for Rudy. Zack hardened his heart. He couldn't. He wasn't like Rudy. He'd fuck it up and hurt him. Rudy needed someone softer, someone who knew how to love. After everyone finished unwrapping presents, they tidied away the scraps of paper and started negotiating turns in the bathroom. "You go first, Nat. You take ages," Sid rolled his eyes. "It's my hair," she protested, running a hand through her long, wavy mane. "It takes forever to rinse the conditioner out, and you don't have to shave your legs and armpits." "Nor do you." "Well, not technically, no, but whatever. I could have had a shower in the time it takes you two to argue about it," Jamie pointed out. "Right, I'm going. Natalie got up. "Can someone take Churchill out, please?" Rose asked. "He needs a walk." "I will," Rudy volunteered. "Do you want to come, Zach?" There was tension in his expression that belied his casual tone. Zach knew they needed to talk about what had happened last night, and being out of the house would give them space. His heart lurched at the thought. He had no idea what to say about any of it, but he figured he ought to try. "Yeah, okay." They went upstairs to brush their teeth before getting dressed in jeans and layers. There was thick frost outside, and although the sun was up, it would be freezing. "Oh, before I forget," Rudy handed Zach another small parcel wrapped in Christmas paper. "I didn't think you'd want to open this downstairs." Curious, Zach tore open the wrapping paper and chuckled when he saw the black and yellow Batman boxes inside. "These are brilliant, thanks. You've got 2 matching sets now. I'll wear these later, and the socks." Rudy smiled, and Zach felt a sudden urge to kiss him. Instead, he turned away and pulled on a jumper over his long-sleeved t-shirt. Rudy wasn't his to touch, just because he felt like it. Dressed in warm clothes, they went downstairs to put on coats and boots. Churchill was waiting for them at the bottom of the stairs, wagging expectantly with a typical lab smile on his goofy black face. "You ready for your walk, boy?" Rudy said. Churchill ran round Rudy's legs, wagging his tail harder, his claws clicking on the tiled floor of the hall. Outside, the air was crisp and still. Thick frost painted the countryside in muted shades of grey and blue that blotted out the green. Morning mist lingered in the valleys, and the sky was a delicate pink at the horizon. "It's almost a white Christmas," Zach said, as he gazed across the fields. "It's so beautiful. You're lucky to live here." "Well, I don't anymore." Rudy sounded a little wistful. "But yeah, it's great to have it to come home to, and at least I'm not far away." They started to walk along the path they'd taken the night before. Churchill had already disappeared into the orchard. Their feet crunching in the frosty grass, they followed him. "Where were you brought up?" Rudy asked tentatively. Zach's heart surged, and he answered quickly, trying to sound matter-of-fact. "Manchester, and then I moved to London for a while. I've always lived in cities." "I guess this is a bit different for you, then." "You could say that." This was like nothing Zach had ever known, and not just the setting. Being here with Rudy, he finally understood what family meant. He fought against the pit of longing that threatened to open up in his chest. Rudy must be wondering why Zach didn't have a family of his own. "Please don't ask me." Zach wouldn't trust himself to talk about this with Rudy. He felt ashamed, poor in the face of the richness that was Rudy's life, which had nothing to do with money or material things. It was about being wanted and loved unconditionally. The world had taught Zach he didn't deserve that. Wanting to deflect the path this conversation was taking, Zach dived headlong into the other thing on his mind. "About last night." Rudy's head snapped up, and his cheeks, already pink from the cold, flushed darker. They stopped walking and stared at each other. Silence filled the space between them, and the mist of their breath hung in the air. Rudy's face was so hopeful, his emotions as clear as the sky above them. Zach wished he could give him what he wanted, but all Zach's hopes and desires were tangled up inside him like a ball of rubber bands, confused and constricting. He liked Rudy, sure, and he definitely found him attractive. Last night had confirmed that, but did he want a relationship with him? And if so, did he want it for the right reasons? The lure of being part of Rudy's family was hard to separate from his feelings for Rudy alone. Zach was pathetic, a Victorian orphan with his nose pressed up against the glass of the perfect family home. Everything he wanted was on the other side: love, family, acceptance, validation. But it wasn't fair to Rudy to want him for those things. Zack wasn't even sure whether he was even capable of a relationship. He didn't know what love felt like, to give or receive, so how could he get into anything with Rudy when it might end in disappointment and pain for both of them? Maybe Rudy read the conflict on Zack's face, because he was the one to break the silence. "It doesn't have to be a big deal," he shrugged. But his pinched expression gave him away. "Can we treat it like a holiday fling? It doesn't need to mean anything." Zack wanted to tell him that it already meant something, but he didn't know what exactly. He held the words back. "Yeah, okay." He forced a grin. "A holiday fling is one up on a fake relationship, though. Who knows where we might end up?" Rudy gave a nervous laugh. "Yeah." He licked his lips. Fuck it. If this was a holiday fling, Zack was going to make the most of it. He moved forward into Rudy's space, and Rudy's eyes flew wide as he read Zack's intentions. Zack took Rudy's face in his gloved hands and pressed their mouths together. It was a sweet kiss, tentative, like a question. All cold lips, and warm tongues, and the scratch of stubble. When Zack drew back, Rudy was smiling, and Zack's heart swelled. He wasn't sure if it was excitement or fear, maybe a little of both. He smiled back. "Come on." He took Rudy's hand. "We've lost Churchill. Better go and catch him up." They walked steadily over the uneven grass to the far end of the orchard. Still no sign of Churchill, but his tracks in the grass led to the fence and into the ploughed field beyond. Rudy climbed the stile, and Zack followed. "Churchill!" Rudy called, then whistled shrilly. A muffled bark came from behind a clump of brambles along the edge of the field. "Churchill, come here!" "Bloody dog!" Rudy grumbled. Churchill barked again, and there was a rustling sound. They rounded the brambles and found him scrabbling at the hedge. "Maybe there's a rabbit in there," Zack suggested. "Probably." "Leave it, Churchill! Come!" Rudy's stern tone and proximity finally had an effect. Churchill slunk over, looking guilty, and sat by Rudy's feet, wagging apologetically. He glanced back towards the hedge and whined softly. Then Zack heard it, a plaintive squeak coming from the hedgerow. "What was that?" Rudy frowned. "What?" "I don't know." Zack approached the hedge. Churchill gave a small bark, as if in encouragement. The sound came again, louder and clearer now. More of a mew than a squeak this time. "Sounds like a cat," Rudy said. "Yeah." Zack got down on his knees. The ground struck cold through his jeans. With his gloved hand, he parted the bushes, wincing. "Ouch, this is prickly." He saw a pair of eyes staring at him from the gloom, pale green eyes among black fur. A small pink mouth opened and mewed again. "It is a cat," Zack said. "Maybe a kitten. I can't see it properly. Is it hurt?" "I'm not sure." Zack reached in carefully and lifted the small body. The cat struggled a little at first, but soon stopped when he held it close and stroked its head. "It's skinny and pretty bedraggled, but I don't think it's injured." Churchill pushed past Rudy and gave the little creature a thorough sniff. Undaunted, despite being a fraction of Churchill's size, the cat opened its mouth and hissed, its black fur standing on end. "Get back, Churchill! Good boy!" Rudy tugged Churchill away. "Sit!" "Does it have a collar?" "No." Zack cradled the little cat against his body. It wasn't a kitten, but it looked young, perhaps not fully grown. "What do we do?" "Take it back with us," Rudy said without hesitation. "Mum's a vet. She'll check it over and we can look after it while we work out whether it's missing or a stray." "Okay, cool." Zack quickly readjusted his mental image of Rose. He hadn't asked Rudy what his parents did for a living, but he'd never have pegged her as the scientific type. He'd have guessed a teacher or social worker or something. Zack held the little creature carefully, and they started to walk. "Come on then, buddy." Chapter 12. Rudy was transfixed by Zack's hands as he stroked the little black cat. They were in the kitchen. Churchill and the resident cats had been banished so Rose could examine the new arrival in peace. They'd given her water and a little food, which she'd demolished in record time. She was now curled up on Zach's lap, looking sleepy, purring, and enjoying the attention. Rudy couldn't blame her as he watched Zach smooth her fur with gentle touches. Lucky kitten. Rudy's mind went back to their earlier kiss, and a thrill tingled through him. A holiday fling sounded way better than nothing. He wondered what would happen later, when they got to be alone again. "She's a little dehydrated and chilled, but there's nothing seriously wrong with her," Rose said. "The hard frost the last 2 nights will mean she's struggled to find water. It was good you found her when you did." "It was all thanks to Churchill," Zach said. "He's the hero here." "Do you think she's a stray?" Rudy asked his mum. "It's hard to tell. I can take her to the surgery when it reopens on Tuesday and scan her for a chip. We hadn't had any reports of a missing cat, so it's more likely she's a stray, but sometimes cats wander a long way. I'll post a photo of her on Facebook and see if anyone claims her. In the meantime, we can look after her here, but we should keep her shut in somewhere she can't run off." "Can we keep her with us?" Zach asked. "If you don't mind, Rudy. Only I feel kind of responsible for her now." "Sure." Rudy might feel slightly envious of the cat for stealing Zach's heart, but he couldn't resist this new, softer version of Zach. Rose smiled. "I think that's an excellent idea. We'll sort out a litter tray and an old blanket for her to sleep on, and then you can get her settled in." "She needs a name." Zach was lying on the bed with the cat on his chest. She'd ignored the folded blanket in favour of using Zach to lie on. "I mean, I know she might already have a name if she belongs to someone, but we need to call her something while she's here." "Something Christmassy, perhaps?" Zach frowned. "Mary? But that's a daft name for a cat." Rudy lay on the bed beside them and stroked the cat's back. She stretched and purred, digging her claws into Zach's t-shirt. "Ouch!" he yelped. "What about Holly?" Rudy suggested. "She's spiky and her eyes are green. We could get her a red collar." His face flamed as he realized what he said. Holly wasn't even Zach's, let alone theirs. Even if Zach wanted to keep her, it wouldn't be anything to do with Rudy. Zach didn't seem to notice Rudy's slip. He grinned as he disengaged her claws from his chest. "Yeah, that works. Holly it is." Holly purred more loudly, seemingly happy with her new name. Once she was fast asleep, Zach managed to transfer her onto a folded-up blanket in a cardboard box that appropriated as a cat bed. They still needed to get showered and dressed for Christmas lunch, and they'd been slacking on the helping front due to getting Holly settled. Christmas lunch wasn't normally served until late, though, so there would still be plenty to do. At least the delay meant the rest of the family were finished with the bathroom now. Rudy let Zach shower first, as the guest, and while he was waiting, he picked out what clothes to wear. He hadn't brought that much choice, but decided on black jeans and a dark red shirt that was slightly festive. The colour suited his fair skin. When Zach came back, Rudy took his turn in the bathroom. He had a very speedy shower, and when he came back to his room, Zach was standing in front of the mirror, fixing his hair, wearing only the Batman boxers that Rudy had bought him. Rudy stopped in the doorway, mouth open, and Dick staring at the sight. "Shut the door, it's draughty," Zach said, eyeing him in the mirror. Rudy shut his mouth and the door. "Yeah, sorry." "They're a good fit, thanks." Zach slapped his arse and gave a little wiggle. "I like them snug." "So do I," Rudy thought. His towel started to lift in the front as he got hard, and Zach's gaze dropped to the movement. He grinned. Rudy blushed, but didn't try to hide it. It was too late now. Zach turned away from the mirror and advanced on him. A quick glance down confirmed that Rudy wasn't the only one feeling horny. The Batman boxer briefs were getting snugger by the second. Zach put firm hands on Rudy's hips and pulled him close. Rudy dipped his head to meet Zach's lips in a kiss that was nothing like the one in the orchard earlier. There was nothing tentative about this. It was all hot hunger and demand, and Rudy felt dizzy with the rush of it. As Zach backed him up against the door, he slid his hands into Zach's hair. The wood was cold against his back, but Zach's body was warm as their skin made contact. Rudy gasped as Zach sucked on his neck, and then dropped to his knees on the floorboards. "Ouch," Zack winced. "That was a smoother move in my head." Rudy chuckled. He loved that Zack could sweep away all Rudy's self-consciousness with his honesty. With random hookups, Rudy had always been crippled by shyness and embarrassed by his inexperience. With Zack, it didn't matter. "Here." He tugged the towel free from his waist and let it fall to the floor. "This'll help." Zack folded the towel to kneel on. "Cheers," he said with a grin, his lips just inches from Rudy's eager erection. "How thoughtful of you." Rudy tried to think of a witty retort, but then Zack guided Rudy's dick into his mouth and sucked, and Rudy's brains melted and pooled in his balls. He made a strangled sound. Zack met his gaze and hummed around Rudy's cock. The connection crackled between them, a feedback loop of arousal that drove Rudy higher. Outside their little bubble, someone walked along the landing with a heavy tread. Rudy froze, but Zack carried on. He slipped a hand between Rudy's legs to cup his balls and rub the skin behind. "Fuck," Rudy muttered, giving in to the insistent press of Zack's fingers. He adjusted his stance, spreading his legs wider and leaning back against the door for some much-needed support. Zack pulled off Rudy's cock to ask breathlessly, "Is this okay? Can I use my fingers?" Rudy nodded, unable to form coherent words other than a gasped, "Yeah." Just the thought of Zack touching him there had him clenching on thin air, nerve endings alight with anticipation. Zack sucked his fingers until they were wet and glistening, then put his mouth back on Rudy's cock and reached back to rub Rudy's hole with gentle pressure. Rudy bit his lip and tried to stifle a moan as his muscles gave, and Zack pushed inside in one swift movement. It felt so good, full and tight and awesome. Zack only used one finger, but as he crooked it and found Rudy's prostate, stroking in time with the pull of his mouth, it was enough. "Gonna come," Rudy managed. He thunked his head back against the door, and his body nearly buckled with the force of it. Pinned between Zack's mouth and finger, it was all Rudy could do to stay standing as he shot his load down Zack's throat with a groan. When he was done, Zack pulled off with a satisfied grin and carefully slid his finger free. "That was hot. You're so sensitive. Do you like to bottom?" Rudy's face flamed. Yeah." He wasn't ready to admit he'd never tried it. He liked fingering his arse, and he had a dildo in his bedside drawer that had seen a lot of use, so he was pretty sure that he would like to bottom if he got the chance. It wasn't that other guys had never asked. Some of them had been pretty damn pushy about it, but Rudy hadn't trusted anyone enough and preferred to stick to handjobs and oral with guys he didn't know. But if Zack wanted to top him, Rudy would let him in a heartbeat. "Awesome. I'd love to fuck you." Zack was still on his knees and had his hand in his boxers, stroking his cock. "What, now?" Rudy's heart thumped. The footsteps receded back along the landing. Rudy didn't think he could handle losing his arse virginity with family members trooping past his bedroom door every few minutes. "No." Zack got to his feet, hands still busy in his boxers. "But maybe tonight, if you're up for it." "Yeah," Rudy said, nodding enthusiastically. "I am. Definitely." Zack smiled and kissed him. Rudy kissed him back, pressing closer and feeling the movement of Zack's hand where he was stroking himself. It sparked heat in his belly, even though he'd just come. "Let me blow you again," he whispered between kisses. "Yeah," Zack said, his voice rough. "I want you to." But just then, there was the sound of feet on the stairs again, and Natalie yelled loudly, "Rudy, hurry up! Dad wants everyone down in the kitchen to help, and you're the last two, so you're stuck with chestnut peeling." "Shit," Rudy hissed, pressing his back against the door, hoping she wouldn't knock. Then he called, "Yeah, okay, we'll be there in a minute." He sighed, resting his forehead against Zack's. "I'm sorry.
but we should probably save this for later.
Yeah, Zack said ruefully. He gave his dick a last squeeze and rearranged his underwear. His erection was still obvious. They got dressed quickly, and Zack fixed his hair again, which had been totally messed up by Rudy's hands. Rudy sorted out his own hair too, combing a little wax through it with his fingers until it felt how he liked it.
Are you ready?
He asked Zack. Yeah, Zack grinned. My boner's back under control.
I feel bad. That's the second time I've come and left you hanging.
Sometimes the anticipation makes it hotter. Zack palmed himself. But I need to stop thinking about it now, or I won't be able to walk without wincing.
Rudy chuckled. Okay, sorry. Peeling chestnuts should sort you out. They're fiddly little bastards, and you'll end up burning your fingers.
The perfect distraction, then.
Zack checked Holly was settled and had water in her bowl. She was still fast asleep. I'll come and check on her a bit later. They closed the door behind them, so she couldn't wander off if she woke. The kitchen was a hive of activity, warm, and with the windows steamed up from the cooking. Rudy's dad was in charge today. Christmas dinner was his show, and he was bustling around, wearing a blue and white striped butcher's apron, issuing orders like a sergeant major.
Hurry up with those spuds! I need to get them in the oven soon.
Ro and Grandad were peeling sprouts, Jamie and Sid were chopping carrots, Natalie and Raj were on potato duty, and Rose was doing a load of washing up.
I'm afraid you're stuck with the chestnuts, Jack said.
Yeah, so Nat told us. Rudy and Zack took the spare seats at the far end of the table, and Jack put a steaming bowl full of chestnuts in front of them. The nuts had been roasted to soften them, but the skins were always a pain in the arse to get off. Rudy hated this job. He picked up a knife, offered it to Zack, and took one for himself.
What do I need to do? Zack asked.
Dad scored the skins before he roasted them, and in theory they should peel right off, but they rarely do that easily. Just do the best you can and use a knife to trim off any fluffy bits that get left behind.
Ouch!
Zack yelped as he stripped off a bit of skin and his fingers came into contact with the peeled chestnut. Yeah, careful. They're still hot, but it's easier to peel them when they're like this.
Easier, but more painful.
Pretty much. Rudy grinned apologetically. Despite his complaining, Zack proved to be pretty nifty at chestnut peeling. They worked their way through the bowl until they were all gone. We're done, Dad. What do you want us to do next? Rudy asked.
You could lay the table in the dining room and then get the fire lit so it warms up in there in time for lunch.
Christmas was one of the few times in the year that they used the dining room for its intended purpose. It lent a grandeur to Christmas dinner that was exciting. Laying the table had been one of Rudy's favourite jobs as a kid, all part of the fabric of his family Christmas. Blimey, it's freezing in here, Rudy shivered. He could see his breath in the chill of the dining room. Situated on the other side of the house, this room was a long way from the warmth of the kitchen, and its radiator had never worked properly, despite several attempts to fix it. Zack helped him get out the placemats and cutlery that were saved for special occasions. They laid out 10 plates. Then Rudy got out napkins, napkin rings, and heavy crystal wine glasses, something else that only came out a handful of times each year. Zack put a glass in each plate.
Your family is seriously posh.
Rudy shrugged, flushing and avoiding Zack's eyes. I suppose.
They're great, Zack added quickly. I didn't mean that in a negative way. I thought I'd feel way more out of place here than I do. They're good people, and they've made me feel welcome.
Rudy lifted his gaze and smiled. You are welcome.
Is that only because they think I'm your boyfriend, though?
No, Rudy shook his head fiercely. Even if you were just a friend, you'd be welcome.
What about if they knew I was a friend with benefits?
Is that what we are? Rudy felt a twinge of disappointment and crushed it down, telling himself not to be stupid. What they'd shared already was more than he dared to hope for a week ago. Zack shrugged, his gaze sliding away. Rudy sighed, confused. One minute he could almost believe that Zack had feelings for him too, but whenever Rudy got too close or asked a question about what they were to each other, Zack pulled away. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. After laying the table, Rudy crouched to build the fire.
Can I help?
Sure. Crumple up some bits of newspaper to use as the base. They worked together, hands brushing as they placed the balled-up paper in the grate. Zack had never built a fire before, so Rudy showed him how to add the kindling so that it would catch. There. Rudy sat back on his heels. That should go beautifully, and once it's burning, we'll put some bigger logs on it that will burn more slowly. Can I light it? Yeah, of course. Here you go. He handed Zack the matches. It works best if you light it in a few places. Zack struck a match and set it to the paper, then again a little further along, and then again. He had a small frown of concentration on his face. Lost in watching him, Rudy felt another pang of want. Not a sexual thing this time, just wanting Zack to be part of his life. It was good having him here, seeing him relax and open up around Rudy and his family. It felt scarily right, and Rudy had to keep reminding himself that they were only friends. Colleagues, really. This was all a Christmas fling, an illusion brought on by circumstances that, once the holiday season was over, would melt away like a snowflake on the palm of his hand. Zack's face broke into a smile of excitement when the fire caught, crackling merrily as the kindling began to burn. The orange flickering glow lit up his features, and Rudy was knocked sideways by feelings. His desire and longing for Zack ignited like the fire in the grate. Should I put some bigger pieces of wood on yet? Zack asked. Oh, yes. Rudy dragged his attention back to the task. Not one of the logs, but the in-between sizes are good now. Building a fire was a delicate balance. If you peaked too soon, you could snuff it out before it became established. They knelt side by side. Rudy guided, and Zack gradually added to the fire until the centre glowed and warmth began to radiate and heat the room. Finally, Zack put one of the large pine logs on top, and they watched until the wood darkened and flames licked along it. Okay, that's good to leave for a while now. Rudy got to his feet, his knees protesting after being on the cold floor for so long. He put the guard in front of the fire. Shall we go and see if Dad needs more help in the kitchen? Zack nodded. Yeah, I might just pop up to check on Holly first. Chapter 13. Zack opened the door to Rudy's room carefully, mindful that there might be a cat on the other side of it, but Holly was still fast asleep in her box by the radiator. When he stroked her, she opened her eyes for a moment and purred, but didn't really wake. She was probably exhausted after being out in the cold. He put out a little more food for her in case she woke up and was hungry, and then crept out quietly again and went back downstairs. He found the whole family gathered in the kitchen. Rose was arranging flute glasses on the table. Oh, you're just in time. Are you a champagne drinker, Zack? Yes, thanks. Zack had never tasted champagne, but he wasn't going to admit that in front of Rudy's family. She beamed. Oh, good. It's a Christmas tradition. We always have a glass of fizz around midday. Because Mum's addicted to the stuff, Sid chimed in. Well, I do have a bit of a weakness, but it's a special occasion. It's Christmas Day, and the whole of my family is together under one roof. That's definitely a cause for celebration. She opened a second bottle as they started to pass around the full glasses. How was Holly? Rudy asked Zack. She was fine, fast asleep and looking like she'll stay that way for a while. Aw, she must be shattered, Rose said. Now she's somewhere warm and safe, she'll be catching up on her sleep. Once they all had glasses in their hands, Rose raised hers. Merry Christmas, everyone! Thank you for being here to celebrate it. They all lifted their glasses and murmured their own Christmas greetings before taking a sip. And to family, Rose added. I feel so lucky to have you all. To family, Rudy said beside Zack, raising his glass again. His face glowed with a smile, and Zack felt an ugly twist of envy and discomfort. Growing up, this was everything he'd longed for. Suddenly, he felt like an intruder, a stray who'd slunk in out of the cold, like Holly, dependent on the kindness of strangers. The others smiled at Zack, including him in the toast. But what would they think if they knew? He and Rudy weren't really together, not in the way his family imagined. He felt guilty for tricking them into welcoming him into their fold. He was an imposter and had no place at this table with these people who'd let him into their lives so easily.
The champagne sat uneasily in his stomach, cold and sharply fizzy. As though Rudy could sense the dark turn in Zack's thoughts, he edged his chair closer to Zack's and nudged their knees together. Zack focused on that point of contact and let the comfort seep into him, sipping his wine and letting the conversation flow around him. "The chef needs a top-up, darling," Jack said, from the cooker, where he was doing something with pans of boiling water. "Already? That was quick." Rose poured more champagne into Jack's glass and opened one of the steamed-up windows, letting a cool breeze into the thick warmth of the kitchen. "Cooking is thirsty work. Thank you, light of my life." Jack blew her a kiss. Rose put the bottle down and wrapped her arms around Jack's waist as he stirred the pot. He turned and gave her a real kiss on the lips. "Love you." "Love you too," Rose smiled as she released him. Jamie groaned. "You two are way too old to be so soppy." Jack laughed. "Is that right? Sorry, I must have missed the memo that the young have the monopoly on romance. I love your mother as much as I ever have, maybe more with each passing year." Jamie made a puking noise. Natalie elbowed him. "Shut up, Jamie. We're lucky to have a good example of a happy relationship. I think it's sweet. I'll be happy if Raj and I are like that in 30 years' time." "It was love at first sight, you know," Jack said. Sid rolled his eyes. "Yes, we know. You've told us plenty of times before." "I haven't heard the story, and Zack won't have either." Zack glanced up, his attention caught. "Well," Jack turned away from the cooker to face them all, "I was on a blind date set up by one of my friends, supposed to be meeting a girl he knew. He'd told me to look for a beautiful redhead wearing a green dress. I found her. She was sitting on a bench in the park, reading a book, and it was like being zapped by Cupid's arrow. When I got closer, I realized she was reading Lord of the Rings, and that clinched it." Jack grinned as everyone laughed. "So I went over and started talking to her about hobbits. We went for coffee, talked for hours, and found we had a lot in common. It was only at the end of the date that I found out I'd ended up with the wrong redhead. Rose just thought I was a little over-friendly, but she decided to roll with it." Zack let out a snort of amusement, and Raj gasped. "No way!" "Yes, the one I was supposed to meet thought she'd been stood up. She'd been waiting on a bench a little further along. I sent an apology via my friend, along with a bunch of flowers, but I never did get to meet her because Rose had captured my heart." He winked at his wife. "I proposed a month later, and she said yes." "That's a great story," Raj said, "like something out of a movie." "But do you really think it was love at first sight?" Ro asked. "It's just lucky that you happen to be compatible. You couldn't tell that just by seeing each other." "Of course not," said Rose, "but Jack's an incurable romantic, so he likes to claim it was. Really, we were lucky, I suppose. A chance meeting resulted in us getting on like a house on fire, and the rest is history." "So, when did you know?" Ro insisted. "That he was the one?" "I don't know. It just became obvious. We fitted." Zack found himself seeking out Rudy, and their gazes locked and held for an uncomfortable moment. Zack's heart thudded erratically, and he looked away quickly, cheeks flushing hot. "Excuse me for a minute." He got up and escaped to the hallway, needing a moment on his own, so he went to the dining room to check on the fire. The pine log had mostly burned down, but the embers still glowed hot. Zack added another log and poked it into place, tending it until it burst back into flames. "Maybe I should give this thing with Rudy a chance." Zack had never imagined having a long-term relationship, a partner, a family. But now the idea of a future like that was sliding into focus, tangible and full of possibilities. It seemed like a risk worth taking. If it was just a crush on both sides, then it would run its course and burn out eventually, like a fire left to die. But if there was more to it, well, they'd only find out if they tried. "Hey, are you okay?" Zack jumped at Rudy's words, lost in thought. He hadn't heard him come in. He stood and turned to face Rudy, who was looking a little wary.
Yeah, just thought I'd check if the fire was still going. I put some more wood on it. It looks good. Zack took in the sight of Rudy. He looked good. His red shirt suited him, and with his light brown hair flopping over his forehead, he looked adorably rumpled. The hopeful uncertainty on his face did weird things to Zack's stomach, and also a little south of there, too. Come here. He held out a hand. Rudy took it and stepped into Zack's embrace. They kissed, sweet and warm, and just sexy enough to steal Zack's breath. When they separated, Rudy's cheeks were pink, and his eyes shone. He smiled, and Zack smiled back, wanting him, wanting this to be something that would last past this magical Christmas bubble that enclosed them. He knew he needed to open up to Rudy, to be honest about his feelings and why this was so scary for him. But now wasn't the time. Not today. The conversation might not go well, and Zack didn't want to spoil Christmas for either of them. For today, they could get on with whatever this was. Winging it had worked okay so far. Lunch was exactly what Zack would have expected from what he already knew of Rudy's family. There were ridiculous amounts of food, lashings of alcohol, raucous conversation, and lots of laughter. Jack forgot to take off the stripper apron before sitting down at the table. After that, the rest of them forced him to wear it as penance throughout the meal, and Sid insisted on uploading a photo to Facebook, showing him wearing it. Zack sat beside Rudy and basked in the warm glow of acceptance and family, while trying to ignore the sense of fragility that went along with it. Like one of the flimsy paper hats they wore from the Christmas crackers, it was an illusion that could be damaged so easily by a careless word. Rudy took his hand under the table between courses, and Zack held onto it like a lifeline. After they'd cleared away, they all sat in the living room with the fire blazing. Love Actually was on the TV, but nobody was paying much attention to it. Jamie was busy on his DS, Sid was texting his girlfriend, and most of the adults looked as though they were falling asleep. Rose had dozed off already, and Grandad was snoring. It was only 4 o'clock, but outside the window, the winter sky was already darkening. Rudy had his arm around Zack, and Zack gradually gave in to the lethargy of a full stomach and the heat from the fire. He snuggled closer and let his head drop onto Rudy's shoulder, his eyes falling shut. Rudy tightened his arm around him, and Zack drifted into sleep, warm, safe, and filled with a glow of happiness that lit him from the inside out. When Zack woke later, it was completely dark outside. His mouth was dry, and his head ached from lunchtime drinking. Grandad was still snoring. Love Actually had finished, and Raj, Natalie, Ro, and Jamie were playing Mario Kart on the Wii. Rose, Jack, and Sid were nowhere to be seen. Zack straightened up, wincing as his neck cracked. Rudy stirred beside him and blinked. From the way he yawned and rubbed his eyes, he'd obviously been asleep too. What time is it? Dunno. Zack slid his phone out of his pocket. 5:30, he croaked. Ugh, I need a drink. There's wine open, Natalie said. God, no, I meant something non-alcoholic, but thanks anyway. Tea? Coffee? Rudy offered. Yeah, tea sounds good. Anyone else want anything? Rudy took orders for teas and coffees from the others, and Zack accompanied him to the kitchen and helped to make them. After they'd delivered the drinks to the people in the living room, Zack said, I'd better go and check on Holly. If she's awake, she might be hungry. I'll come too. Rudy picked up his drink, and they went upstairs. Sure enough, Holly was awake, and she was very happy to see them. Her bowl was empty, so Zack gave her a little more food, which she ate with enthusiasm. Then she proceeded to thoroughly explore her surroundings, while they sat on the bed and drank their tea. She's so adorable, Zack said, when she climbed into a half-open drawer, then jumped from there to the windowsill. She found a loose thread on the curtain and sat up on her hind legs to bat it, small black paws boxing the air till she caught it in her claws. I've always wanted a cat. If she isn't claimed by anyone, could you keep her? Not where I live at the moment, Zack sighed. My landlady's rules say no pets for her tenants, even though she has a cat herself, but I wouldn't want to risk it living there anyway. I'm right on a main road, so I'd be too worried about safety. I wish I could, though. Holly jumped up on the bed and padded into the space between them. They bumped fingers as they both reached to pet her. She purred, rubbing her head against their hands and arching her back into their strokes. Maybe I could take her, Rudy said. Mum and Dad have their hands full with 3 cats and Churchill, and I have a garden that backs on to other gardens. It would be a good place for a cat, and you could come and see her. Visitation rights? Zack smiled at the idea. Something like that. Rudy glanced sideways from under his lashes. That hopeful look was back. Zack yawned, still heavy and sluggish from the huge lunch. I could do with some fresh air and exercise. Do you fancy a walk? Yeah, good idea. Holly did her best to stop them leaving, first by attacking Zack's shoelaces, and then by trying to squeeze between their legs to get out of the door. Zack put her firmly in her bed. Sorry, Holly, but you need to stay. We can't risk you getting lost again. They took Churchill with them. He was always up for a stroll, but this time Rudy picked up his lead. I thought I'd take you down to see the village for a change, so we'll have to walk along the road, he explained as he clipped the lead onto Churchill's collar. Outside, it was cold again. The road was icy under their boots, frost crystals catching and reflecting the pale moonlight. Their breath hung in the still air. Rudy had Churchill's lead in one hand, so Zack fell into step beside him on the other. Their hands bumped, and Zack caught Rudy's and laced their gloved fingers together. Rudy squeezed. This is nice. Yeah. It was. They walked for about 10 minutes down the moonlit lane until they reached a small cluster of houses. Most had their curtains open, and the lights of Christmas trees twinkled through the windows. Some houses had strings of lights along the eaves, or wound around trees in their gardens. It was magical. Do you want to go in for a drink? Rudy asked as they passed a pub called the Fox and Hounds. Zack hesitated. I'm not bothered. It's up to you. No, it's okay. Just a thought. I don't want any more alcohol, Zack confessed. We sort of had plans for tonight, I think, and I'm not sure alcohol will help with that. Oh, yes, good point. Rudy licked his lips. It was impossible to tell in the near darkness, but Zack would bet he was blushing. We don't have to, though, he added. He didn't want to put pressure on Rudy. I want to, Rudy said fiercely. If you do. Zack tightened his grip on Rudy's hand. I definitely do. He turned and drew Rudy into a passionate kiss. He tried to pour emotion into it, as well as desire, to tell Rudy, without words, that this was more than a Christmas hookup for him. When they pulled apart, their breaths mingled in the frigid air as they grinned at each other. Rudy's eyes were bright, reflecting the lights around the pub window. I wish we could go straight to bed when we get back. Yeah, me too, but it would be a bit antisocial. We won't be able to get out of playing games. I heard Natalie muttering about Pictionary earlier, and Jamie was voting for Twister. Oh, God! Zack chuckled. Rudy frowned. I'm sorry to subject you to my family game hell. I bet you're wishing you'd never agreed to come home with me. Rudy only half sounded as though he was joking. No apology needed. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Rudy's face melted into a smile. Yeah? Yeah. The word came out, sounding rough. Rudy took Zack's hand again. Come on then. Let's go home. Home. A small word that held so much power. Zack had never truly felt like he had a home. As they walked, he swallowed down the lump in his throat and looked up at the stars, wishing for something he couldn't put into words. Chapter 14. Rudy was quite glad of the family games as a distraction. He was on edge, excitement and anticipation laced with a sharp slice of nerves as he imagined what he and Zack were going to do later. Jamie managed to persuade enough people to play Twister as soon as they got back from their walk. I suppose now is better than after turkey sandwiches later. Jack patted his ample stomach. That lunch has just about gone down now. The wine was flowing again, but Rudy turned it down in favour of lemonade, and Zack did too. Although alcohol might help his nerves, he didn't want his senses dulled. He wanted to fully experience what was going to be his first time bottoming. He should probably warn Zack that he hadn't done it before, but the thought of that conversation made his cheeks burn. Zack would probably think he was a total weirdo for his lack of experience, but he trusted that Zack would be too kind to say it out loud. Twister was as noisy, uncomfortable, and hilarious as usual, and Jamie won nearly every game as the smallest and bendiest player. When everyone else had had enough, they took a break from games to raid the kitchen for snacks. Rudy wasn't very hungry and didn't want to be full and sleepy later, so he just had some fruit and a few crackers with cheese, and he didn't partake in the turkey sandwiches. For Pictionary, he and Zack ended up on a team with Sid. Rose was with Jamie and Ro, and Jack, Grandad, Raj, and Natalie went as a 4. Competition was fierce, and the eventual winners were Rose, Jamie, and Ro, much to Jamie's delight. They finished off the evening with a round of Cluedo, which was a nice change of pace. The murderer was Miss Scarlet in the library with the lead piping, and Grandad was the first to work it out. By then, people were starting to yawn. Jack was the first to turn in. "I'm beat," he said, standing and stretching. "I'm off to bed. Good night, everyone." Rose stood too. "I'll join you. I'm flagging as well. And Jamie, you definitely need to go to bed now." "But I'm not tired," Jamie protested. "I don't care. Go to bed and read, and you will be soon." Grandad and Ro made their excuses too, and Sid went up to his room with his phone in hand. Natalie put the TV on and found Die Hard was just starting. "Oh, perfect!" She settled down beside Raj and pulled a blanket over them. Rudy sat with Zack and watched the action on the screen for about 15 minutes, waiting until everyone else would probably have finished in the bathroom. Tension rose, like a fist clenched tight around his guts, but his cock was getting hard at the thought of finally being alone with Zack, of getting naked for him, and having Zack touch him, finger him, fuck him. When he couldn't bear to wait any longer, he put a hand on Zack's knee and squeezed. When Zack looked at him, Rudy raised his eyebrows. "Wanna head to bed?" Zack's gaze darkened, and his focus narrowed onto Rudy in a way that sent a tingle of anticipation down Rudy's spine. Zack licked his lips and gave a curt nod. He took Rudy's hand, and they stood. "Night, guys. We're heading up too," Rudy said, desperately trying to sound casual, despite the herd of butterflies suddenly rampaging in his stomach. "Night." Raj gave them a smile. "Sleep well." Natalie didn't look up from the screen. She and Raj clearly weren't going anywhere for a couple of hours, so Rudy didn't need to worry about them walking past his bedroom door, and everyone else was in bed. Rudy's palm was sweaty in Zack's grip as they went upstairs. When he pushed the door open, he nearly tripped over Holly, who tried to rush through his legs, meowing loudly as if to complain about being on her own for so long. Zack scooped her up and tickled her under the chin until she quieted and purred instead. "I'm sorry, baby," he crooned. "Did you think we'd abandon you? It's okay, we're here." Rudy's heart melted, despite his frustration at being cock-blocked by a kitten. But he wanted to have a quick shower anyway, to make sure he was clean in all the important places. Maybe by the time he got back, Holly would have had her fill of Zack for a while. "Can I use the bathroom first?" he asked. "I don't think she's going to let me go anywhere for a little while." Zack grinned. Holly had attached herself to him like a small furry limpet, her claws hooked into his jumper, as she rubbed her head against the stubble on his chin. Zack sat on the bed with her as Rudy stripped down to his boxers and picked up a towel and a t-shirt. Rudy had the fastest shower known to man, ending up shivering because the water took forever to heat up, and he didn't want to take too long. He rubbed himself briskly afterwards, trying to get rid of the goosebumps that had risen on his limbs. When he'd finished, he went back to his room. The sight that greeted him made him grin. Zack was lying on his back on the bed, with Holly climbing all over him, chasing a shoelace that he was dangling around for her. "Do you want me to take over Holly duty so you can use the bathroom?" Rudy asked, coming to lie beside him. Zach leaned over and gave him a quick kiss. "You taste of toothpaste. And yes, here you go." He gave the shoelace to Rudy. "I'm trying to tire her out so she goes back to sleep soon. I thought having a manic cat trying to join in with whatever we get up to might be a little distracting." Rudy huffed out a laugh. "Yeah, just a tad." Once Zach had gone, although Rudy would rather be playing with Zach, he couldn't deny it was fun playing with a teenage cat. Holly was intent on shoelace destruction, and when she managed to get it in her claws, she rolled onto her side and scrabbled at it with her hind legs too. "That's it, kill it," Rudy said approvingly, tugging on it just enough to get her riled up again. When she let go, he lifted it out of her reach and had fun watching her standing on her hind legs trying to get it. Then he sat cross-legged and dragged it around himself in circles, making her chase it. Zach came back just as Holly seemed to be flagging a little, and he stripped down to his Batman boxers and put on a t-shirt. Rudy got distracted by the view and stopped tormenting Holly. "What are we going to do with her?" Zach asked as he climbed back into the bed. He stroked Holly, who stretched and blinked at him. "Give her a little more food? A full belly might make her sleepy." "Yeah, good idea." Rudy chuckled. "God, it's like having a baby to look after." Zach snorted. "I wouldn't know. I remember enough from when Jamie was little. Trust me, baby humans and baby animals, not that different. Only baby humans stay where you put them." After Holly had eaten another small portion, they put her in her box and stroked her a bit. She yawned again and then settled down to wash herself. They left her to it, hoping for the best. In bed, with just the lamp on, they lay on their sides, facing each other. With Holly as a distraction, Rudy's nerves had dissipated a little. But now the tension crackled between them again. He swallowed. "Now what?" "Come here." Zach shuffled closer, and Rudy moved in. After an awkward bump of knees, they managed to arrange themselves so they could kiss. It was all warm breath and sweetness at first, but Rudy's pulse quickened, and he felt himself grow hard against Zach's thigh. He couldn't feel Zach because of the way they were lying, so he let his hand roam downwards. When he made contact with Zach's cock, he was relieved to find an answering erection. As Rudy rubbed him through his boxers, Zach hummed and thrust against his hand. Rudy made a noise of approval and ground against Zach's thigh. Zach slid a hand down Rudy's side and around to grip his arse. As Zach teased his fingers down Rudy's crack, Rudy moaned again and wished they were naked. As though Zach knew what he was thinking, he pushed his hand down the back of Rudy's boxers. His hand was warm on the sensitive skin, and then his fingers were back, dipping in to graze Rudy's hole. "Is this okay?" Zach broke the kiss to mutter the question. "Yeah." Rudy's voice was embarrassingly breathless. "Yeah, definitely. I want this." "You want me to fuck you?" Zach strode Rudy's hole carefully, dry fingertips catching on the sensitive skin and sending sparks of pleasure to Rudy's groin. "Yes." Rudy gathered his courage. "But, you should probably know, I've never done this before." Zach froze, and Rudy's heart sank. Oh, God. Was it a total boner killer to admit to being a 24-year-old virgin? What if Zach didn't want him now he knew? As Zach drew away, he bit his lip and looked down at Zach's chest, too embarrassed to meet his eyes. "Seriously?" Rudy didn't think his cheeks could flame any hotter. A small, uncomfortable ball of shame lodged in his chest. He felt undesirable, unwanted, like a crappy Christmas present. He nodded. "I'm sorry." "Rudy." Zach put gentle fingers under Rudy's chin and tipped his face up. Unwillingly, Rudy raised his gaze to Zach's face. His expression wasn't hard to read, and Rudy's mortification melted into tentative relief when he saw the kindness and warmth in Zach's eyes. "There's nothing to be sorry about. That's fucking hot. Honestly, I mean, who wouldn't want to be the first to fuck a sexy virgin?" He grinned, genuine and open, and Rudy found himself smiling back. "Yeah?" Hell yes. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It changes things a little. I'm feeling the pressure to make sure it's good for you. I don't want to put you off for life. I trust you, Rudy blurted out, and then blushed again. It's not that I've never had the opportunity before. I just never wanted to with anyone else. Zach's expression shifted into something more complicated. Rudy caught a hint of tenderness and intensity before Zach moved in to kiss him again, and Rudy couldn't see his face anymore. Zach rolled Rudy onto his back and straddled him, pushing the covers down. You warm enough? He muttered between kisses. Yeah. Rudy's whole body was flushed, lit up with sensation and anticipation. He felt like he was producing enough heat to warm the whole house. Good. Zach sat back on his heels to strip off his t-shirt, and Rudy ran greedy hands up Zach's stomach, thrilling in the fact that he got to do that, to touch him like he owned him. Zach started to slide Rudy's shirt up. Yours too. Rudy helped him, arching his back to wriggle out of it, and unintentionally thrusting his erection against Zach's arse. Zach ground down on him and grinned. Maybe you can fuck me another time. Have you ever topped? Rudy shook his head, past being embarrassed about his lack of experience. You want to? Maybe sometime. Not tonight. Tonight, he wanted Zach's cock in him. Then he realized what he said, and his heart lurched. Maybe sometime implied a future beyond the Christmas fling they'd agreed to. But Zach just grinned. I'm sure that can be arranged. Before Rudy had time to read anything into that, Zach distracted him by sliding down Rudy's body to mouth at his cock through his underwear. Rudy's brain left the building. He stopped worrying about what was coming out of his own mouth and focused on what Zach was doing with his. Trying to kill him, apparently, because it was all frustrating hot breath and 2 soft kisses through the fabric of his underwear. Amazing and torturous, but not nearly enough. God, Zach, please, Rudy muttered. Please what? Zach's grin was pure mischief. Suck me, fuck me, just do something before I come in my underwear again. Yeah, we don't want that, do we? Maybe you'd better take these off. Zach climbed off him and helped Rudy out of his boxers before taking off his own. Have you got any lube and condoms? Oh, fuck no! Rudy's heart plummeted. What a fucking idiot. He hadn't even thought. Lucky for you, I'm always prepared. Zach crossed the room to his bag, and Rudy admired his tight ass as he bent over and got something out of his wallet. As he walked back with 2 small sachets in his hand, his cock swayed, thick and heavy between his thighs. He wasn't porn star huge, but it still looked a little intimidating. Zach was definitely thicker than Rudy's trusty dildo. Do you want to roll over? Zach asked. Yeah. Much as he liked watching Zach, Rudy thought he'd prefer to be face down while Zach did whatever he was about to do to Rudy. Use his fingers, Rudy supposed. If he lay on his back, he'd need to have his legs spread and bent awkwardly, and he'd feel much too exposed like that. So he flipped onto his stomach, pressing his face into the sheets. The cotton felt cool against his flushed cheeks. The bed dipped as Zach knelt beside him. He pushed Rudy's thighs apart and moved between them. Fuck, Rudy. Zach's voice was thick. You look good like that. Rudy shivered as Zach ran warm hands down his back to his buttocks, gripping and parting them. Rudy's hole clenched on nothing, and Zach chuckled. You getting impatient? With Zach holding him open like that, words were too hard to form, so Rudy grunted, hoping Zach would interpret that as a yes, you bastard. I'm guessing you've never been rimmed either. Fuck. Rudy's cock flexed, as hard as an iron bar between him and the bed. No, he managed. The word came out as an embarrassing squeak. Want to try it? 'Kay. And then Rudy tried not to squirm at the wet pressure and warm breath. It was toe-curlingly hot, but also weirdly ticklish. He simultaneously wanted it to stop, but also to go on forever. He shifted slightly, pushing back against the sensation, and his cock brushed against the sheets. making pleasure curl tight in his balls. "Stop!" he gasped. "Sorry, didn't you like it?" "No, I did, Too much." Rudy tripped over the words. "Okay, I get it. Let's try fingers, and if you lift your hips up and stop rubbing off against the bed, that'll help." Rudy let out a weak chuckle. "Yeah, maybe. I'm pretty rolled up. I'm not sure anything will help at this point, though. Just hurry up." He rearranged himself onto hands and knees, waiting as Zack organised himself with the lube and condom. "Ready?" Zack put a hand on Rudy's hip. "Yep." The sensation of Zack's fingers pushing gently inside him wasn't new, but it was better than it had ever felt with his own hand. He squeezed around them, and then released, moaning as they slid into him. "God, Rudy," Zack muttered. "Look at you." "Are you sure you haven't done this before?" "Only with a dildo," Rudy replied, gasping as Zack brushed his prostate. "But I've had a lot of practice with that." Zack let out a desperate chuckle. "And now I'm imagining that. You're killing me." "I'm ready. Fuck me." Rudy looked back over his shoulder at Zack's flushed face and intense expression. His focus was narrowed to the slide of his fingers in Rudy's arse, and it was the hottest thing Rudy had ever seen. Zack's gaze flicked up to meet Rudy's. "Okay." Rudy might have been used to his dildo, but nothing could have prepared him for the sensation of Zack's cock nudging against his hole and breaching him, hot and thick and perfect. Living flesh connecting them in a way that was primal and so fucking right. He arched his back, pushing to meet Zack's long, slow thrust. Then he froze, clenching his fists and breathing through the stretch and burn as Zack waited for him to adjust. "I'm okay," he finally managed. "You can move now." Zack was cautious at first, rocking in with tentative movements, and mostly staying buried deep. It was tantalizingly not quite enough friction. Rudy encouraged him by squeezing his muscles and egging him on. "Yeah, that's good." Zack sped up a little. His fingers bit into Rudy's hips, making Rudy groan as the slight pain sent a spark to his aching cock. Rudy felt the brush of Zack's balls as he fucked him harder. Their breathing was harsh in the quiet room, and the sound of skin on skin was dirty and delicious. "God, Rudy, I'm not going to last long like this. Do you think you can come, or do you want to try something different? Maybe on my back?" Rudy wanted to get a hand on his cock, but he didn't trust himself not to faceplant on the pillow. If Zack fucked him harder like Rudy wanted. Zack pulled out and slapped Rudy lightly on the arse. "Over you go, then." Rudy was past caring about being exposed. The view was way better this way around, with Zack looming over him, all flushed cheeks and dark eyes. Rudy drew his legs back and up, and Zack supported them as he sank his cock back into place, like a missing puzzle piece. Oh, fuck yes! Rudy was honestly in heaven. With one hand stroking himself, and Zack's cock doing magical things to him on the inside, he was rapidly climbing to the pinnacle of orgasm. Zack's face was strained, desperate-looking. "Fuck, I can't!" His pace stuttered, and his face contorted. As he started to come, "I'm sorry," he gasped. But it didn't matter, because Rudy was right there with him, as the broken expression on Zack's face tipped him over the edge into raw bliss. He came with a groan, spilling into his hand and onto his belly, his body pulsing around Zack. When they were done, they stared at each other with matching goofy grins on their faces. "Come here." Rudy reached up with his clean hand and guided Zack down so he could kiss him. "That was amazing." Zack wrinkled his nose. "Are you sure? I came pretty quickly." "Did you hear me complaining? It was fine. Better than fine. Amazing, like I said." Rudy knew in his heart that it was only amazing because it was Zack. Even crap sex would be good with Zack, because Rudy trusted him, cared about him. I'm falling in love with him. He pushed the thought down and kissed Zack again, afraid of what might come out of his mouth if he didn't keep it busy. Chapter 15. Zack's body was still flushed and hot, and sweat prickled his back. Rudy's kisses were eager and sweet. Each one reeled Zack in a little more, making him feel things he'd always resisted, making him want things he was afraid of wanting. They kissed until Zack softened inside him, and they finally separated to deal with the condom. Rudy wiped himself clean with some tissues, and they put their underwear back on. Back under the warmth of the covers, they kissed some more, until they were interrupted by a meow, followed by the thud of a small body jumping onto the bed. Holly clambered over them and insisted on wedging herself into the small space between them. Rudy stroked her head, and she started purring immediately. Well, I guess her timing was pretty good, he said. Perfect. It's like she knew. Rudy chuckled, his face soft and happy. I really hope nobody claims her. I'd love her to come and live with me. I'll give her a home. The wistful tug in Zack's chest grew stronger. This tentative relationship between them felt so precious, and the urge to open up and be honest about his feelings was almost overwhelming. But fear still kept him mute. To have this and then lose it would be worse than never having it at all. Zack didn't dare to hope for a happy ending. Life had taught him that those were for other people, so he swallowed down the lump in his throat. Lucky cat, he said, trying to keep his voice light. He failed miserably, and Rudy must have picked up on his tone, because he stopped stroking Holly and took Zack's hand instead. Hey, what's up? Rudy's gentle kindness and the culmination of a Christmas experience that Zack had spent his childhood dreaming of was too much for him. He'd built icy walls around his heart, keeping people at a distance because he was afraid to trust anyone, but Rudy had chipped away at his armour, found all the points of weakness, and now the walls were crumbling and collapsing. With them went Zack's ability to hide his emotions. Zack? Rudy squeezed his fingers. Tears welled, hot and mortifying, and Zack blinked them away. He took a shaky breath, forcing himself to calm down so he could speak. Sorry, he managed. I guess there's some stuff I need to tell you. Holly's kind of stirred up some difficult memories for me. A bitter chuckle escaped that was half sob. I must be the only person in the world to be triggered by a fucking cat. Jesus. He met Rudy's gaze and saw nothing but concern and affection. That, combined with the firm grip of Rudy's hand around his, gave him the courage to speak. So, I told you I don't have a family, but I never explained why. Thank you for not asking, by the way. It's hard to talk about. He swallowed. I was abandoned when I was a baby. They couldn't even be sure exactly how old I was, but no more than a few weeks. My mother, presumably, left me in a public toilet. I was found by the cleaner. The familiar sick sense of shame coiled in his guts as he made the admission. He knew it was crazy to be ashamed of something that wasn't his fault, but he couldn't help it. Oh, Zack. Rudy's eyes glistened. Let me finish, otherwise I'll never get it out. I was taken into care, of course, then adopted, but my adoptive mother died in an accident when I was 4, and my adoptive father turned to alcohol in the aftermath. He couldn't cope with me, and I was taken back into care. My adoptive father never recovered enough to have me back. I was a difficult kid, pretty angry, I guess, so I went through a series of foster homes and children's homes before finally running away from my last foster home and slipping through the net till I was old enough to be independent. He tried to keep his voice even, but the bitterness seeped through like acid. So, there you go. That's my tragic life story. I guess it explains why I'm not very good at letting people get close to me. I don't know what to say. Rudy looked stricken. I can't imagine. Of course you can't, Zack said harshly. Our lives couldn't be more different. You have everything I never had. Rudy flinched, but he didn't let go of Zack's hand, and his gaze was steady. Zack couldn't look away as Rudy said, "But you have let me get close to you." It wasn't a question. Zack's heart fluttered, a bird with a broken wing. Fear and hope battled in his chest. "I suppose, but I'm broken, Rudy, and I'm not sure I even know how to have a relationship. It's been so long since anyone loved me that I don't know if I'm capable of loving someone else, and I know it's early days with us, but this fling, or whatever we're calling it, it's crept up on me and I want it, but I'm scared." "What are you scared of?" "Of fucking it up, of hurting you, of you hurting me." And that was the root of it. "Don't leave me." Zack had had too many losses in his life already, and he hated being vulnerable again. "Okay, listen to me." Rudy had a small frown on his face, and something about the set of his jaw made Zack pay attention. "I'm not exactly an expert when it comes to relationships either, as you know. I've never fallen in love, and I've had more than my share of rejection, but I know I'm capable of loving. In fact, that's something I'm pretty damn good at, and—" He bit his lip, cheeks flushing, and his next words spilled out in an awkward tumble. "I'd like to try loving you, if you'll let me." This new, brave Rudy took Zack's breath away. Gone was the shy, uncertain guy Zack knew from their earlier interactions. It was clear that it wasn't easy for Rudy to say these things, and his honesty was inspiring. Zack's heart swelled, filling the empty space inside him. If Rudy could be brave, Zack could too. "Yeah." His voice cracked, and he swallowed hard. "I'd like that." "So, what does this mean exactly?" Rudy asked. "Are we dating? Boyfriends? What? Sorry if that sounds really pushy, but I want to know where I stand." "I like the sound of boyfriends." Just saying the word out loud made Zack smile. Rudy grinned back. "That works for me." The radiant happiness on his face reflected back how Zack felt. Suddenly, kissing Rudy was imperative. Zack let go of Rudy's hand and cupped his jaw instead, moving closer until their lips met in a soft press of matching smiles. A muffled mew from between them reminded them of Holly's presence. Zack pulled away quickly. "Oh, sorry, baby. Did we squash you?" She blinked and yawned, showing sharp teeth and a pink tongue. Then she stood and picked her way delicately to curl up at the foot of the bed instead. "That's better." Rudy closed the gap between them, putting his arm over Zack's waist and drawing him in close. "Perfect." Zack yawned. "God, sorry. I'm knackered." "Yeah, me too. Are you ready to sleep now?" "Uh-huh." Rudy turned off the lamp, and they rearranged themselves in the darkness. As Rudy was slightly taller, they decided he made the best big spoon. He fit perfectly behind Zack, their bodies in almost total contact, back to front. Rudy was warm. His breath tickled Zack's neck, and the weight of his arm around Zack's waist was like an anchor, holding him still and safe. Zack closed his eyes and listened as Rudy's breathing settled. At the foot of the bed, Holly purred, and somewhere in the house, a door creaked and clicked shut. Surrounded by good things, Zack drifted into sleep with a smile on his face. Boxing Day was a lazy day in Rudy's family home. Zack and Rudy had a long lie-in, which involved blowjobs, or attempted blowjobs at least. "She's watching me," Rudy complained, pulling off with wet lips and rumpled hair. Holly blinked at him from the foot of the bed. "It's really off-putting." Zack groaned in frustration. He'd been getting close. "She's a cat. She doesn't know what you're doing." "It's still weird. Let's get back under the covers, and then she can't see." Zack huffed, but he wasn't going to argue and delay getting Rudy's mouth back on his dick. Rudy pulled the duvet right up over his head and got back to sucking him. But the movement of Rudy's head bobbing up and down was even more interesting to Holly. "Rudy, stop!" Zack hissed. Rudy pushed off, just in time. "What? Ah!" Holly pounced, Luckily, the duvet was thick enough to protect Rudy's head from her claws. Zack burst out laughing, and by the time he managed to stop, he'd lost his erection, and the mood was ruined. "Bloody cat!" Rudy grumbled. Zack chuckled again. "I don't know why you're complaining. You weren't the one whose blowjob was ruined." "Well, my blowjob never even got started. If I do get to adopt her, she's going to need to get used to being shut out of the bedroom when we're having sex." Despite his irritation, Rudy stroked Holly, who had settled on the bed beside them. She was taking up far more space than seemed possible for such a small creature. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. As much as Zack loved Holly, she was a terrible cock-blocker. "She can join us for the cuddling afterwards." Rudy chuckled, and the smile lingered as their gazes met and held. Zack imagined a future where he got to have this. Not every morning, of course, but at the weekends, if he stayed over at Rudy's place. Waking up with Rudy felt natural, as if it was something that was meant to happen, and if Rudy got to give Holly a home, that would be the icing on the cake. It was the next best thing to Zack, being able to keep her himself. They gave up on morning sex, but stayed in bed a while longer, trading kisses and making plans for when they got back to Bristol later that day. "You can come to mine tonight if you like," Rudy said hopefully. "I think I need a night at home. I have to do boring things like laundry and buying milk and bread from the corner shop, and I definitely need to go for a run after all the eating and drinking." Rudy ran a hand over Zack's flat belly, skimming the ridges of muscle with his fingertips. There was a hint of disappointment in his voice as he said, "I guess it takes some work to stay this ripped." Yeah, Zack wasn't going to deny it. He was proud of his body and worked hard for it, but when you don't have a social life, it fills the time. If things worked out with him and Rudy, he'd prune down his gym routine a little. He'd need to make time for Rudy if they were going to cultivate a relationship. "I could come over tomorrow night, though." Rudy's smile was instant. "Yeah, I'd like that. And I live closer to work than you do, so you can stay over if you want." "I definitely want." Zack kissed him again. He couldn't get enough of him. Eventually, hunger drove them out of bed and downstairs to the kitchen. Rose, and Jamie were in there, and the room smelled of toast and coffee. Rudy and Zack made toast and tea, and then joined the others at the table. "What time are you two heading off today?" Rose asked. "Mid-afternoon, I think." Rudy looked questioningly at Zack, who shrugged and nodded. Rose took a sip of coffee. "How's Holly doing?" "Great." Zack bit back a grin at the thought of her landing on Rudy's head at just the wrong moment earlier. She's very affectionate. Keen to get out of the bedroom and explore, though. She'd been trying to push past them every time they'd been in and out that morning. "I'll scan her for a chip tomorrow, but I think it's unlikely we'll find an owner. Nobody's claimed her on the Facebook post, and it's been shared quite widely in the area. I think she's probably a young farm cat who strayed too far from home, but won't be missed." Rose frowned. "We'll have to decide what to do with her, but if she's good with people, it shouldn't be too hard to find her a home." "We want to keep her." Rudy blushed as his mum looked at him questioningly. "I mean, Zack does, but he can't because his landlady won't let him have pets, so I'd like to take her." Rose smiled. "That's a lovely idea. If I don't find a chip and nobody has claimed her after a couple of weeks, then you can come back and collect her. Or we can bring her up to you. That might be easier than you taking her on the train." After breakfast, Rudy and Zack got dressed and packed up their stuff. Holly had fun climbing in and out of their bags while they did it. "You can't come with me today," Rudy told her as he scooped her out of the last empty bag. "But as long as nobody claims you, you'll be coming to live with me very soon." His serious tone while talking to the cat made Zack laugh. "You're going to be one of those people who refers to themselves as Daddy, aren't you?" He put on a silly voice. "Come on now, Holly. Go to your cat bed because Daddy wants to give Uncle Zack a blowjob." Rudy threw some balled-up socks at him. "Oh my God, there will be no blowjobs ever again if you refer to yourself as Uncle Zack. Please stop that immediately. Anyway, I'm going to be the uncle. You're the one who found Holly. She's yours, and I'm just looking after her for you. If you ever end up living somewhere where you can have a cat, you can take her if you want." "Seriously?" Zack was touched. "Yeah, I've seen the way you are with her. She's your cat, Zack. No question." Once they had packed, they took Holly to Jamie's room and got her settled there. Rose had decided it was the safest place for her for a few days, and Jamie was more than happy with the arrangement. They left Holly playing with Jamie and a ball of silver foil on a string, and went downstairs to the kitchen, where they got roped into helping Jack chop vegetables for a soup for a while. Afterwards they hung out in the living room with the rest of the family. Rudy played on the Wii with Jamie, Sid, and Raj. Natalie had curled up on the sofa with Hemingway in her lap and her Kindle in her hands, and Rose was reading a battered old paperback. Grandad and Ro were doing a crossword together, while Zack looked on. He'd never tried doing a cryptic crossword before, but he was starting to see how the clues worked, so he listened to the others working them out. "Fitted broken leg on bed," Ro muttered. 8 letters, and if we're right about 3 down, then it should start with a B. Zack's mind turned over the words as he looked around the room. As though he felt Zack's gaze on him, Churchill's tail thumped on the rug where he lay in front of the fire. Zack was flooded with a surge of affection for everyone here. In less than 48 hours, he'd been made to feel welcome, like he was part of this big, sprawling family with all its warmth, humour and love. As if he belonged, he said loudly. All eyes in the room turned to look at him, and he flushed. "Sorry, I didn't mean to shout, but the answer is belonged. It's an anagram of leg on bed, I think." "Oh, nice one," said Ro. "Yeah, well done, lad." Grandad gave Zack a grin and carefully wrote in the answer. Zack caught Rudy's eye, and they smiled at each other before Rudy turned his attention back to the game. Lunch had the feeling of a holiday coming to an end, with everyone talking about when they had to go back to work and when they would see each other again next. Natalie and Raj lived north of Birmingham, so they probably wouldn't make the journey home for a couple of months at least. "Are you going to come for lunch next Sunday as usual, Dad?" Rose asked Grandad. "If I'm welcome," he smiled. "Of course." Then she turned to Rudy. "And we'll see you if we deliver Holly to Bristol in a couple of weeks." His gaze moved to Zack. "And you too, Zack, I hope?" "Yes, you have to come over and help get her settled in." Rudy nudged their knees together under the table. "We'll bring some lunch," Jack said. "Make a day of it." "That sounds good," Rudy said. Zack agreed. In fact, it sounded perfect. Rudy and Zack were the first ones to leave after lunch. Sid volunteered to drive them, of course, and everyone gathered in the hall to say their goodbyes. Zack was given kisses, hugs, handshakes, and fist bumps by various members of the family. Rose was the last, and she gave him a huge hug and a kiss on the cheek. As she hugged him, she murmured quietly so nobody else would hear, "Thank you for making my boy so happy, Zack. You're good for him." Zack hugged her a little harder in return. "Thanks for making me feel so welcome." Her eyes were bright as they drew apart. "You fit right in. It's like you're part of the family already." Zack didn't trust himself to say anything else. Her words had conjured up a lump in his throat and a prickly feeling at the back of his eyes. He ducked away and concentrated on hefting his rucksack onto his shoulder while Rose wrapped Rudy in a hug next. Sitting in the back of the car as Sid drove, with Rudy in the passenger seat, Zack stared out of the window at the countryside. His heart felt as if it was overflowing. He'd come here expecting an awkward Christmas among strangers, and instead had got friendship, affection, and family. He also appeared to have acquired a boyfriend, and maybe even a cat. Best Christmas ever. Epilogue, 14th of February. There was a mood of levity in the office today. Rudy could feel it in the air, like bubbles in champagne rising and popping, or a balloon expanding. Takara was on cloud 9 after a rainbow bouquet of flowers was delivered for her just after lunch. She'd screamed in delight and then sat on Sam's lap, snogging him in front of everyone until he was blushing as red as the roses in the arrangement. She'd insisted on keeping the flowers on her desk, even though there was barely space for them. But given that she was spending most of her time texting Sam while pretending to work, it probably didn't matter that she could only see half her screen. Rudy was having trouble concentrating too. He and Zack had plans for later, or more specifically, Rudy had plans and Zack only knew about part of them. They'd agreed that Zack was coming over to Rudy's and they were going to buy something extra delicious for dinner on the way home from work. Zack had suggested going to a restaurant, but Rudy knew he would rather stay in so he could spend more time with Holly. Holly had settled in at Rudy's house very well, and while she liked him, it was clear that Zack was her favourite person in the world, and the love was mutual. Rudy wasn't jealous. He liked seeing them together. Zack's obvious delight in Holly's affection made Rudy feel ridiculously gooey about both of them. Sure enough, when Rudy let them into his house that evening, Holly came running to meet them and proceeded to wind herself around Zack's ankles, meowing loudly. "Give me a minute, Holly." Zack laughed, nearly tripping over her as he tried to get through the door with a carrier bag in each hand. He put them down on the floor and picked her up. "There we go. How's my girl? Did you miss me?" She purred loudly and butted her head against his chin, looking ecstatic to see him. It had only been 2 days because Zack had spent the entire weekend at Rudy's place, but she still acted as though they had been months apart. Rudy scooped up the bags Zack had been carrying and hefted them along with the ones in his own hands. "Can you manage?" Zack asked. "Yeah, it's fine." Rudy struggled with the heavy load, but managed to get the bags through to the kitchen and dumped them on the surface. Holly was wriggling to get down now that they were in the kitchen, and she went and stood expectantly by her food bowl. Apparently an empty belly trumped even Zack in order of importance. Zack fed her, while Rudy unpacked the shopping. "Do you want to eat soon? Shall we put the oven on?" Rudy asked, even though he was too nervous to have much of an appetite. The conversation he wanted to have with Zack had his stomach tied in knots. Oblivious, Zack came and stood behind him, squeezing Rudy's arse as he put things away in the fridge, and kissing the side of his neck. "Yeah, I'm starving." Rudy's body responded, despite his nerves. Zack made Rudy's knees go weak with a look. Never mind a touch. They put the oven on to preheat, and got the lasagna out of its packaging. They'd bought a couple of different types of ready-made salads to go with it, and chocolate fudge cake for after. But just looking at it now made Rudy's stomach turn over, as his heart rate soared again. "So, how long does the lasagna need?" Zack asked. "About half an hour." Rudy's voice felt weird, tight, and a little strained. Zack gave him a dirty grin and an eyebrow wiggle. "That's exactly the right amount of time for V-Day blowjobs, then." He advanced on Rudy and pinned him against the kitchen surface. The heat in his dark eyes sent a prickle of arousal to Rudy's cock. Zack kissed him, distracting Rudy from his mission for the evening with the slide of his tongue and the hot press of lips. Rudy melted into the kiss, putting his arms around Zack and reaching up under the back of his shirt to touch warm skin. The idea of blowjobs was very appealing. Maybe Rudy could wait until later to ask. Another jolt of nerves hit him. No, he wouldn't be able to enjoy getting his dick sucked if he was stressing out. He needed to be brave and get it over with. If all went well, there would be plenty of time for blowjobs later. Just then the oven timer went off, a welcome distraction. "Let me put the lasagna in." Rudy broke away quickly, afraid his face would betray him. He carefully slid the baking tray into the oven and shut the door, aware of Zack behind him, probably ogling his arse, if he knew his boyfriend. Sure enough, he felt Zack's hand on his hips as he straightened up, and then the hard line of Zack's erection pressed against him. "Maybe we've even got time for a quick V-Day fuck. What do you reckon?" Rudy hesitated, torn. Zack finally picked up on his tension, because his voice changed from flirty to concerned. "Hey, babe, what's up with you tonight?" He tugged Rudy around to face him. Rudy gave a nervous smile. "Nothing, really." Zack raised an eyebrow. "You're freaking me out a little now. Have I done something wrong?" "No," Rudy said quickly. "Nothing like that. There's just—" He huffed out a breath. "We need to talk." Zack's face shut down like a light going out. "That doesn't sound good." Fuck. Rudy immediately saw where Zack's thoughts were going, and he rushed to reassure him. He knew Zack was super anxious that Rudy would get bored of him, go off him. Zack tried to hide his insecurities, but he wasn't very good at it, and Rudy always saw through him. "God, Zack, no! Okay, I suck at this." He took Zack's hands. I had this whole romantic thing planned. I was going to ask you over dinner, but I'm so bloody nervous. I need to just do it. So, can you imagine there's candlelight and shit?
Zack nodded, his face still wary.
So,
Rudy took a deep breath.
I know it's still early days for our relationship, but I think it's working. I'm crazy about you, and I'm pretty sure you feel the same. I love it when you're here, and Holly does too. And I know you don't like your place or your landlady much, and you're here at least half the time anyway. So what I'm saying is that I think it would make sense for you to be here all the time. If you want to be.
Rudy finally paused for breath after his bout of verbal diarrhea. His heart sank at the frown on Zack's face.
Oh, shit, it's way too soon, isn't it? I'm sorry. I was afraid I'd make things awkward. If you don't want to, that's fine. You can just pretend I never asked. It doesn't...
Zack cut him off.
Stop talking. I'm still trying to work out what the hell you just said. Rudy, there were way too many words, and they didn't quite add up. See, I told you I was really bad at this.
Rudy sighed and tried again, slowly this time. He tightened his grip on Zack's hands, willing him to be okay with it.
I'm asking you to move in with me.
He stared desperately at Zack, waiting for a reaction, and was rewarded with a slow, dawning smile as the words sank in. Rudy felt weak with relief. A smile had to be a good sign, right? Even if Zack wasn't ready to take the plunge, he didn't seem to mind that Rudy had asked. Are you sure? Zack sounded uncertain.
I'm as sure as I can be. Rudy shrugged. Look at my mum and dad. They were engaged a month after they met. When you know, you know.
He gathered up the courage he needed to finally say the words that had been on the tip of his tongue so many times in the last few weeks.
I love you, Zack. I want to go to sleep with you every night and wake up with you in the morning. I miss you when you're not here, and Holly does too, and I think having you here all the time would be perfect. So what do you think?
Zack's smile lit up his whole face now. I think you're better at this than you think you are, and it's a brilliant idea. He put his arm around Rudy and hugged him so hard Rudy thought he might snap. Thank fuck. Rudy would have collapsed with relief if Zack hadn't been holding him up. He buried his face in Zack's neck, breathing him in. Oh, and Rudy?
Yeah?
Rudy drew back so he could see Zack's face again. I love you too. Happy Valentine's Day. They kissed each other, and what started off sweet and emotional soon became sexy and a little desperate.
So, about those blowjobs, Rudy muttered between kisses. I reckon we've still got time before dinner's ready.
Yeah. Zack was already sliding to his knees, clearly on board with the plan. He got Rudy's belt open and was working on his fly when he groaned. Go away, Holly! Rudy looked down to see Holly rubbing against Zack's knees. He laughed.
Upstairs instead? With the door shut?
Yes. Zack got to his feet and took Rudy's hand. Tugging him towards the doorway, he muttered, Bloody cat.
But you love her anyway,
Rudy said. Yeah, I do. He met Rudy's gaze, and Rudy melted at the warmth he saw there. I really do.
You've been listening to A Family for Christmas by J. Northcote. Read by Mark Steadman.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.